Okay, good morning. Thought I'd start in a polite way and welcome you all to Beyond. My name is Nihal Arthanaika. I'm going to be here trying to make sure everything is stitched together throughout the day. You're welcome. I just want to make sure that some of you, who's new to Beyond? Who's never been to Beyond before? Put your hands up. Wow, who's been here before? Put your hands up. Okay, that's good, good. Well, for the people who are coming for the first time, welcome. You are in for a treat. There is so many interesting, imagination, expanding, inspiring conversations that we're going to have today. And thankfully, we're putting in huge breaks in between them to allow you time to process what you have just heard. Not suggesting that you're thick, but it is a lot of information to ingest today. And I'm going to start by giving you some of that information in a kind of menu-like format, which seems boring, but when I read it out, you will be inspired. Okay, last year we were talking about creative cities. We're now going to shift quite rightly to creator economies. Now, the reason that we're doing that, of course, is because the democratization of culture has occurred because creators can now not have to rely on gatekeepers. In fact, I'm not sure there are any gatekeepers left anymore. So we're going to be talking about TikTok, of course, and YouTube and Instagram and other platforms such as that. But also, interestingly, going to see how creators can help established media organizations. Now, that is a seismic shift in itself. Part one, the sessions will be coming up shortly, the state of the UK creator economy. And Ben Woods, Ben is over there. There you go. Everyone wave at Ben. He's waving at you. Don't be rude. There you go, Ben. Very nice. Inside the creator economy, that's going to be with Alison Lomax from YouTube and creators Rick Shields, Grace Miller from Flight Story. Also, Zara Beth and Joel Morwini are going to be doing I'm Not Your Algorithm. There you go. Nice. That's for your Tinder bio. And CreaTech, fusion of creativity with technological innovation. And throughout Beyond, we are going to explore how CreaTech is impacting healthcare, storytelling, immersive theatre, and more. And also, rather than creative cities, we're looking at innovation districts, just localizing this. So the convergence of creative talent, research, and enterprise to fuel regional growth. And also how these districts will be nurturing new ideas, supporting startups, underpinning inclusive and, of course, sustainable ecosystems. Right. And also, there is a real international dimension to what we're doing here today. And I am super pleased to say that the British Council are involved. I'm a former trustee of the British Council. It's an extraordinary organisation. Where are the British Council people? Have we got British Council people in here right now? Yes, come on. I love the British Council. I absolutely love the work that you do. It goes unsung in this country quite often, and it's the world's greatest cultural diplomacy organisation. So for those of you who don't know about the British Council, you should. It is brilliant. And the people who work there around the world, often in very dangerous places as well, trying to bring not just kind of British culture or the English language, but also to have these kind of brilliant collaborations between local artists, local creators, and local activists. It's a truly brilliant organisation that we should all be proud of. So Living Labs, How Cultural Designations Drive Innovation is one of the British Council events that's happening here. Also Facing East, K-Wave, and New Creative Archipelagos, and Human in the Loop, Why Technology Needs Artists. Now, format for the day, let's give some timings. 11 to 11:45, there's going to be a break. Then it's part two from 11:45 to 12:45. Then you've got a huge lunch for you to process the morning, 12:45 till 2:15. I'm not going to carry on with the timings because what you can do is go to wherever you get your apps from. Get the Beyond Eventify app. Who's got the app? Good grief, you are so good, you people. That's amazing. Okay, I was expecting one person to go, what app? Brilliant. Okay, Beyond Eventify app. Okay, that's going to help you do all kinds of things, plan your day, move info about the session, more info, schedule meetings, learn more about the delegates, and find a life partner. Obviously, the last one's a lie. Please download it if you haven't already, but it looks like everyone has. The ones who haven't, clearly, you're going to be social lepers for the rest of today. Now, okay, I'm going to welcome onto the stage now someone who I am, I think, probably as much of a fan of as I am of the British Council. Since leaving the BBC, I can also say it publicly because I don't have to be impartial anymore, which is brilliant. It's amazing. He is just brilliant to be here because he truly believes in creativity. He's not someone that just talks a good game and then just kind of vomits out platitudes. He really does respect, admire, and put his passion and his hard work where his mouth is when it comes to supporting creatives. It is, of course, the Mayor, Andy Burnham.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. I'll try not to vomit anything at you, I think, if I can, because that wouldn't be a great welcome to Manchester. This is your official welcome. Welcome back to the Beyond conference. We're really delighted to have you again. We know we've got delegates from all over the UK. I was told 16 countries around the world. Thank you, British Council, for bringing all of these guests to our city region. You'll hear from the Mayor of Salford. We're in Salford right now, but we're both really, really proud to welcome you. This is the most creative, most vibrant, fastest growing city region in the UK. So this conference is absolutely happening in the right place. And we've had a really fantastic year since you were last here. We've even gone further than the coup we achieved some years ago, attracting the hottest DJ property from London, a certain Nihal Arthanaika, to come and base himself in our part of the world. We are getting ready, ladies and gentlemen, to host the Brit Awards early in 2026, the first time out of London. That is a clear passing of the cultural power beacon, isn't it, from south to north. That was meant to annoy all the Londoners in the audience. I hope I've successfully done that. But we are in a really good moment here. And I want to just explain a little bit more about that and where creativity fits within it. In fact, it doesn't just fit within it. It's the thread that runs through all of it, given the kind of place that you are all gathered in today. So I said a moment ago, we're the fastest growing city region. Well, over the last decade, when we've had devolved power here, we have achieved average annual growth of 3.1%, which is a massive thing, given if you go back 20, 30 years, where you are now, there was not much here at all. You know, we'd seen wide deindustrialisation across the 10 boroughs of Greater Manchester. So a turnaround that began in the mid-90s is really now coming through strongly, and we're very proud to have achieved a growth rate double the UK average. We're closing the north-south divide, so it's a very exciting place to be right now. Last week we put out a new good growth plan for Greater Manchester. Building on this, we're going to take this prosperity and growth to all parts of the city region. But what we mean by good growth is not having the profits siphoned out of here and taken elsewhere, but making sure that wealth gets reinvested into good jobs, good homes for our residents, and that's the Greater Manchester way, that's the Greater Manchester plan going forward. But we now also, though, have to get more focused on our industrial strengths and the way in which we're going to build the Greater Manchester economy going forward. And another big development from last year is that the Department for Culture, Media and Sport has named Greater Manchester as one of its creative clusters following the industrial strategy. We now have funding to build that out, and the organisation I lead, the Greater Manchester Combined Authority, has recently said that the creative industries will be one of our 5 industrial strengths. So advanced materials and manufacturing, digital tech and AI, number 2. Number 3, low carbon. Number 4, life sciences. And number 5, creative industries. And it's great that we're going to be publishing today or tomorrow or in the next few days a sector development plan for creative industries to show you how we're going to do that. And we're going to do it in a very Manchester way, reinvesting in our grassroots, in our talent. So that's where we find ourselves at this moment in time. And I in my presentation to you this morning, I just wanted to make 3 points, really, that kind of build on what I've just said. The first is that we have to build, I think, a modern creative ecology and ecosystem here that supports where the industry is right now. Obviously, you know, we've got the BBC nearby, ITV on site here at Media City, but we recognise that the world is changing out there, and we need to think of new ways in which we bring through creative talent in our city region. So we're going to put in place our own infrastructure now to support our ambitions. For instance, we'll be opening a music export office soon, recognising that for our musicians, and we're a proud music city, Brexit has made it harder for them to get known around Europe and around the world. So we're going to give them more backing through that. We're going to open a screen office, again, recognising that from the heyday of Granada in the 1970s and 80s, the screen sector here has become a little more fragmented. So we're going to bring it back together with a new screen office and production fund. And we want to make sure that that money gets down to the small independent individual freelancers as well as supporting the big production. So all of that is coming through. We've got an infrastructure here that is incredible. Aviva Studios, the School of Digital Arts at Manchester Metropolitan University. So we've got the assets, Space Studios out in Gorton, but we need to bring them together now into an infrastructure. And there's a serious point here that I would want you to think about as this gathering kind of proceeds. And it's how we make sure in a world where the big powers in the land maybe aren't as powerful as they once were, how the commitments to regional production are maintained. The risk is, as the media industry retrenches a little and changes and finds it difficult, it almost retreats to London. And I kind of see that at risk of happening, particularly in the music industry. I think that is something we observe. The key is to keep making sure that we're bringing that investment out into places like this, where you find that raw working class talent that has always come through and made British creative output what it is. So we need to keep a regional balance as Greater Manchester develops in the next decade, and that's what our plan will achieve. The second thing I wanted to talk about is the risk of there becoming a class divide within the creative industries. And I mentioned this last year, but I think this is a real risk. Again, as the industry changes and breaks down and fragments, there is again a risk that young working class talent can't find its route through. And the work experience opportunities fall into the hands of those who are already connected in certain parts of the country. You know, a lot of young people here can't afford to work for free to get their foot on the ladder. So what do we do about that? So we want to embed creativity in education and create strong, clear paths into the creative industries for our young people. And we think there's a load of work to be done there to make that a reality. And again, I would want this conference to innovate in that space and to think about how can we do it? How can a young person growing up in Salford get a clear line of sight to jobs in the creative economy in Greater Manchester, and then the support along that path to be able to take up those opportunities? We've had a real breakthrough in the last month or so where the curriculum review here has put creativity back into the heart of the curriculum, and that's a really good thing. But we need to go beyond that and ask the industry to do more. I have a tool, an online tool, linked to 7 strong sectors in the Greater Manchester economy where young people can use it to see jobs in those sectors and then the opportunities before them in relation to apprenticeships or T-levels, and so they can plot a path. It's really noticeable to me that of those 7 sectoral paths, the creative industries path is the weakest. It's the weakest in terms of opportunity, in terms of structured support for young people to progress. And I think as an industry, we need to do something about that, collaborate to create those first opportunities for people, to make sure there is financial support for young talent to progress and then to find its way into those pathways. Because if we don't, we won't just have a regional divide in our creative industries, which has always been there and is still there, and it could get wider. The class divide could get wider too, and that's not something that we in this city region want to see. And we're looking to all of you to help us fix that and create the pathways into the MBAC, the Greater Manchester Baccalaureate, so that truly the creative industries are open to everybody. The final thing I would say is a very positive thing around what this conference is all about, innovation and creativity, and really rethinking how we can embed it in everything that we do. We're bringing forward here a Live Well programme, which is about supporting our residents differently every day, breaking beyond the silos of the NHS and DWP, we believe a live well movement from the grassroots is what we need to do. And we're very proud here that we are a national centre of excellence for music and dementia. And I really believe we need to think about how do we embed creativity in people's lives so they can be supported to live well. And I think that's a really positive opportunity that's in front of us as Greater Manchester because of the nature of our devolution arrangements. So I guess what I'm saying is creativity in people's everyday lives, in education, but crucially running through our industry as well, because the creative industries will be supported by innovation in AI and indeed in life sciences as we understand the benefit of music therapy and all of those things in relation to dementia. So it's about knitting it all together as a true creative city region. That's what we believe we are, but we aspire to be even better at, where it is, as I say, running through every single thing that happens in this city region. And I'll finish just by kind of saying, you know, for us it's been a sad week in some ways. You may know that we lost one of our icons here, Manny, Gary Mountfield from the Stone Roses, who, you know, was very much loved in these parts. Loved because if you go back to the 1980s, and this was very much my time when I was growing up here, when the industry had gone, he and they gave us something back. They lifted us up off the floor. That's what creativity can do. It can kind of instill pride back where it has been taken away. It can give people hope where there is none. And that's what happened here in the 1980s. We kind of lifted ourselves up through creativity. That's how Manchester started to find its foothold again in that post-industrial period and start to build the confidence of our people and our places that we could be something again, that we had something that the rest of the world wanted to see. And that is what happened here in the late 1980s going into the 1990s. The challenge now is to look at it from the other end of the telescope, because actually as you do start to grow and become more successful from an economic point of view, you can see creativity driven out of cities as rehearsal spaces get turned into flats or venues get closed down and the kind of process of gentrification takes place. But we're not going to let that happen here. We now want to sort of kind of learn from everything we went through in the 80s and the power of creativity, but bring it back into a modern economy in every respect, and making sure that everybody can access jobs within it, and that the whole of the system supports a creative city region in every possible way, supporting our residents with creative opportunity every day. So that's us, and hopefully that appeals to you, and hopefully it explains why this conference is back again this year, and we hope to welcome you all again. I just think, open your minds to all of those things. How do we use creativity in what is now, let's be honest, quite discontented, divided world that we live in? How do we really use the power of it now to give every opportunity to every young person, to give a quality of life to everyone, every older person, but also to build an economy, a modern economy that is thriving and growing, but growing in a good way, where we're reinvesting things back for the benefit of our residents. That's the place you're in, ladies and gentlemen. Greater Manchester is a place that's about good growth, economic and social progress together. We always have been, we always will be. You're in the right place. Have a great conference. Thank you very much indeed for listening.
Looking for a sign tonight. I wanna know what it feels.
So there you go. Andy Burnham there. Fantastic man. You're a great mayor. If only, I don't know. I mean, if only people would talk about him as being a possible prime minister one day. That would be wouldn't that be a good thing? That would be a good thing. I'm surprised no one ever mentions it. Strange. Anyway, okay, let's keep it moving, shall we? With not one, but we have two mayors today, and we are very proud to be in Salford, an incredible place, incredible energy. I said, yeah, just one woo for Salford? Come on. Yes, exactly right. So, keep those applause going, make them louder and louder for the mayor of the city of Salford, Paul Dennett.
Okay, good morning, everybody. It's a real privilege to be here today to welcome you all as delegates to this year's Beyond Conference, hosted in the iconic building, the Lowry Theatre and Art Gallery, for the second consecutive year. It's an honour to welcome leading experts from a wide range of fields to the city of Salford, the creators, the technology professionals, the researchers, policy specialists, business leaders, and many, many more. A special welcome also goes, and we've already heard about this, to the international delegates whose presence here really does reflect the historic role of the docks as a global hub of exchange, of diversity, of that multinational workforce. Salford has been on a remarkable journey. The transformation of the Quays stands as a particular successful example of this progress, and it must be regarded as probably one of the most significant regeneration projects in the north of England, if not in Europe, of its time. What was once a derelict dockland, a post-industrial dockland, now supports thousands of high-skilled jobs and has been the largest tech and digital and media hub outside of the City of London. Home to world-leading creatives and industry experts in the BBC, Doc 10 and many, many others. Importantly, investment in this area also drove environmental and ecological renewal. Polluted waterways, abandoned warehouses have been transformed into a vibrant, well-designed public space, now frequently used for cultural events, but also our waterways are clean enough to host open water swimming. The catalyst for this was culture and culture's role within economic regeneration. The very building we find ourselves in today was the catalyst for this, the Lowry Theatre and Art Gallery, which is currently celebrating its 25th anniversary. Since its opening in 2000, the Lowry has not only brought world-class arts and theatre to the Quays, but has also played that vital role in fostering community engagement, supporting young people, and strengthening our creative economy, both in the city of Salford and, as you've already heard, within the city region of Greater Manchester. The Lowry is an anchor, and its successful relocation of a significant part of the BBC's operations was very much catalysed by the Lowry's anchor here in this part of our city. Media City has attracted the presence of numerous institutions, specialist colleges, universities, startups, and accelerators, establishing the area as a leading incubator and ecology for the creative industries. Thanks to this investment, the creative and cultural sector continues to thrive and is now a vital part of Salford's economy. Creative industries account for 9% of all employment in Salford, and they contribute 1.8 billion in gross value added to the city's economy. Beyond the numbers, though, this creativity fundamentally transforms people's lives, driving skills, education, well-being, and inclusion. It helps us tell our stories, celebrate our heritage, and ultimately imagine the future together. It's a testament to the success of this journey that Beyond has chosen Salford as the venue for its conference for a second year running. This year's theme of the conference is the creator economy. CreaTech and innovation districts align closely with our ambitions in Salford, where creative placemaking supports innovation, regional growth, and opportunities that are often referred to as the fourth industrial revolution. As we look to the future, creativity will be central to building a fairer, greener, and more prosperous city. So thank you to all of you for being here today, for sharing your ideas, and for helping us to shape the future together. Finally, I'd like to thank key partners who've made this event possible. There are many of them. The Beyond organisers themselves, the University of Salford, Greater Manchester Growth Hub, the Key Cities Innovation Network, the British Council, the Lowry Theatre and Art Gallery, and UK Research and Innovation. Finally, I'd like to say to all of you as delegates, enjoy the rest of the conference. Please take time to explore the great city of Salford, a city that gave the first public park, first public lending library, and gaslit street lamp to the world. A city that is really proud of its past, is ambitious for its future, and is very much committed to creativity and innovation at its very core. Thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to introduce the first short talk of the day. And I'm going to bring on the stage in a few moments' time Ben Woods from Media Research. Now, just a short bio of Ben. Ben was a journalist at The Times and The Telegraph, and he now looks at the intersection between technology and entertainment, focusing a lot on video, AI, and also behavioural through millennials into Gen Z, into Gen Alpha. Now, that behavioural is about kind of technology and content. It's not about why Gen Alpha can't stack a dishwasher or make their beds, because I've already asked him, and that's not his field of expertise, sadly. All right, so let's bring him onto the stage now. Ladies and gentlemen, Ben Woods from Media Research.
Well, hello. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to be here. It falls on me to load you up with all the sort of data and insights that you're going to need to chew over with that big lunch that Rahal has promised you later on. For the presentation today, I want to sort of focus on three areas. We're going to look a little bit at the sort of status quo of the UK creator economy. We're going to look at some challenges that it's facing, because there are a few, but then we're going to look at those real key growth drivers. And, you know, believe you me, when we look at the numbers, we're forecasting real impressive growth for the UK's creative sector around the UK creator economy going forward. So I'd like to start with this slide, which is all about roles. And I think this is a really good place to start to kind of get an understanding as to how the creator economy is evolving and changing. When I've been talking about the creator economy for the last few years, you spend so much of your time talking about social video creators, video editors, podcasters, whether it's short form, long form, live streamers. But it's changing now. It's changing because of this influx of AI tools that are coming in. We're seeing AI-only creators now, creators who perhaps aren't even picking up a camera in order to generate footage, edit, and output to social platforms. We're seeing our creators, some of the most impressive creative forces in the UK, becoming creator studios, becoming creator franchises in their own right, thanks to their amazing grasp of community and audiences. And we're also seeing our traditional entertainment companies as well begin to embrace the creator economy in a serious way. It's no longer that social video platforms are the marketing vehicle for TV and movie content. They are now the place where you have to go and you have to be to engage audiences with social-first content. So I want to focus on two areas. I don't want to overburden you, but focus on two areas where I believe is going to see real growth. One of them is consumer creators. Consumer creators are consumers like you and I, consuming entertainment. But there are those that like to go that one step further. There are people who want to directly engage with the entertainment that they love. They want to lean through and create content. And some of them will self-identify as creators. Some of them won't even think that they are creators. They're just using those filters and they're using those editing platforms in order to have that deepened experience and to engage with their communities on social. So what do they look like? Well, here's our first sort of data dump for you, but it's really telling. The UK creator space, these are just consumers that we've surveyed. Over a third are creators. 24% of those are creating casually. And I want to point you towards the chart over on the right-hand side here. it's video. You know, video is the de facto mode of communication for all creators. You may be working in the music space, you may be working in the audio space, but you still have to be involved with video if you're to reach and engage your audiences, build your fan base, and keep those communities that love your content thriving. So why is consumer creation going to grow? Well, there's two reasons. One is we're obviously going to continue to see the social platforms encouraging those that consume content to lean through and start creating themselves. But it's AI, I think, which is really going to change and encourage our consumer creators to create more. And why am I saying that? Well, I want to point you towards the chart at the top to begin with. And this number on the far left, daily active use. Now, this is the sweet spot that a lot of apps want. I mean, most of you guys will know that. And it's already pretty impressive. You know, 17% of daily active use for generative AI apps, that's been largely driven by ChatGPT, which has seen, you know, remarkable penetration right across the age brackets from teenagers all the way up to older generations. But it's got to get higher. You know, it's got to get higher if some of these AI models are going to wash their face commercially and make the money they need in order to cover those really high generation costs. Down the bottom are the masters of daily active engagement, the social platforms. 29% for TikTok, 36% for Instagram, 38% for YouTube. It's even higher for YouTube, by the way. If you look at this on an international basis, our data shows that, you know, it's pushing up towards 40 and 50%. So how can sort of generative AI apps get to that level of daily active engagement? We believe the pathway is through fandom. We track how often consumers engage with the entertainment they love, the entertainment that they're fans of. And if you look at that daily active use there, it's right up in double digits of the 36%. So we believe this marriage is going to occur between consumers wanting to lean through and create, AI apps enabling that through fan creation. And look, you know, it's already happening. You know, it's already here today. Whether that's the Premier League partnering with Adobe around fantasy football to allow those participants to create their own badges through AI apps. Whether it's Cash Cobain with his resequencing tool, which allows fans to resequence and reorder his tracks and then publish them to their communities. Whether it's the controversial Darth Vader in Fortnite, where players could go and have unique experiences and conversations, which created a massive viral moment of storytelling, completely out of the normal context of Star Wars. And you've got to be under a rock if you haven't seen what's been going on with OpenAI and Sora. You know, the AI generation social platform where Jake Paul has licensed his likeness, but there's also plenty of unlicensed content on there as well, particularly around entertainment IP, which is proving really popular. But we believe that's going to change, and we believe that there's going to be a lot more licensing around the AI tools creation going forward, and we're already hearing reports of how Disney is exploring this kind of UGC AI tool creation for the Disney Plus app in the future. So what are some of the challenges? And there are some, but nothing to worry about too much. This is our data which tracks the average weekly hours spent creating content in the UK. And you see it's been going on this remarkable rise since Q4 2021. But since Q4 2023, we have seen this slight dip and plateauing of creation time. And when we dived into this a little bit further, we also run surveys of video creators, and you know, we surveyed 400 video creators for this particular piece of work, looking at their motivations, pain points, and some of their struggles. 44% of them said they were spending less time creating content, and when we sort of dug into that a bit further, it was because they were spending more time at work or on other lifestyle commitments, the majority of them anyway. And what this kind of tells us is that the creator economy and creation, particularly around consumers, is very powerful in the attention economy, but it's also not immune to the other challenges. You know, all throughout entertainment, everyone is fighting for that moment of time spent. But we do believe that the AI tools that are coming through now will answer a lot of those pain points and enable creation to motor ahead. I won't talk through every single one of these, but I will point to a couple. At the top of the pain points, the sort of social platform cut through, we hear a lot from creators as a struggle. Not having enough time as another one. And creator burnout, of course, everyone's heard about that. I just want to point you towards the one on the far right, which is 11 Labs as an example, but we're seeing it through other creator tools companies as well. It's this localization through AI, which I think is going to be really powerful for creators going forward. Those creators that have already amassed really strong and engaged communities on social and English-speaking markets are now going to have the opportunity to go after other markets by localizing their back catalog into Spanish and other languages. We've also got other interesting points as well around things like prompt evolution. One of the things I actually found quite frustrating about AI to begin with was this idea that you had to be good at writing text prompts in order to use them in a creative way. And now we're starting to see that change with things like Adobe Firefly boards, where you can use images and textures. Perhaps we'll see sounds in the future in order to generate different assets. And hey, that's important because creativity shouldn't be limited by something like an AI tool which is supposed to help and support going forward. So I want to talk about creator franchises, the other big growth area, and our remarkable creators that are not only leading the way on home soil but globally, and they're doing it in a multifaceted way. We've got Stephen Bartlett over at Flight Story, the Diary of the CEO podcast, and his remarkable personality that's seen him hop across all sorts of different platforms from the BBC and beyond. But actually what really excites me about what's going on over there with them is this creator ecosystem that they're building. These remarkable in-house AI tools that are enabling them to really focus on the right talent to use and when, and build that and look at the right areas to move into as they build out a creative franchise. And we all know about the investment that Stephen's got recently for Stephen.com. The Sidemen, I don't have to tell you much about them, but of course they're moving across lanes, across streaming and social, and creating immersive IRL experiences through their fast food chains, where their really dedicated communities can gather together and have an IRL experience. Who would have thought, 5 or 6 years ago that a creator would get the broadcasting rights to live football? But that's exactly what's happened with Mark Goldbridge. And, the rest is series from Goalhanger. If anything that looks like public service media without it being a part of the BBC or ITV, it is that. And they've really built this franchise universe, which is expanding into books and is diversing revenue into live events as well. So a couple of things that I've pulled away from my time spent with creators and traditional entertainment companies this year that I want to share with you very quickly. I think the one that always comes out is don't treat creators as personalities, treat them as infrastructure. They are media companies. They are masters of their communities, and you should think about them in that way. It isn't all about younger creators and younger viewers. We've seen traditional TV talent doing remarkably well on social platforms. That's because it's about authenticity. It isn't about age. But of course, younger creators are doing remarkable work there too. If you want to understand a really good way to see a broadcaster working with creators, then have a look at Channel 4 and what they're doing with their 4.0 channel on YouTube. Elevate, don't emulate, and never assume. Why creators won't want to come and work with a broadcaster if they're just got to expect to do exactly what they do on their own social channel. They don't need to do that. Look at what makes them successful and provide a new concept for them to work in. I think Channel 4 do this remarkably well. And understand a creator's formula. I think there are like 3 key pillars behind the successful creators and the ones that are becoming creator franchises. It's the personality, of course. It's the mastery of the format. But it's also having a really successful formula. I think for someone like sort of Stephen Bartlett in the Diary of the CEO, it's thought leadership, it's humanity, and it's overcoming adversity. Whether it's someone like Mr. Beast, who's high stakes, high reward, and philanthropy. Understanding that formula really gives you the keys to then go to creators and think about how you can bring an interesting format to them in order to work with them. How about some hard numbers to finish? This is where we think the UK creator economy is going. We're predicting that the total number of creators will grow from 14.5 million all the way up to 21.8 million by 2032, with 10.5 million video creators as part of that and 16.3. Again, coming back to that point about video creation being really key to total creators going forward. And just to finish with some takeaways, yes, we're seeing a new growth chapter through AI tools. There are some engagement pain points, but we do believe that AI tools will solve some of them, particularly around time spent creating. We are seeing a creator franchise revolution in the UK, and we should be really proud of that. And it's down to those working in the creative industries to not only identify that, but to celebrate and support it. Creator collaboration can happen with traditional entertainment companies in a really exciting way. I loved what Sky Sports did recently with In the Box, if you've not seen that, around the Arsenal-Tottenham Hotspur match at the weekend. And a nation of creators. The number of UK creators is going to grow from 50% to 21.8 million in 2032. And with that, I'll say thank you and enjoy the rest of the conference. Thanks a lot.
Started to cry, but then remembered
And this is why we need breaks, because there's a lot of information to process there. Again, a round of applause for Ben. That was really, really good. Really, really good. Very, very good indeed. Okay, let me welcome some esteemed guests onto the stage, starting with Alison Lomax, who's the Managing Director of YouTube, UK and Ireland. Alison, come and you're chairing, so take a seat wherever you wish. Rick Shields, pro golfer and content creator. Rick, everybody. Grace Miller from Flight Story, you just heard about there. Grace, welcome. Last but definitely not least, Phil Hughes, who is founder and CEO of the Digital Creator Association. Please, come and sit down. Thank you. Right, now before Alison starts, we're going to see a short video.
Can I just say one thing?
We are strangers to love.
Lovely. You know, the rules.
And so
A full commitment.
what I'm thinking of.
You will not get this from any other guy. Guys!
I just want to
tell you how I'm feeling. Make you understand. Never gonna give you up. Never let you down.
Never
Run around and desert you. Never gonna make you
cry. Never say
goodbye. Never gonna tell you what a good life.
Happy birthday, YouTube.
Excellent. So it's our 20th birthday year, and that's one of the last times I get to show that. So thank you. And have we got any Rick Astley fans in the audience? Yay, in the front row. Excellent. So look, thank you. It's fantastic to be here today. We're going to dig into the creator economy. We've just heard lots about it. Fantastic data and analysis. And I'm delighted to be joined by this amazing panel. Rick Shields, PGA qualified golf professional, coach and digital creator with over 3 million subscribers on YouTube. Let's just see a little bit of your journey.
Not Rick Astley.
It's not Rick, exactly. Your version. Yeah.
It's me singing.
If we could just cue the video.
Hi, welcome to Rick Shields Golf Tip. Today I'm going to show you how to grip the golf club correctly every time.
Oh my God, go in. It went in! Oh!
So it's just going to be silent in the background now, sort of slightly strangely. Rick, welcome. Now, moving on to Grace Miller. We've heard from Ben a lot about Stephen Bartlett and Flight Story. Grace has the best job title ever, Head of Failure and Experimentation. Did you give yourself that job title, or where does it come from?
No, I didn't give myself it, but I do get two reactions. It's either people laughing or people saying it's the coolest job title in the world. So
and you love it.
I'm used to both. I absolutely love it.
Fantastic, I love it. And then we have Phil Hughes, a media entertainment lawyer and founder of the Digital Creator Association, a trade body representing digital creators. Thank you for being here. So in terms of framing, I think Ben did a brilliant job in framing the creator economy. I just want to say a couple of things. The first is that obviously it's growing, it's evolving rapidly. YouTube's ecosystem alone contributed over $2 billion to GDP last year. So it's a real growth driver and also a generator of new jobs across our nations and regions. Ben gave some great examples of established creators, and I'm surrounded by them here. But actually, there's a real opportunity for more growth from creators who haven't made it yet. So this year, in partnership with Public First, who's a consultancy, we went out to all UK creators and asked them what do they need to unlock growth. We were hoping for 1,000 responses, and we had over 10,000. So it's a phenomenal piece of research. And it showed that actually the biggest challenge was that creators felt that it wasn't recognised as a proper job. They didn't have just general recognition, there wasn't government recognition, they didn't have access to finance, access to infrastructure, and lacked some of the creative and technical skills. So, over the next 24 minutes and 35 seconds, we're going to tackle some of those areas. We're going to touch on scaling businesses, infrastructure and regions, and also building audiences with new AI tools and the opportunities there. So, first of all, Rick, I'm going to turn to you. I'm going to turn around a little bit more, actually. Quite a sharp turn. And can you share your journey from golfer to creator, how you drove growth and what might have held you back as well at times?
Yeah, absolutely. So, first off, I'm from Manchester. I used to be a teaching professional just down the road at the big driving range at Trafford Centre. And I wanted to expand my business. I wanted to become a busier golf coach. So 13 years ago, I decided to pick up an iPad, completely self-taught, and thought, well, YouTube seems fun. Always a big fan of YouTube. Fast forward now to that little sizzle you're seeing. We just got past over 1 billion views. I've now managed a team of 14. My offices are just 5 minutes down the road here in Salford. Manchester lad, and I just love how, even hearing Andy talk before, obviously I love Manchester. I'm so excited to see Manchester continue to grow.
That's incredible. And what held you back? Did you find that you had any challenges on the journey?
I think it coincided quite nicely with the growth of media here in Manchester. Yeah. So even recruiting editors, videographers was actually much easier than I expected it to be. There's no massive amount of challenges. The weather, maybe. Obviously, I film outdoor sports a lot, so I have to do a lot of travel. But as a whole, my 13-year journey has been pretty seamless. Obviously, it's had its up and downs, but I'm very lucky to get to live out a dream job, really.
Incredible. So you've got your production space here, but the locations tend to be abroad?
Yeah, I do a lot of travel. So I'm doing in the region of about 20 trips per year. For all different sectors. I know we're probably going to come on to expanding those regions soon, but what I've seen in Korea and Japan and Singapore this year has really blown my mind. And I know there's huge amounts of growth out there, which I'm really excited about tapping into.
Big Asian audiences as well.
Not yet.
Yes.
That's what a lot
That's
of my
the opportunity.
Audience, a lot of my audience is US based and UK. Yeah. So hopefully tapping into a bigger Asian market.
Fantastic, incredible. Right, moving on to Grace. So 5 years, that journey is really recent for Flight Story. Now has over 100 people in London, Manchester and LA. Yeah. So can you talk us through the growth and how it's happened so rapidly, where the opportunity's been?
Yeah, we originally started with, I think I was number 7 almost 4 years ago. And when I arrived, it was a tiny team just on the diary of a CEO. And then over the last, 4 or 5 years, we've grown to a range of podcasts, both UK and US based now, multiple offices, which is amazing because we started in Steve's flat in Shoreditch. So we've been able to expand to places like Manchester and then now LA and hopefully more around the US as well. But the team has rapidly grown over the last year and a bit since Flight Story was founded, where it's become a media company for exactly what Ben was saying before, the infrastructure or building creators as infrastructure rather than just talent.
Yeah. And most people, I mean, everyone would know Dara as CEO. What are the other shows and podcasts that you have?
Yeah, the second one we launched was a podcast called We Need to Talk with Paul C. Brunson.
Yeah, that's brilliant.
Yeah, he's on Married at First Sight as a relationships advice person. And then we've also got Begin Again with Davina McCall, who is an icon in the UK. And then we also launched our first US show with a woman called Dr. Kristen Holmes, who works at Whoop, and it's called The Line. And then we have a few more in the pipeline coming very soon, which is exciting.
Excellent. Yes. You can't share.
There's a US one, but I can't share the name yet. But
okay, excellent. Watch this space.
Yeah, it's coming very soon.
Fantastic. Phil, moving on to you. So you obviously work with digital creators across all sizes and maturity. What do you think we need more of to help them scale and grow into these next generation production companies like Rick or Flight Story?
Yeah, lots, I think. For those of you that work in the industry, also it's scaled massively, right? I spent a lot of time building what was the UK's biggest digital talent management business, turning over £60 million a year. Like, this is a scaled industry, but creators have a lot of problems, right? And I think to answer your question very quickly, what their kind of problems that they face. So everything from a lack of real professional recognition through to even when they're speaking to people like insurers and banks, they don't really even know what their job is. So access to finance can be quite difficult.
Even getting a mortgage, can't it? It's just something as simple as that. Not even a loan. It's a
which for self-employed people is hard enough anyway. But when people don't understand what your job is, it's really hard. And now they're dealing with this, like all the new technology that was talked about in the previous slide, which is awesome in terms of the exponential growth it can provide to creators, but the challenges that come with a lack of understanding of rights, lack of transparency, and all those things are also what they're being tackled with. So they're big questions that need addressing, and I think what needs to happen is we need better access to government, both nationally and locally, to aid their understanding of it, but also to have a voice in Parliament. And you and I, Alison, know we're working together on the first all-party parliamentary group for creators, which is a great first step for us to be able to talk to government about what the creator industry is about and what it needs, and also to hopefully get more economic investment into the space.
Yeah, and it's fantastic also to hear Andy talking earlier about the creator sector plan in this region and the opportunities for access to funding here as well. So moving on to talk about infrastructure and the regions. Obviously, production infrastructure isn't just mega studios. Affordable filming spaces and local edit suites are really, really important. And I think the point about talent is also critical. The fact that digital content creators are everywhere, not just in the southeast bubble, which can be a challenge for the broader creative industries. So Grace, I'd love you to just share how you think about the locations, which locations to invest in, the fact that you've got an office in Manchester as well as London and LA.
Yeah, we kind of see it as two parts of like offices with internal talent, and then where do we see creators and like guests being able to come on the podcast. So we didn't just make a Manchester office and hope that there was amazing talent here. We knew there was amazing talent, and so then we said, okay, we want to build a Manchester office around that talent, which has been amazing. So we have a team here, a team in London, and then in LA now. And our podcasts travel everywhere, so we're talking about it just before this. It could be in London if the right talent is there, but we've been to everywhere from filming in Mallorca to New York, Texas, anywhere in the north up here we've also traveled to. And it's not only that, we've then taken our live shows all around the UK and eventually around the world as well. So it really is where our audience is and where the talent is for the podcasts as well.
Yeah, that's really interesting. And in terms of your staff, so you've got 100, do you also have freelance community as well? Do you tap into local resource when you're filming?
Yeah, we have a mix of everything. So we have freelancers that come and work in-house, which is really nice. So they'll come even though they're freelance, they come and work in the office with us. But we also have freelancers around the whole world. So we've got lots up here, LA based, to help with recordings if our team from Manchester or London can't get there. So we have a whole network around the world.
And you've obviously, you work in the States, you work in LA, so you see the ecosystem there. How different is it in terms of access to filming and infrastructure compared to here in the UK?
We've started really small, so put it this way, when we started the Diary SEO, it was in Steve's apartment, and then when we moved to LA, or extended to LA, we then did it in an Airbnb. So we actually started really small. It's now moved into sound studios since then, and now it's back in Steve's house, which is hilarious. It's gone full circle of moving between places. But I think what's really interesting is being able to have the facilities to film if needed, but also knowing that you can do it if you've got the right talent in anywhere is possible. Like filming in Steve's house is what grew the Diary of a CEO on YouTube to the first 100K. And then we also got to 1 million still filming in Steve's house, which is amazing.
Yeah.
But it's the talent around that really helped us get there.
And there's more shared spaces there, aren't there, as well, for the broader creator ecosystem. There's something called the Lighthouse.
Yeah, the Lighthouse. So Colin and Samir, who are YouTubers, they launched almost like a creative workspace for people to come together, and they have launched one in LA, which I saw, and it was incredible. It's so beautiful, and also amazing talent and people to be around. And then they've just launched New York, and hopefully they're coming to the UK soon, which is exciting.
It's shared space as in filming, so you can book in, is it like studio space and editing?
Yeah, and I've seen this some in London as well. I've been to already, so I'm sure there's...
Yeah, I think that's really interesting, isn't it? As that evolves, it's just that providing that access much more easily.
Yeah, and being able to go in there if you need and making it accessible, because I think some of them around the world can be slightly more expensive to book a podcasting studio, so making it accessible.
And it's the community piece as well, isn't it? Bringing people together, because it can, if you're a creator and you are working on your own, it can be quite lonely.
Doing educational courses there as well. It's like a college campus almost.
Okay, brilliant, excellent. And Phil, from DCA's perspective, what would it take for regional creator communities to have a sort of stronger collective voice? Like, do you see groups coming together and bigger opportunity there?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, so the first thing I would say is we'd love more regional creators to join the DCA, because we're trying to be a collective voice for creators. So Rick, you'll be really welcome to join. But beyond that shameless plug.
Love it. Bit of pitching on stage. Excellent.
If there's
Rick,
anybody in the
signed
audience,
up.
give me a shout.
Yeah, and Stephen's in too.
Yeah, excellent. But I think it's just about creators, being organised, kind of informed and networked, and a lot of that comes through collaboration over competition. I think and that's what we try and do at the DCA, is trying to get people to be more collaborative and to meet more regularly, talk openly about what the issues are, and I think that's really important in the creative space. But more specifically, some of the stuff that Andy was just talking about on stage, and also there's the kind of creative clusters that are happening in the UK. Yeah. I'd really like to find a way of making sure creators benefit more fully from that, whether it's about organised regional communication with the mayors, or creating a central point in Westminster or another hub to make sure that creators are getting involved with the creative clusters and the type of, because all the funds and stuff that Andy was talking about, absolutely brilliant. But whether these types of creators are getting access to it, I'd really like to make sure they do.
That's a great idea, plugging into those regional funds. And in terms of like collaboration with other creators, is there a strong golf community?
Oh, it's huge. So again, when I started 13 years ago, there was 3 or 4 channels, but now there's probably over 1,500 channels.
Is that globally?
Globally, wow. Yeah. And it was very UK based originally, and then it's gone huge. America's a massive golf platform right now. And what's fascinating for me, a lot of the collaborations that I've ended up doing, not only with other creators, but other professional golfers, they've actually then gone on to take their own journey onto YouTube and social media. So someone like Bryson DeChambeau.
Did you coach him?
I didn't coach him, but I filmed with him
phenomenal,
a number of years ago, and he's gone on to do outrageously successful things on YouTube. Yeah. Ian Poulter, obviously UK guy, lives in Florida now. He just set up a channel this year, and he actually hired me for 2 days. I say hired, there was no payment. He invited me to...
You hung out with him?
He invited me to his house for 2 days, and basically it was me to almost coach him through what does making YouTube videos be like. Wow. And that was never a step in my career I expected. Tommy Fleetwood, again, a huge favourite here in the UK. He lives out in Dubai. He's just set up a YouTube channel. There was lots of talks about me actually running that for him. I couldn't do it with time commitments, but I think the professional sports stars are really starting to see the benefit. And it was interesting listening to why they want to do it. And a lot of it is connecting with fans, but also what sort of commercial upside it will have. So when they then negotiate a new deal with a clothing brand or a new club brand, suddenly their YouTube numbers get put into that slide, and their value as a professional athlete goes up. So that's been fascinating. That the collaboration in golf is so good. I mean, you don't really play golf on your own ever, so it collaborates really nicely.
And we're seeing actually a real trend around athletes as creators. For any Man City fans, Haaland's got an incredible YouTube channel. He's just launched it actually about a month ago, but it's brilliant. But as you say, it's a real sort of a new opportunity for athletes to build their brand and also build sport. So something that I'm aware of for golfers is actually reaching younger audiences. There are a lot of young players now, thanks to actually a lot of the content that you and others are creating.
Correct. And first off, I'm a Manchester United fan, and I hate him. But I must admit, I've actually tuned
Have you
into a
watched
few
it?
of his videos. I'm like, is he that bad? Do I hate him that much?
No, he's
I hate him a
excellent.
little bit less.
He's excellent. The him getting dressed up for Halloween is the best.
Oh, when he's going into like a petrol
He's the
station.
Joker, and he's really surprised that people recognise him. And it's like, well, you're really tall and really distinctive looking.
Yeah, but the younger audience is definitely a huge benefit in golf. Obviously, golf has been wrapped up in stigma that it's for an old man's sport. But now with all these new, not only YouTubers, but then professional sports stars getting into golf, but also actual superstars getting into golf, like famous artists, musicians getting into golf as well. It's doing the younger golf demographic a huge amount of good. It really is.
You heard it here. It's not about paddle. It's all about golf.
I love paddle as well. I must admit, that's my next channel.
Paddle
That's how I'm going to come back. Yeah.
There's a niche there.
Yeah,
I'm not aware of any yet.
Yeah,
So.
there is. There's quite a few out there. But yeah,
Excellent.
I'd love to set up.
We're going off brief now. Okay, right. Finally, let's talk about storytelling and technology. And Ben talked a lot about new technologies like AI really empowering human creativity. So Rick, I'd love to hear from you about how technology overall helps you build your audiences.
Yeah, massive amounts. Obviously, I'm a huge user of ChatGPT. I asked it the other day how many questions I'd asked it in its lifetime, and apparently I've used it for 2 years, 9 months, and I've asked over 3,000 questions to it.
I also recommend Gemini, which is Google's
right,
model.
okay.
It's excellent.
I should have said that. Yeah, I should have stayed on brand. Other AI tools are available. But I think for me, it's really given me an understanding of not only content ideas. You know, I've pretty much written, or we've written together, my next year's content plans, which is great.
Wow.
I've used it a lot for dubbing and captioning, and going back to that question before about other regions. When I spent time in Korea, I showed a few friends out there the Korean dubbing, and they were like, yeah, it's good, but we actually watch a lot of our content in English with Korean subtitles. I was like, damn, I've been wasting all my time doing this. So I'm now working on captioning all my videos as well. So
And the lip syncing is really improving.
It's huge, yeah. I'm really looking forward to seeing that. And you know, obviously the auto dubbing on YouTube is really, really good. I can't wait to see how it continues to progress. No, it does. It is. It's really good. I've tested it already, and already I think my latest video is dubbed in 21 different languages.
That's
and
incredible.
It's like,
and how quickly does that happen?
Oh, it's
in real time.
30 minutes.
Yeah, that's
it's
amazing.
Done. Yeah, before it gets released, and it's out there already in 21 different languages.
To that point about export, is then a brilliant way of actually exporting content and building your brand globally.
Correct.
Yeah, excellent. And Grace, what opportunities do you see then, sort of technology-wise?
Yeah, AI is the massive one, but we've been using a lot of the features on YouTube of experimentation, which is obviously my role, of like the title testing, the thumbnail testing, which has been amazing because before YouTube built this, we had to do it ourselves and try and hack it together almost.
And maybe share what the thumbnails are actually, just for the audience.
Yeah, so thumbnails are the images that are on your video. And what you can do, YouTube have now built a feature where you can test 3 different thumbnails or images to see what your audience engages with most. And it's really interesting because you could try, for example, like one of you close up versus one really far away with the golf in shot, and seeing like what do people engage with, what really captures them. Is it a facial expression? And I know Mr. Beast has tested this for so long, so it's really nice that all creators can use it now. And then obviously localization is a massive one, which I know was spoken about before in the presentation, and we are full force in that. Obviously YouTube's features are amazing, and even being able to do the thumbnails into different languages is really cool, so we can tailor it to a Spanish audience rather than them receiving the English thumbnail.
And which markets are you looking to expand into?
We've got 12 languages now. So Spanish was the one we started with first, and it's performing really well. But the others are just as strong, and we're seeing really good growth, which is amazing from what was talked about before, just being in English to being able to now reach the rest of the world and share in their languages. But again, we're still working to make it perfect because AI
helps you do it. I remember we were chatting last week, you mentioned something about the opportunity in Poland, which surprised you.
Yeah, we basically, like, it's funny, if you actually read your comments on YouTube, you might learn things from what people are asking for. And one of our biggest languages that was requested was actually Polish, and we tried it, and we have an amazing Polish audience.
Wow, that's incredible. I had no idea that there was this massive opportunity.
No, not at all, until people were commenting, asking for it, and we tried and it worked.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, it's just listening to audience and then being able to use the features that are on there has worked amazingly for us.
Amazing. Phil, what are your thoughts in representing the digital creator ecosystem around technology?
Crikey, I could talk about AI all day. I'm obsessed with it, but so actually interestingly, at the Digital Creator Association, we held an event the other day which was about creators and artificial intelligence, and a few things came out, right? So one is that it's really important, I think, when we talk about AI, to differentiate between kind of workflow tools and generative AI. So the type of stuff that creators are using to make everything more efficient versus actually creating content. And I think educating creators on the difference is really important. When it comes to the kind of product workflows, we found that actually a lot of creators are using it to make everything more efficient, whether it's for creating thumbnails, dubbing, all that kind of stuff. But some are kind of worried about being a bit left behind. And when it comes to generative AI, people are really interested in using it to create extra additional content, really cool, interesting new content, but they kind of have a few fears over kind of an understanding of it, but also what their rights position is and how their rights are going to be used.
Yeah.
So just generally speaking, when you listen to creators about artificial intelligence, the opportunity is massive, like the stuff that vector distribution that Rick's talking about, but also there is a fear there. So I think having more open conversations about it and continuing to kind of educate creators is really important to make sure we get the most out of the opportunity that tech and AI represents.
Yeah, and the APPG group will obviously help that.
Yeah, massively, yeah.
Excellent. Right, a final question for all of you. If you had one ask for how the UK could further support digital creator growth, what would it be? I'm going to start with you, Grace.
I would say kind of what you mentioned before is helping creators at the very beginning to be able to get to millions of followers, and really helping them whether it's, and I've seen it with people around me, not necessarily our company because we're a company now, but creators at the very start of being able to get a mortgage or a loan, being able to start up, and also finding the talent, like finding people within the industries and freelancers that are out there that are also able to be, like, if the government can help them be able to connect and make it more affordable to start out, because it is an amazing career, and it is a career now. And I love when I see videos on Instagram of people saying, of the children, and they say, what do you want to be when you grow up? And they say YouTuber. And I love that, because I'm like, that is a career now. And so really helping people at the very start, I think, is probably most important right now, to make sure that this is still a career for people.
Yeah, it's interesting. And when Andy was talking earlier about curriculum, like the importance of actually promoting creative industries, and at an early stage, isn't it?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. Phil?
Like we touched on at the start, like quite a multitude of things would help, I think. But yeah, Andy talked about investment into modern production needs, which I think is really important to give people who might not have access to. I mean, YouTube and platforms like that have democratized access to audiences, but a lot of people still don't have access to the kind of equipment and the post-production facilities that they need. So that would really be really helpful.
Some of more of those shared spaces that Grace was talking about.
And again, better skills and kind of educational development pipelines. So educational courses more so in the UK, and maybe university kind of industry relationships, so that kind of innovators and creative people are staying in the regions and creating benefits for the economy, I think would help too.
Yeah, fantastic. And Rick?
Yeah, I think obviously Grace and Phil have covered a lot of the key areas there. I think actually teaching it at a younger age, as we said now, YouTuber is a career, and a lot of kids want to be YouTubers. When my kids go into school now, they're more proud that I've got a gold plaque than that I'm any good at golf. And I think
that's hilarious.
It does need.
Do you have like unboxing parties?
Yeah,
they would if they could.
They would. Yeah.
It's the first thing they show people when they come to the house. But like, I think just being able to teach kids what that means, but also the safety online as well. I was mentioning like the comments can get as much as you've got to listen to your audience. Sometimes comments aren't particularly nice and they're nasty. I think being able to police that a little bit better as well. But also kind of educating kids the upside of social media, but potential the downsides as well. But I think for me personally, if they could make golf more accessible, build more short golf courses that people can get into golf a little bit more.
So not the full.
For me, there's a pathway between mini golf driving range and a full proper golf course. I think being able to convert spaces into like 6-hole golf courses would really be beneficial, not only from a health standpoint, but golf's a great sport that teaches you so many fantastic things, and the more golfers, the more subscribers I get. So
I love it. It's all about, exactly. I think Andy's left, but more golf courses. Excellent. Phil, Grace, and Rick, thank you so much for your time. It was excellent. Really rich insights. It's very clear talent is everywhere. There's huge opportunity. And yeah, really exciting. So thank you for your time. Thank you all.
That's great. And thank you to YouTube. Like, I don't think YouTube gets enough like praise and credit. Like, you're so fantastic to work with, and you've always been like so creator-led. I think that sometimes gets lost. So congratulations on 20 years.
That was not in the brief, by the way.
Yeah.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Rick. Right, everyone, can we just have a moment for Rick here, because he turned up here today despite the fact he's a Man United fan. Isn't that nice of him?
It hurts.
Thank you so much for that, Rick. Thank you.
But what I didn't say, he's also a Tottenham fan. So we're both kind of crying today. Thanks, everyone.
What a trooper, ladies and gentlemen. What a trooper. Andy Burnham, of course, mentioned it. Of course he did, backstage. Okay, so thank you very much. By the way, can I get the house lights on a minute? Can I get those on? Is that possible? Do we have the technologies to do that at a technology conference? Oh, the irony. Okay, right, I'm just going to have to look out at you. How many of you would be comfortable when asked by a relative or friend to say your job title is head of failure? How many of you would be comfortable, actually genuinely comfortable to go, I'm head of failure? Yeah? I think that is an amazing, does anyone else think that's an amazing title? Yeah, it's amazing. It's amazing. Because I don't think there's, you can put them down now, Sorry, hello everyone upstairs. Hello, hey, head of failure, that's incredible, isn't it? It's the budget this week, isn't it? That's an interesting title, perhaps, there. Okay, right. Now, we've got some creators that are going to come on the stage and talk about their own experiences. Firstly, we've got the disability rights advocate, content creator, and author, Zara Beth. Hi, Zara. We also have the TikTok magician and now Blue Peter presenter, Joel Morwinny. Joel. What a smile, Joel. That's amazing. That's brilliant. You can tell why you got the Blue Peter, Joel. Brilliant. And also head of innovation and ideation, not head of failure, sadly. But head of innovation and ideation at the Media City Immersive Technology Innovation Hub. Yes. Which thankfully is called MITI for short. Hosting is Amy Stewart.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. How are you all doing? All good? Good. Okay, well, we've heard a lot today already about the kind of creator economy and the opportunities and, you know, what the future looks like. But I think in our session, we really wanted to think about, you know, kind of the real creators and how they are kind of being affected. So I'm really pleased to have this great session with these guys. First off, let's get a little bit of a taste of what they do. Cue videos.
Just a little something we have here in Louisiana. A little hard to fix, don't worry. Sit down at my table. Put your minds at ease. If you relax, it will enable me to do anything I please. I can read your future. I can change it around some too. I look deep into your heart and soul. You do have a soul, don't you, Lawrence? Make your wildest dreams come true. I got voodoo, I got voodoo, I got things I ain't even tried.
Was that your card?
All of that's used by AI. It's not real. It's all camera tricks. That's not true.
And let's have a little look at Zara Beth as well, please.
I got left on yet another train as a wheelchair user. I get trains pretty much weekly because of what I do as my job, but as I'm getting more of them, I'm figuring out that it doesn't always go smoothly. There are definitely more things in place to make it accessible, like passenger assistance, but things still often go wrong, and I think that's just part of being a wheelchair user. You have to be ready and prepared for everything to go wrong. This is when I realised I was put on an empty train and had been sat there for half an hour.
I'm currently stuck on another train. It's not leaving. I think I'm on the wrong train.
I tried to get the attention of people by sticking my hand out the train, but it's kind of risky, and there was no one there. At this point, I had no idea what was happening or whether passenger assistance had even put me on the right train.
What the fuck do I do? My train was due to leave 10 minutes ago and I'm on an empty train. I don't think this is my train. I think they've put me on the wrong one. And there's no one here.
Eventually, I got a guard's attention, and they came and told me what was going on. I was on the right train, but it was just delayed by an hour, and I hadn't been told anything. I was just left on an empty train. There's definitely improvements to be made for the communication on things like this, but I'm grateful that I eventually got where I needed to go.
So that's a little taste of what they both do, both kind of very different. Can you just introduce yourselves and tell us a little bit more about yourselves?
I'm Zara Beth. I'm a content creator, author, and disability advocate. I make content about accessibility and just educating on my disabilities and teaching people that, like, there are so many barriers that we have to face, but like if we make society more accessible and, you know, we include things and we make things based on people's needs, you can actually do so many things. So I'm just kind of proving that through travel and things like that.
Well, hello, I'm Joel. I was a magician, started working doing that when I was 11 in cabaret clubs and stuff, which definitely wasn't legal. But then I started doing TV magic, so I had a series on BBC One when I was 19, then did some stuff with Sky, getting picked up eventually as a Blue Peter presenter, and I sell them for 20 quid, so speak to me after the thing, it'll all be great. And then I suppose in the middle of that during COVID, when live shows and doing magic wouldn't work touring, I focused on TikTok and grew that up to, I think it's across the platforms 18 million, it's 18 million something followers just doing magic trick videos like that, usually either by myself, which was lonely, or with my younger brother as a sort of accomplice, so good times.
Brilliant. So, you know, you both kind of get millions of views, but what are the harder things behind kind of making videos that some people might not see behind all the glitz and glam?
Probably keeping a work-life balance when you are your own boss, because there's nothing to tell you like clock out at 5, clock out at this time. You're just doing it yourself. And like I mainly work from my bedroom, so it's all in one room, and if you can work from your bed, it's really hard to not work when you've got nothing to do. And also dealing with things like hate comments, because you can't please the whole internet.
Literally the exact same issue. I was sat editing in bed till like 11:30 last night, so it does happen. But I think a similar sort of thing for me, the big challenge is coming up with the ideas, and that is something actually referencing back to what we were talking about earlier that AI really does help with. Yeah. But for me, it was coming up with the next video, and you're on this hamster wheel of, oh my goodness, I have to keep pushing something out there, especially when the videos start to do well. It actually gets worse. The pressure's on there, and you know people are watching. So for me, it was always coming up with the ideas and trying to stand out. That was the hardest part of the job.
Yeah, that's tough. And that kind of like life-work balance, how do you deal with that?
It's a difficult one. I think just trying to like schedule in, like I literally schedule in like block hours of like, you're gonna rest, you're gonna do something nice, like going out and doing stuff in the real world that isn't on a screen, because it can be so easy to get sucked into like the stats and, you know, the whole business side of it, that you forget to just like live and that you're a person on the other end of it. So yeah, it's a tricky balance, but you get there in the end.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's scheduling for sure. It's that whole thing. Nobody's making you do anything, so you have to really be quite ruthless with yourself. So Google Calendar is my best friend, and it pings telling me stop working, go to the gym, see, go. I have it in the schedule to see, go, friend. So, but if I don't, it won't happen, my break, because you'll just want to do the next thing, because I think with anything creative, it's never finished. So you could finish working for the day, but it's like, I could do the next one, and then you just burn yourself out. So I think that's something to be really mindful of. I think trying to keep up some sort of social life and make commitments well in advance is also a really good thing for the work-life balance as well. If your friend's expecting you to be at Nando's for 2, you're probably going to make it happen, and treating that as just as important as the work.
Yeah, I'm sure that pleases your girlfriend as well, that she's in your Google Calendar. So we've heard as well before a lot about kind of like remaining authentic, and obviously you have to kind of be relatable and things like that, but you know, what do you share, you know, what do you decide to share publicly but also keep to yourselves?
It is really difficult because, I mean, I share a lot of really personal things. Like I share a lot of the things I've gone through health-wise, mental health, like I'm neurodivergent, so I share loads of experiences like that. But you have to try and find a balance between sharing stuff that you know people are going to relate to and sharing stuff that you know is going to help people and make an impact in my case. But also keeping stuff that feels like you're giving a part of yourself away, because you want to keep a bit of a barrier so that like you're going to get hate comments, you have to prepare yourself for that. So if you're not prepared to hear it, probably don't share it yet. And I mean, especially things like relationships, friendships, just keeping a bit of it private to yourself so that you've got something that you just know is you and you've got no outward influence. It helps make it feel less vulnerable, but being vulnerable does help. So yeah, it's a fine balance.
Yeah, I think it's tricky. I had a struggle with it a couple of years ago because especially during lockdown, I was able to post all day long and millions of people were seeing this stuff, but I never saw those people face to face. So it came as a real shock then whenever I met these people in real life, out and about, and there's that parasocial thing where people come up and they think that they really, really know you. And I'm sort of like, you don't know me at all, but they know what you see. So I'm always very mindful now as to what I put out, because people do remember stuff and they get a really good sense of what you might be like. I sort of have a little heuristic in my head, which is if it's not something that somebody I would see once every couple of months for coffee wouldn't know about me, don't put it out, because but it's tricky because it is also that line of wanting to be authentic at the same time as well. I may be a little bit different in that my content is very magic focused, so long as I'm putting that out, I'm kind of safe. But I have a lot of friends who do struggle because they're very much, it's just their personality that is so amazing. That's what makes it grow. So it's always a weird sort of...
Yeah, when you're posting about your life, it's like, especially because I post my experiences and kind of the things I'm doing day to day and, you know, how I'm feeling about it. And so when you're posting that, it's like, do I say this? Can I say this? And especially when you're working like with companies and stuff and it becomes a brand, it's like, how do you differentiate you as a person and you as a creator, like you as a business?
Yeah, I think it's scary as well because I'm quite careful as to what I put out, but even now I've seen, because people have shown me, there's stuff out with my face, inappropriate pictures of me that aren't even me, and me saying things that aren't even me because AI lets that happen now, and it's thinking, right, okay, I can be as careful as possible now with what I put out, but what's stopping somebody else? So that's a new fear unlocked for you all.
Definitely.
And have you put stuff out that you've then gone, oh, I wish I hadn't done that?
I don't think I've regretted anything I've put out, but there's definitely stuff that I will cringe at if someone shows me a video of myself and makes me watch it. But I think it's just watching things back can be difficult because you change over time. Like I started posting content when I was a teenager, like when I was 15. And so now that I'm like an adult, looking back at that, I'm like, oh my God, I'm such a baby. And so, yeah, just being mindful that it's going to be on the internet forever. Like you can take videos down, but people record them. They're always going to have an internet presence. So, yeah.
Yeah, it's so true. There's definitely stuff, if it popped up now that I posted years ago, that I would cringe as well. But I think the other way of thinking about that is if that wasn't the case, then you probably haven't changed very much and you're probably not posting enough either.
Yeah.
I really struggle to watch stuff back that I've done anyway. I put it off as long as possible because I don't think it's ever comfortable, especially when it's not just short form stuff, because I make a lot of short form, but if it's long form, that's even worse. So there's something to be said for that. I mean, I don't know if other people are going back and watching that stuff as much as you think, but maybe you just sort of have to accept that they would.
Sometimes.
Really?
Yes.
Yeah. Brave.
Yeah, when they're good memories, it's like, it's a bit different when it's, like I would never go and watch like one of my information videos back because, you know, it's cringy watching yourself. But yeah, when it's like sharing memories and stuff, like when you're being vulnerable and it's friends and, you know, good memories, it's nice to have it documented. That's one of my favorite things about like my job is that everything, like I've done all the trips I've been on, I've got memories of it all. It's almost scrapbooked like in a video. It's really cool.
It's really sweet, except I had a blonde man bun for many years, and I can't look back at that. It's not okay.
And the big quiff as well. You had
Oh,
that for
I
a
had
bit.
a massive quiff, yeah. I was masking a hairline, got a transplant done. It was worth every penny, so yeah.
And we touched a little bit about comments. Well, do you read your comments? And how do you deal with that? Like you say, they are, you get positive and you get negative.
Yeah, there's always negative comments, like especially if something goes viral, which a lot of my videos did. One of my videos got nearly 100 million views just on that video, just on one platform. And so like the backlash you get from that is crazy, because it's going out to audiences that don't understand you. Like a lot of my audiences are like disabled people, neurodivergent people, who are used to, hearing all the terms and the things I speak about, they know. But when that goes out to the general public, especially TikTok, it's not good. But I have people moderating comments, like you can set filters. I do everything you can, but sometimes it's best to just save yourself and not look at them. You just got to stay strong in like who you are, and like, ask for feedback from friends and things instead of random people on the internet. Yeah, you just have to build a bit of a defense mechanism, because otherwise, yeah, it can get to you.
I totally agree with that. It's funny the things that will annoy you as well, because I could have someone write something ruthless about the way I look or sound, and it doesn't bother me so much. I think so many years of doing magic out in really, really scummy venues just taught me to not care about that. But the one that gets me is people guessing how the tricks are done. That'll like trigger me so much, because you hear the most stupid guesses, and then some people do get it right. I delete those comments, but the people, but it's people. The worst one is when people will comment something and they'll say, "Oh, magnets." I'm like, "Do you know how magnets work? You can't do that." But then I'm like, well, it has 10,000 likes, so I suppose it's better people think it's that than, the invisible string that is the obvious guess. So you can tell I get very triggered by this, so I try not to look too much. My answer would be, I don't really look anymore. I think I used to in the beginning. The only time I will is initially when a video goes live. I'll go in and pop a few of my own comments. But like what you said, I find it's better to ask people who maybe I would trust, who are also in the space, for their feedback, rather than just random strangers. Because there might be some nuggets in there, but like the downside is just not worth sitting scrolling through all day. And again, it never ends. So you have to protect yourself.
There's too many to scroll through that you get stuck in it, and then you're like, I could do this better, I could do this better. You start overanalyzing yourself, because you're the person who decides whether you're doing it good enough. So yeah, that's difficult. Yeah,
and if you have a sort of negativity bias in your head, which all of us do, it's that classic thing. If you'll see 99 that are just wonderful, but it's the one that will get you.
You'll remember that.
Yeah, and you could go through and change your mindset and stuff. It's easier to just not look sometimes. Save yourself the hassle.
And, thinking about all the different platforms that are available, and obviously YouTube's here today, so sorry YouTube, but what would be your favorite? TikTok, Instagram, YouTube?
Definitely YouTube.
Yes.
No, sorry, go ahead.
Actually, YouTube. I mean, like, I started on TikTok initially, and so it's a lot more fast-paced, and it's a lot easier to, go viral on a random video, so you can get the reach, but it's not always reaching the audiences you want, which is something I found. Whereas things like YouTube and even Instagram, which is kind of a bit more touching base daily, I have a lot more of like a structured community that comes back every video. They're watching long form content, and so I feel like that's where you build the community and the connections with people. And yeah, it's nice to have people that come back every video so it does well, and not having to worry like whether it's going to sit right with the audience. But yeah, it's difficult because every single platform has a different audience, so you have to make different content and appeal to different people. But yeah, YouTube and Instagram are my favorites.
Yeah. It's YouTube for me in that that's really the only one I use. So my biggest is TikTok, but I don't go near it, because if I start, I won't stop, and it'll just be an endless scroll. I don't have the self-control. So really the only thing I actually consume is YouTube, and usually long form as well. I enjoy just sticking that on in the background while I'm doing chores. But in terms of the audience, you're so right. And actually I've noticed that although my audience is bigger on TikTok, I'll get more people in real life notice me from YouTube, because I think, like you say, it's the audience you're actually going afterwards, and they're more likely to come up and say hello, and I think that tells you quite a lot. So yeah, for me it's YouTube, guys. No, but for real. Yeah.
My claim to fame is that I also love YouTube. My claim to fame is that I convinced Louis Theroux to do a chicken shop date.
Wow.
Yay.
How'd you do that?
Back in the Jiggle Jiggle. Yeah, he didn't even know who Amelia was. Chicken shop date. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah. Influenced.
Can you be my agent?
Well, let's talk afterwards. Yeah. So in terms of like, you know, thinking about traditional media, thinking about kind of, you know, AI content, everything is, you know, everyone's kind of like wants a bit of social media now. I was like waving the flag for social media for years, but now it really feels like those traditional companies are kind of getting it and kind of jumping on board. So how do you deal with that? Everything is getting really busy. Like, how do you kind of stay on top of that, getting people to notice you, know that you're there, especially with AI content? That's a really tricky one.
It's difficult when there's so much content that goes out that can be kind of a similar format and things. So I think having your own like format of editing and like your own voice is really important. Like, I can make content, like if I get in a scroll and I look at other people's content, I'm like, oh, I should be doing that, that's doing well, and you overanalyze looking at other people. But if I make content like them, my audience isn't there for that. They're there for what I do naturally. And so just coming up with ideas and talking as if it's just like you, like what you want to say from your heart, just being like honest. And the videos where I do that and I don't fully script it and I just like live and record things, they tend to do the best. It's when you start overthinking it and you're worrying about all the people overpowering you and trying to kind of outdo them that my content starts to not land as well, because that's not why people like subscribed in the first place. So I think not getting in your head about that can really help, but easier said than done.
I think you're so right. For me, I'm always sort of mindful of what are the, even if it's just one or two things that would make me different in my niche to somebody else, and really, really squeeze into that. And you can be quite intentional about it. And it means you don't have to fake it either, because you're just more of yourself a little bit. Yeah. So for me, Northern Irish, there aren't really any other Northern Irish magicians. So whenever I'm on camera, hamming that up for sure. It's little things like that that they're sort of USPs. So I think it's leaning into those. And then in terms of standing out, really there's only so much that's within your control, because you can't do anything about the influx of other stuff that's being created. So it's really just going, right, the only thing I can do is just try and make the best stuff I can as often as I can. And if you sort of try and block everything out, I think as a creator, if you're small and you have a small team, that's really all you can do. You could really freak yourself out if you thought about the competition. But you know, you could scare yourself out of just doing the one important thing, which is making something.
Yeah.
And that's why you get it into the first place.
It's better to get something out than to worry so much trying to perfect something that you don't even post because you're so stressed about it. Like when you burn out, I've definitely gotten into that cycle where you're like, I don't want to post, it's not going to do well, I can't do it right. And it's like, just post, just do what you want to do. And like that's usually when it does the best, is just when you're doing what comes naturally.
And what about like the ethics of it all? Like, has your content been like copied?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of fake accounts. People make Tinder profiles pretending to be me. I have.
Sorry about that.
Thinking about your boyfriend on stage. Love that.
Yeah, I mean, people have literally said like, I've got a boyfriend now, but I'm looking for someone on the side, and I'm like, that is not me. But yeah, people making like fake content, people trying to scam people in DMs, like there's a lot of Facebook accounts made that are pretending to be me, but it's so hard to regulate it. Like, you can report it, but it doesn't always get taken down. So yeah, making people aware of that.
Yeah, that's another one of those things I just was like, I'm not going to look anymore because it'll stress me out too much. Because I found once there was a TikTok page, and someone had actually sent it to me being like, oh, I liked your recent video, and it had 500,000 followers on TikTok, but it wasn't me, it was just a direct replica of my page, but they would have been making decent money off it as well, just off the ad revenue. And then I was like, well, I don't really know what to do to get this taken down. Tried and it didn't work, so I sort of gave up on it. But the more irritating one, which you sort of have to just wrap your head around and think about it differently, is that when people, when they not necessarily steal your content and repost it, but when they actually just copy the ideas. Because as I say, the hardest bit of the job for me was coming up with the stuff in the first place. And there was a while where other magicians were just verbatim, exact same sound effects. There were a couple people find someone to sort of act as the way my brother did in my videos, with like the same react. And it's like, goodness me, the worst part is that sometimes their videos would perform better than my original one did as well. Well, because they have the advantage of seeing which bits worked and which bits didn't, because they can watch retention graphs and stuff. So it's one of those things that you maybe just have to accept as well. There's nothing really you can do about that.
And take it as a compliment.
Yeah, the only thing I will say is that whenever I got the Blue Peter job and I started doing TV instead, the people that were copying had to stop posting too, because I wasn't posting stuff to copy. So you're always a couple steps ahead, and I think that's the only way you can cope with it. But I suppose the only thing you can really do is not do it yourself, so that you don't add to the problem necessarily. But yeah, it is tricky, and with AI, there is that worry, like, oh, what if the next big magician for me is just not real? But listen, who am I to talk about that? I'm just guessing. I think all of us are to an extent whenever we guess as to what that's going to be, and you could freak yourself out. But
and I think that's it. Like, the landscape moves so quickly, and like, you know, AI is, you know, kind of coming at us at an incredible force. What would you hope, like, in the next 5 years? Like, what would you hope for on social media, that kind of creator economy?
I think more like long form content where people are just like not as edited and not as highly polished, like just real people talking about stuff, documenting stuff. Like, I love watching old videos from, like, you know, 2016 YouTube era, where people are just sharing what they're doing, and they're not, you know, trying to make it this perfected thing that can feel quite scripted sometimes. Like, more of the real stuff would be nice. And that as well, like in short form content, like just sharing like stories and stuff that you learn something out of it, you get something from it. That's my favorite type of content. I'd like to see more about that.
Yeah, I think for me, my big hope with social in general moving forward isn't even necessarily like the specific type of content, because I imagine it probably will change, and like you do hope long form stuff sticks. But for me, the reason I got on social was to then turn that into this, which was being able to go do a magic show live or something like this. And I hope that it doesn't get to a point where we're all just so glued and so stuck and the dopamine's rushing so much that we stop doing stuff like this. Because I think that's why people get into it in the first place, is for real life human connections and meeting the people they know online. And that's really why I hope doesn't go away. And maybe, who knows, like, listen, if we're able to use the tools with AI to get faster and put out more, it might build better relationships if we use it in that way to allow more of this stuff to happen.
But human connection is always going to be important, isn't it? And if someone was starting up today, a content creator wanted to start up today, you know, what advice would you give them?
Do it because you love it and not because you want a job. Because if you start thinking, I want to do this as a full-time career, you know, it's going to make me money, that's going to be your focus, and you're going to burn out. Because, like, I didn't make any money for the first 3 years at all. And, like, if I was doing that as a job, I would have given up way earlier. Just do it because you love it, because that's the only way that you're going to enjoy what you're doing, and it's going to perform well.
Literally the exact same piece of advice. I just sort of second that as well. And I would say the other way of thinking about it is, if you do go into it for that reason of wanting a job and wanting to make money, you'll probably in the end just get beaten by somebody who would do it for fun anyway, because you'll find somebody like you or me or another creator that even if they weren't getting paid, they'd be sitting doing the video editing, and they'll beat you. So
you've got to love it. I mean, if you love it, you're going to be the most authentic, and you're going to do the best job that you can. Because if you hate doing it, and niche in, like, find your niche and find something that you really enjoy talking about, and you can give a lot of information on, because then you're not going to run out of content ideas. Yeah.
Your answer's better than what I'd say, so let's go with
that. We've come to the end of our session now, but the last question, I guess, from me is, who's in control? Is it you or the algorithm?
Me.
YouTube.
Yes.
No, me, of course, me. That's my cope mindset.
Thank you so much for chatting today. Really appreciate it. Give us a round of applause. Well done.
Zara, Joel, and Amy. Okay, you'll be pleased to know that we are going to have a break. Yes, but you've enjoyed it though, haven't you? Yeah, of course. But we are going to kind of cut it down. So you're still going to come back here at 11:45. Just going to give you a little menu very quickly of what's coming up. If you're interested in AI, if you're not, fuck are you doing here? Quite frankly. You'll be interested. There is Right to Remix, Generative AI, Consent, and the Future of Creativity. That's taking place in Aldridge Studio 1, which you'll know because you have the app. If you're new to the creative industries, of course, then in Studio 3, after the break, it's Innovation in Education, Roadmap to Creative Industries. And as you may know, of course, Beyond couldn't happen without its incredible partners. And we have a brilliant partner program this year. So if you head over to Aldridge Studio 2 after the break, you can see part of our partner program. Very interesting, actually. Creative Coastal Futures, put together by Plymouth Culture, Lancaster Arts, University of Plymouth, and University of Glasgow, and asks how can creative industries connect and catalyse in our coastal regions. And finally, coming back here to this stage, and I'm definitely going to be watching this, John Newbegin, who is World Conference on Creative Economy International Steering Committee, and Gus Casely-Hayford, Director of V&A East, asking this question. The role and art, what is the role of art and culture as a means of resistance? Right, enjoy the break. 11:45 back in here. Go and have some croissants. take a seat. Very good. Gosh, this is so bright. There we go. That's right, everyone. Come in, take a seat. Comfortable. Good coffee break. Yes? Indulge in pastries. Were they good? All right. I'm kind of in the fast lane for type 2 diabetes, so I'm avoiding all of those pastries, sadly. All right. Welcome back. Thank all of the people who spoke earlier on. It's just brilliant. And now we've got just the best panel. So thank you very much indeed for coming in to join us. We're going to be talking about solidarity. We're going to be talking about resistance. Elena Toidze is one of the key contributors to Georgia's first national culture strategy in 2023. Yes. Who's from Georgia in? Yes. We're talking about the country, not the US state. Georgia. Yes, love that. And Elena was in 2023 co-founded and became director of the Creative Clusters Alliance. Now, alongside Eleni, it will be a fascinating human being, previously director of the Smithsonian National Museum of African Art in Washington, a British curator, historian, cultural critic, and now the first director of V&A East in London, Gus Casely-Hayford. And the panel you're about to see is chaired by John Newbegin, who is the co-founder and first chair of Creative England and is a visiting fellow at Goldsmiths University of London. So please welcome John, Eleni and Gus onto the stage where we talk about solidarity and resistance.
So welcome back, everybody. This is a rather kind of sober session. There's a lot of wars going on in the world, but there's also a culture war going on. And to my way of thinking, it's a war not between cultures, but against culture, because culture is something which grows out of the community, energy of a community, which includes friction and disagreement as well as agreement. And the right-wing populists and authoritarians do not believe in debate. They believe in a world that is divided into black and white. So there is a real culture war going on. And when J.D. Vance, the US Vice President, opened his speech at the NATO Security Conference in Munich earlier this year, he started by saying, the thing that worries me is not the threat from Russia and China, but the threat from within. And by that he meant European culture. So European culture is really in a struggle for its existence. And I think we've been very defensive. We need to get back on the front foot. What we're going to do, because we only have half an hour, is each of us just going to speak for 3 or 4 minutes. So I've asked Elena to speak for a bit more. And then we'll have a bit of a discussion. And we've been told no Q&A because it's only a half an hour session. But afterwards at lunch, obviously, you can pick up with any of us outside in the foyer. So I'm going to start by asking Elena. But before doing that, Gus and I both want to do a little kind of promo for Georgia, because Elena comes from Georgia, and if ever there was a country with a distinctive culture, it's Georgia. I mean, the food is unbelievably distinctive. The wine is made in a way that no other wine is made anywhere in the world. The dance is unbelievable and completely unique to Georgia, and the script is completely unintelligible to 90% of the human race. So Georgia is a very, very particular country, and Elena, you're in a very particular and difficult circumstance. So tell us a bit about what's going on in Georgia and your role in it.
Thank you, John. Thank you all for coming, and thank you for hosting me. It's a pleasure and honor to be here on this panel with you. I want to start by asking you to just think about the place where you've taken the most amount of selfies in your life. Just think about it, if you've taken selfies at all. So maybe it's a mirror or the holiday destination. But I'm not a fan of selfies, but I've taken many of them, like hundreds of them in the last year. But not because I wanted to remember the place I was taking the selfies in, but because I just wanted to show the resistance. If you could just show the collage, I want to show you the collage of my selfies and photos that I've taken in the last year. And this is because I wanted to show the presence. And this building, you see, is mostly the Parliament building in the capital city of Tbilisi in Georgia, because this place has become the kind of a stage for solidarity and resistance for tens of thousands of Georgians. And I briefly say why, because like last year on 28th of November, it will be a year, like in a couple of days, our ruling party has announced that they were stopping membership talks to the EU, and basically they were suspending our constitutionally defined aspirations towards Euro-Atlantic world. So it was like a red line for people of Georgia, and since then, without pause, every day, we've been going to the streets of the capital city and also other streets to protest the injustice, to protest and fight for our freedom. So that's what I wanted to share with this, and this is not about me, basically, it's about the perseverance of Georgian people, the people who are just going there and showing themselves every day, notwithstanding all that is happening there. And I also want to talk about what is happening in the sector of culture, because culture has been on the forefront of this. You don't see other people in these selfies, but basically outside there are musicians playing, there are theaters on strike, there are artists selling their artworks to support the protests. There are a lot of creative people, basically, as I said, on the forefront of this. And it has not been an easy year for creatives and creative organizations, because with all of this, the government initiated different laws that basically made the life of creative independent organizations impossible. And many of them, especially in the regions, artist organizations, creative organizations, they just had to stop because they don't have any kind of source of funding right now. So, and I say that, and we all know, I guess, that authoritarians always want to control culture. But I think that it's really hard to control culture. It's kind of like a water, because it takes different forms and different shapes. And what I want to say is that a couple of days ago in Barcelona, the Georgian advertising campaign got the Grand Prix and other awards on ADCE Festival. That's an advertising festival, a really important festival. And this campaign was narrated and directed in prison by the people right now who are sitting in prison. And it hurts me to say this, but today in Georgia, a lot of people from the creative and cultural field, journalists, poets, writers, the directors, the comedians, musicians, they're just serving the prison sentence, and there is more than 60, and the list grows. So it's just terrible what is happening. But cultural people find a way to resist this, to fight this, and to find different ways to just, continue the protest and show themselves. And lastly, what I wanted to say on this matter is that authoritarians can just do something, can abolish the institutions and organizations, but they can't abolish what's in your DNA, what's your identity, what's the culture. So, I want to show a video that's kind of a case, what happened in terms of this in Georgia. So during the really, really bad and severe crackdowns on protests, thousands of people just gathered in the streets of Tbilisi, and they danced the national folk war dance named Horumi to show the resistance and to fight for the injustice, against the injustice that is happening in our country. And I was part of it also, so just please, if you could just put on the video. Yeah, that's just a brief, short video, but you can check more, and you can also check the ad, the campaign I was mentioning. It's really brilliant. It's named Birds Never Forget to Fly, so it's great.
Elena, thank you. There's a number of things I'd like to pick up from that, but and we'll come back to that later on. But we also agree between the three of us that because time is short, we talk about cultural institutions and the role of institutions in resistance and solidarity. So you used to work for the Ministry of Culture, so you were in a kind of formal institution.
Yes.
Then you set up the CC, the Creative Cultural Alliance, which is a kind of informal institution, and now that itself is in trouble. So in institutional terms, culturally, how are you feeling about the future of culture in Georgia and the way you are working together as an institution, however informally?
Yeah, it's a hard question because it's a hard situation. I guess all of the organizations who still continue to work, they try to work more informally. So we founded the Alliance, but we couldn't just continue as an institution and organization because it's really hard to do so now. But we are working as a like-minded people, as people who support each other. One of our members, actually, the Art House, a really great community space in one of the regional towns, they're being evicted from the building. They worked for years, and they just renovated and did a lot of great stuff there. But yeah, the local municipality wants to evict them from there, and we're just trying to like spread the word, to share the information, and this is also a good platform for me to just share these stories. And we try to just support each other case by case, sometimes to collect the money and funds if some people are fined and if some organizations are in a really bad situation. So yeah, but it's really hard right now, and it's really hard to see also like the exact developments in the future, because it depends a lot on not only the things happening in Georgia, but also in the wider region.
Sure. Well, you mentioned the video in Barcelona. Just
Yeah.
tell us in 2 minutes about that.
Okay, so it's basically like a campaign that was shot in Georgia, and it's an advertising campaign for pharmacy, for the Independent Day of Georgia. And it was like, I don't know, directed by the Georgi Okmelashvili, who is the person, like a director and the head of one of the leading advertising companies in Georgia, who was imprisoned for protesting. So, but I don't know how they found the way, but he basically wrote the script in prison in his cell. He made the drawings there. And then another, like a very famous Georgian actor, Andro Chichinadze, like through the calls, he narrated all of this stuff. And they were sending these drawings, the scripts, they were calling people there, and it's just brilliant. And you really have to see. So, and the name, The Birds Never Forget to Fly, is also connected to all of this. And it's basically kind of a message that you can't imprison culture. So, yeah.
The birds never forget to fly.
Yeah.
That is fantastic. I love it. Gus, I'm going to introduce you by just saying in 2 minutes, one of the reasons for the triggers for this session was that Gus wrote a piece in The Guardian some months ago about the struggles of the Smithsonian, or the travails of the Smithsonian in Washington as the kind of central repository of American culture in one sense. How do they survive during the Trump era? And what, as an institution, they can't be, those of us who are completely independent have the kind of purity of being able to denounce whatever we want to denounce. If you're running a big formal institution, you have to steer a course between obliteration and resistance. So, and then of course the V&A itself is a really interesting example of an institution which was very much about inclusivity in the community, started almost 200 years ago with the deliberate intention of helping people get a better sense of good design. It's the premier art and design museum. So you've still got that reputation to preserve in the work that you do. So Gus, tell us your story.
Yeah, well, my connection to this...
about Georgia too.
Oh yes, of course, and I adore Georgia. When I was the most appalling son. I've got to apologize to my parents. I think it's a good opportunity to do so. When I was 16, I just took off, and I was really determined to see the end of what was the Soviet Union, or to see kind of perestroika. And I traveled through the Caucasus, through Ukraine, through Georgia, in that time of change. And one of the things I absolutely loved about Georgia is just the way in which, as it emerged into an independent state, that it was through culture that you really felt the manifestation of politics. It was them reinvesting in grape varieties. It was through football. It was in all of those sorts of informal spaces that you got a sense of the culture. And I think for me as a teenager, it gave me a sense of the power of culture, of the spaces where we can gather together and actually and disagree occasionally, but also to find points of connectivity, but usually through things that actually raise our focus up toward the horizon. That really got me. And I think it was one of the things that kind of catalyzed my thoughts about what I might do professionally. Through most of my career that I've worked in museums, which I think are wonderful places for engaging, both in thinking about where we've come from, but also thinking about where we might be. And I've done it in a variety of different contexts. But you were talking about the Smithsonian, and I did have the great privilege of working in Washington, D.C., running the National Museum of African Art. And I was there in a period, it was the first Trump administration when was the director of that institution. And it was challenging. I mean, challenging because the Smithsonian, as the Smithsonian, you actually have the vice president who was actually on the board of the institution. And so, you know, even though you have some level of kind of arm's length independence, you are aware that government can actually intervene and will intervene, either directly, programmatically occasionally, or through kind of funding, either as an incentive or as a kind of a punitive mechanism. And so we had to be thoughtful. And this was a period in which Trump called countries within the global south shithole countries. And we were trying to promote those cultures and to push back within that context. And it broke my heart. And coming back to Britain and then seeing my once colleagues under the cosh again, and these are some of the most admirable public servants that I've ever worked alongside, and Trump punishing them for celebrating diversity through their collections. And the Smithsonian is a fascinating institution because it was actually established as a space. Smithson was actually a Brit. He wasn't an American. And he never actually visited the US, but he invested in the US and in a suite of national museums because he saw in American culture and values a way of decoupling culture from the hierarchies that he perceived in Britain. And he was really invested in the idea of equity and creativity, of giving people close contact to creative brilliance. And that sense of the revolutionary potential of culture is something that really, really attracted me and was one of the things that drew me to the US. And so it feels a tragic irony that those are the things that the present administration sees as a threat and also sees as being in some way in opposition to the ideals of America. I mean, that is really heartbreaking. But I've had the great privilege of coming back to Britain to be the inaugural director of a brand new the Victoria and Albert Museum East, and all the things that I learned by way of values at the Smithsonian, but also all of the things that actually are wrapped into the values of museology, almost wherever it exists. I mean, if you think that the British Museum was founded on this really, really radical idea of being for everyone. You know, its very founding charter was an inclusive one. And that was in a period in the 1750s when Britain itself, in its present sense, was coming into being. And it was founded around enfranchisement and equity. And so I feel in trying to reshape an institution, a cultural institution, like V&A East in the 21st century, perhaps the most perfect guide is looking back at those founding aspirations of creating museums that are universal, as the Smithsonian should be, as the V&A aspires to be.
Can I just, it occurs to me, the Smithsonian is also a library, isn't it?
Yes,
and the British Library was originally part of the British Museum. So, and libraries are absolutely at the forefront of cultural resistance because they are, well, for obvious reasons, they're the repository of dangerous ideas. And I just wondered what you think is happening with the Smithsonian Library, because I know they've been under very particular pressure and how they're dealing with that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, knowledge, information, I mean, those are the things that underwrite democracies. Yeah. And the idea that government should see that as a threat. I mean, one of the things I kind of found most, my area of actual kind of academic specialism is Africa. And one of the things I found most tragic is in places like Mali, that when there have been periods of instability, that the ways in which people have sought to unravel communities is by the burning of libraries. And the very idea that Western democracies should threaten libraries, should threaten people's freedoms in relation to access to knowledge, it hurts my heart. You know, that those are, you know, that we are talking about advanced nations, you know, that are driven, that are crafted through invention and creativity, which are underpinned by freedom. And if ever there was a period in which we need to reinvest in that, it is absolutely now. And you know, one looks at the potential of the digital sphere, and one needs thoughtful freedoms to go around that to actually make it possible, both in so that we can regulate and make those places safe, but also so that we can innovate and make sure that new, good, interesting ideas that might come from the margins are actually constantly allowed to surface. So books, education are critical to democracy, and we need to fight for those things.
I think, just pick up, you talked about freedom there a couple of times, and actually just pick up on that. I always think, you know, the Americans are very keen on liberty and freedom, and the European idea is liberty, equality, and fraternity, that you have to moderate liberty with equality and fraternity, or we now call it solidarity rather than fraternity, because otherwise freedom can also be a complete tyranny. And so in thinking, we're talking about, each talking about institutions, and I thought there are three British institutions which I think play quite an important role in our resistance, and none of them are very obvious. And I'll just say something very briefly about them. The first one is the RNLI, the Royal National Lifeboat Institution, and for those who are not from Britain, we've got, whatever it is, 18,000 kilometers of coastline and very wild and stormy seas. So the lifeboat service in this country is very important, and it's completely voluntary. It's run by volunteers, it's funded by voluntary contributions. But it also became politically quite toxic because they were rescuing a lot of people who were coming to the UK as asylum seekers and immigrants across the Channel in very dodgy little boats that were sinking. And some of the right-wing populists, led by Nigel Farage, began to say, why is the Lifeboat Institution rescuing these people? We ought to be sending them away. They ought to bring them straight and put them into the custody of the police. And the Lifeboat Institution, which has a brilliant communication strategy, has been very, very clear about where it stands on things. And it said, our job is to rescue human beings who are in danger at sea. That is what we do. It is not our job to be part of the police service. It's not our job to be part of any political agenda around asylum seekers. Our job is to rescue people who are drowning at sea, and that's what we do. And the next day, their website crashed because so many people wanted to increase their donations. And I think that's a simple statement of how an organization that's built on a kind of wider sense of social solidarity has a role to play in these very, very political moments that we're engaging with at the moment. And the second institution, rather like that, is the National Trust, which again, for those of you not from the UK, National Trust is an organization that was set up so that people could donate physical property for the benefit of the nation, houses and land. It's now one of the biggest landowners in the UK, and it owns and manages hundreds and hundreds of country houses. It's a conservative institution. It's got 5.5 million members, very, very mainstream. And the traditional view of it was kind of nice old ladies going to country houses and having tea. But also, they are guardians of Britain's heritage, and they said, we need to acknowledge the fact that slavery is a key element in the construction and financing of most of the estates and houses that we own. Again, a big, big political controversy, but they've held their line on that. And they've been very clear in their communications that they are not a political organization, but they are concerned with the heritage of this country, and that has to be dealt with responsibly and seriously. And I love the fact that that quite a conservative institution like that, I think, has played an important role in part of our wider resistance to say this does not represent the values of the community.
But the National Trust, like the V&A, that those values, I mean, strangely, that they are born of a kind of Victorian set of aspirations to create fairness,
Yes.
to build equity.
Yeah.
And it's strange that, you know, that the Victorian era, which one would imagine it's the era of kind of colonialism and also kind of slavery, but nevertheless, the underpinning kind of drives of those institutions of equity, of fairness, of freedom, of access, and that those are things which strangely now feel radical.
Yes.
And so for my institution, in trying to think about what would be the source of inspiration for crafting a brand new National Museum in the 21st century, we looked backwards.
Yeah.
We look back because it's those founding imperatives of museology which is so kind of pure and radical. We should all have equal access to these things because they belong to us all. And that in doing so, we don't just build kind of social and intellectual cohesion, but we also craft an equity which is fundamental to democracy.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. That's great. So my third organization was going to be Led by Donkeys. And again, for those of you who don't know, Led by Donkeys is 4 marketing executives who were just so fed up with what was happening with politics in this country, particularly on the fringes of politics, that they began to put up posters that just drew attention, always with humor and imagination and creativity, to some of the foibles and hypocrisies and stupidities of some extreme politicians. Called Led by Donkeys because in the First World War, the 1914 to 1919 war, one of the sayings was that the British Army was made of lions led by donkeys. In other words, that the soldiers themselves were heroes, but the generals who were in charge of them were not. And Led by Donkeys is really, it's about imagination, creativity, and humor. But I think the important thing that I wanted to focus on is humor. They entertain as well as making a very, very sharp point. They projected a film all about Jeffrey Epstein and Trump on the walls of Windsor Castle while Trump was having his dinner in Windsor Castle. That kind of thing happens all the time. And it made me think we completely underestimate the importance and significance of humor in asserting the values of a free and open society and in resisting authoritarianism. Because authoritarianism doesn't like humor, because humor is about our weaknesses as well as our strengths. It's about the fact that we have to have empathy with each other. And you know, Elon Musk famously said, problem with Western Europe is too much empathy. So you know, empathy and humor absolutely go together. And I think what Led by Donkeys do is an important part. We shouldn't forget that cultural resistance is about humor as well as about the serious debate of ideas. And I think Charlie Chaplin knew that Hitler was a huge fan of Chaplin movies, and he made The Great Dictator deliberately to say to Hitler, you know, this is what I think of you, and done with fantastic humor, a complete demolition job of somebody who had no sense of humor. And I also think of George Orwell's great line, every joke is a tiny revolution. And I think we very often forget every joke is a tiny revolution, and we should be thinking about the way we use humor in resisting the onset of authoritarian ideas. But Elaine, I just wanted to come back to you and pick up some of the points that you were making, because in the resistance in Tbilisi and across Georgia, culture and politics have absolutely kind of fused together. And I wonder if that's just happened naturally because it's been the cultural sector that has felt in the kind of forefront of the attacks and of the resistance, or if that's something that's been a kind of conscious process of creatives and political resistance, more conventional political resistance, working together.
Well, I guess like it happened naturally, and like I used to say that cultural sector was very fragmented in Georgia. It really was. Like we lacked like good associations, alliances, because like people, like creative communities were in kind of bubbles, and they weren't talking to each other, working with each other. And what I see, like especially for the last year, like all of this is happening, and they somehow like found a way to collaborate, and they formed some kind of unofficial, like informal, like unions, like platforms, and they're really, really very active. in the first days and first months of the protest, they organized also, and they do so now, like different kinds of, I don't know, things like exhibitions on the main avenue, I don't know, like different kinds of, I don't know, theater plays, like when theaters were on strike, like they organized the specific theater protest plays, like in Tbilisi and in other cities of Georgia, they toured the country basically. So they somehow like found a way, and I guess like they somehow felt responsible that they were the ones who should be engaged in all of this because like, I don't know, like countries going into the abyss and someone should do this, and they felt that the culture and creativity was the sector and the community of people who could do this, and they're really, really, really active and really brilliant. I'm really surprised also, like looking at them every day. And I also wanted to comment on the joke. I don't know if it really can be a joke, but like people in Georgia, some creatives, like they joke that the best art and creative hubs in Georgia now are detention centers and prisons. I don't know, like it's a joke, but it's maybe not a very funny joke, but still, because like the brightest people you can find there. And one thing is the people that are serving sentences, but also people are detained for 1 or 2 weeks, like, I don't know, so many times, and so many poets, and basically like almost everyone who has done something in creative fields, like people are saying that you have to go to like detention center like to be really cool and to be really good. It's crazy, but that's the case.
Yeah. So are you hopeful? I mean, for the future?
I don't know. Let's see. Let's see.
And Gus, could I come back to you? I'd like to ask you right at the end how you feel about future prospects. But you talked about the role of museums as centres of debate and free debate, and obviously there are parameters to that debate, and particularly the kind of work that you were doing in the Smithsonian. Now that debate has become quite constricted. How do you manage that? How do you think you manage that? The role of the museums, not to just present a kind of bland picture of the world, but to allow friction and disagreement and debate as one of the ways of driving forward our collective understanding. How do you see that playing out in your new role at V&A East?
I think it's a necessity, and I do, you know, one looks to the kind of political arena, and it is difficult to feel a sense of optimism, but I do have the kind of great blessing of working with artists, and if there is any group who can help us to raise our kind of view, perspective up toward the horizon, it is artists. And one of the things I'm really proud of that we've been engaged in at V&A East is a new program of public commissions that get out beyond our actual spaces into the wider environment, actually creating exquisite and really kind of thoughtful interventions in public spaces, working with some really great artists. And I do think that there is a really important role for museums in thinking about how we widen our audiences and really build that sense of kind of cultural cohesion, build those spaces where we can have debates, disagree, but feel safe enough to actually do so. Because part of the concern of the polarization is that we don't gather together to actually hear opposing views. We don't get accustomed to having debates. And it may well be that museums aren't the perfect place for that to happen, but I really hope that at V&A East that we can be an arena of discourse and debate, and that we can feel like a safe space within which young people of all kinds can come and they can see themselves reflected. But also that artists can help us to look up and out and begin to dream and think about ways in which we might actually overcome some of the really kind of scary polarizations of this period.
Well, we've been talking about the creator economy earlier in the day. So in terms of the museums getting out there, how do you see, I mean, the people formerly known as the audience are now the creators. How does that, how does the museum world going to mobilize some of that desire for engagement and becoming part of the creative process?
Well, we have to turn ourselves inside out, and I've tried to do that. I mean, V&A East it sits at the confluence of 4 boroughs, and these are 4 boroughs that they haven't had in the past a great deal of state-sponsored culture, and trying to engender a sense of trust and a really deep relationship with those communities has been something that has required work. And I have personally got out into those schools, visited personally more than 100 schools, spoken to many, many tens of thousands of young people and asked them what they would want from us, and heard the ways in which they would like to see museums change and the sorts of things that they think that we've got wrong. Yeah. And there's a huge deficit of you know, in terms of trust that we need to build up. And I think we need to do the work, and part of that is demonstrating a level of humility and being prepared to go to where they are. And so, as the director, I think it's really incumbent on me to try and lead from the front. So I've tried to do that as much as I possibly can.
So, according to this ruthless clock here, we've got 37 seconds left. We're going to ignore the clock for a minute, but I'm going to ask Elena one more question, and that is, you talked again about the video in Barcelona, Birds Don't Forget to Fly, which I think is such a fantastic title. And clearly social media is a very, very important part of what's going on in Georgia, internally in the country, but also for you communicating to the rest of the world what's going on. And I know that you've often talked about the fact that sort of international support, even if it's just moral support, is very important for people's sense of empowerment and continued resistance. So tell us a little bit about how you see social media, or how social media has played a role in what's going on in Georgia, and how you think that is going to influence things in the future, I guess.
Yeah, I do absolutely agree that the social media can play a huge role in this, and especially like drawing the international attention to Georgia, because right now, like, I think that with all of the craziness that's happening in the world, like, no one, basically, like, not many know about what are we like struggling with basically every day. Like, we've been doing like the communities like quite well in social media in Georgia, but I think like there are not enough stories about Georgia like on the social media pages that reach international audiences. But it would be really great help for Georgia's creative community if people just check out what is happening there and just Google and see like some social media X profiles or like Instagram profiles that post about what is happening there, because like what creative community right now needs like is help, even the moral help. It can be like a different kinds of help also, maybe, I don't know, exchanges, maybe like talks, discussions, invitations of people and creatives in like, I don't know, international residencies or any other different stuff that could help them like find the energy to continue the fight they're fighting for like so many like days.
Thank you. Well, now, listen, we really are out of time. But Elena, it's great that you've been able to join us here. Thank you so much for coming. And Gus, thank you as well, because you've got a horrific schedule. So thank you both very much. I think that's been a really enjoyable discussion.
Wow, that was great. Okay, now we've seen the role that art and culture plays in resisting governments. I think it's now time to move on to how governments can be part of the solution in helping support culture. The next panel is called Living Labs, How Cultural Designations Drive Innovation. And for that, our guests, very special guests, are Marta Foresi. And Marta is Visiting Professor of Practice at King's College London and Chair of the Global Creative Economy Council. We also have Shanaz Gulzar, Creative Director at Bradford City of Culture 2025, and the often overused term force of nature, but Shanaz, if you've ever had any interactions with Shanaz, is genuinely a brilliant force of nature. Chaired by Hilary Knight, independent cultural consultant, helping creative and cultural organisations worldwide. Previous roles include senior consultant with AEA Consulting, Director of Digital at Tate, and leadership positions at Film 4, Channel 4 and the BBC. So please welcome a fantastic panel onto this stage.
Ooh, I can see a lot less of you now that I'm sitting here with the lights in my face. I'm not sure if that's reassuring or not.
Hello, everybody. My name's Hilary Knight. As Nihal was saying, I'm also Director of Change-And, so I work with arts, culture, and creative organisations around strategy, and that's not me, is it? No. Around strategy and business development, and there's usually digital innovation somewhere in the mix. And I work a lot with the Global Cultural Districts Network, which is possibly the scrap of qualification I have to be on the stage with Shanaz and Marta today. I'm just going to take a couple of minutes, but I'm not going to speak for very long, I promise, because I am definitely not the expert here, just to kind of set the context of our conversation, because it's a really big topic, and we're not going to cover everything. You'll be relieved to hear, because we are the last session before lunch. So I'm just going to outline just the realm that we're going to talk about here. So cultural designation, as we all know, it's granted to cities and regions around the world by some really significant bodies, global agencies, governments at regional, local, country, state, city level. So we're thinking here from things like UNESCO Creative Cities to EU and UK Cities of Culture, and then the recently announced UK Towns of Culture as well, which will be kicking off imminently. These are sort of creative and cultural labels. They're intended to drive regeneration and stimulate local economies by increasing the vibrancy, the creative activity, and quite possibly the commercial activity as well in those areas, and by inspiring innovation in whatever form that takes, whether it's digital or something more analog, but no less innovative and different. But these cultural designations also come with risks and challenges. Now, there's an abundance of those. I'm only going to highlight 3 because I think that's probably all we're going to manage to cover in this little session. The first one is the risk that cultural designation pulls focus just onto that part of the country or just to that city, and then doesn't have quite enough of a halo effect to shine a light on the areas around it, so that cultural designation benefits a specific locale, but that benefit doesn't really spread out much further than that. The second one is, as I'm sure you can expect, there's a tremendous complexity around stakeholders and participants, from the global agency or government or regional or local government involved, and corporate stakeholders as well, but also more importantly the communities that the cultural designation is there to support, the creatives that it's there to support, and of course the audiences that it's there to reach and engage and absorb. And then the third, and I think potentially, we could debate this, the toughest risk and challenge is around the legacy of that cultural designation. Quite often, we see this with cities of culture, it's time-bound. Bradford 2025 is for 2025, and we're near the end, and we might talk a little bit about that. But what happens next? There's a long road to that year, 12 months of City of Culture. What happens afterwards, and what are the structures that can be set in place? How can systems be set up to ensure, or what is it about that cultural designation that can be leveraged to ensure that those benefits continue, and it isn't just like a light being switched off? How do we equip these places to keep going? So I promised I wasn't going to speak for very long. That's pretty much it from me. I would love to introduce you to Shanaz and Marta. I'm going to invite you to explain yourselves. In the words of Cilla Black, who are you, where'd you come from? Shanaz, I'll start with you. Can you tell us a little bit about Bradford 2025 and your work?
I really like Nihal's introduction, Force and H. I'm going to put that on my CV next. 2025, when I was asked to kind of chair the bid, I'm a local girl, born and brought up in Keighley, and Bradford's bid wasn't just for the city because the designation shifted. So it didn't just become city. So Londonderry, Hull and Coventry were all the city. And for us, it was, could it be Bradford and district? Could it be wider? Could it be, so it was more than the city. So I take it as a gift. A challenge is also seen as an opportunity, isn't it? You have to approach these designations like that. And we have to approach our sector like that as well. So we became Bradford City and District, which means it's geographically the biggest city of culture to date in the UK. Population-wise, the biggest UK city of culture to date, so 141 square miles, a city and 4 towns and several villages, over half a million, 570,000 population within that footprint, urban and rural. So when, as a city of culture, and I really love the 3 questions that you and challenges that you highlighted, and I can tell everyone that our risks register when it started could have filled the entire venue. Yeah. And now, thankfully, we're on about 3 pages, which about 26 days out to the end of the year, you'd hope it would be like that. So we approached the year thinking local, regional, national, and global. Because the whole year, that UK City of Culture, that city is representative of the UK. You are the UK within that year. For a city and district like Bradford, which has had a rich history and heritage, our approach was absolutely about telling those nationally significant stories that built Bradford, while also recognising that this very diverse young city is not only the historically powerful and historically important, but really important for present and future. And then within that, and that's just kind of thinking about the infrastructure around it, an incredibly international community. So the heritage, the mills, the industry, like as we know, the North has, the industry drove the North. The industry created the wealth in this city, and that was Northern. And so Bradford's was wool and mills. And so its diversity is very much related to its industry. So creating a programme that celebrated all of that, created opportunity for a very young city, one of the youngest in the UK, also trying to create opportunity for young people to step into leadership roles, to step into this sector, to create a programme that was joyous, brought people together. I think we're recognising more and more and more the power that this sector has. So when you put all of that together, in amongst all of that, you've got to start up as an organisation. You win the designation, you get about 250k, well, you used to get 250k as a start-up, raise your funds, pull together a team, a brand, a programme, and you have 2 years to do that, and you deliver the year. Yeah. So the fact that we're, still able to celebrate and see see the wood for the trees, see our audiences, see our communities, see the beating heart of the year, as well as the big, big show-off events that we do. But even those events have the community and the people of Bradford at the heart of it. So it's, again, to go back to how I started, it has to be, these designations have to be local, regional, national, and international.
Yeah. And we're going to come back to a lot of that. There's so much in there I'd like to unpack. But first, Marta, I'm going to come to you because you're where Shanaz starts, Bradford 2025. Shanaz is everywhere, right? But starts in Bradford and then comes out. With Lego Collective, you're much more working across international geographic territories. But can you introduce us a little bit to Lego Collective and then talk about how you work?
Yes, and also in a way pick up exactly where Shanaz left with these reflections about going from the local to the regional to the national and the global, because that is very much where I'm coming from. So I started working with cities and actually with mayors, not in the cultural sector. I spent most of my professional life working on international relations, international development, global governance, and that's how I first encountered cities and mayors as actors in city diplomacy and as actors particularly in the migration space and creating connections between cities in relation to the movement of people. But I think some of this experience of working across borders in cities, I think, has something to offer to your challenge about how do we make sure that cultural designations that, of course, risk being defined by both a sector, which is culture, and a place, which is a particular city, risks not leveraging all this potential, all these connections, and ultimately undermine the legacy. So Lego Collective is something that I founded a couple of years ago, partly realizing how much there was a desperate need in the policy space for new ways of thinking around the realities of the movement of people across borders, and how much sort of culture and creativity in the creative economy had to offer to these, highly polarizing policy issues. And then when it comes to cities, I can think of, let me just give you a couple of very concrete examples of experiences of working with cities across, in a way, culture and other sectors, and across cities in a way that I think speaks to this experience of Bradford looking out from the beginning for how Bradford connects to everything that is around it and beyond its borders. The first, and I'm thinking mostly about African and European cities and mayors who I worked with, is leveraging the role of the diaspora in the cultural sectors to create meaningful connection between cities. I'm currently involved with something called the London to Accra campaign, which has been launched by Mayor Sadiq Khan and supported by Mayor of Accra, and where the High Commission in Accra is very active, building very deliberately connection between these two global cities, anchored or bridged by Ghanaian and UK diaspora, and particularly entrepreneurs in the creative economy, and creating opportunity for exchanges, for collaborations. There will be a big summit in Accra in early January fostering all of this. And it strikes me as something very concrete that cities can do, where you have meaningful and significant diaspora presence because of all sorts of ties and all sorts of commercial trade, historic reasons, and how to activate them in the space of the creative economy and creative industries, using sort of the city as the place of departure, not dissimilar to what you just described, but with very clear intention of creating that connection. The second example that comes to mind is the city of Milan, which is, by the way, where I'm from, even though I lived now most of my life in London, and really quite deliberately working with the mayor of Milan first to use, and then other actors. You mentioned how many stakeholders in a city get involved in cultural designations, and I'm thinking particularly of all the ecosystem around Milan Design Week, and to really use that moment, which is probably the most significant international moment of the city of Milan, to bring in a conversation around, for example, borders and how they affect, and particularly visa policy and how they affect creatives that gather in a city in a moment of, in the creative economy. And then doing something very similar around London Design Festival this year. So the idea of identifying moments in a city life and agenda in the space of culture and the creative economy and creative industries, where you deliberately build connection on policy issues that are of interest to the city, but also to the country and the nation. And obviously there's nothing like something like borders and migration that speaks to national policy and international issues rather than local, but really to almost root them, at the local level within the space of culture and the creative economy. So I guess the idea is, how can we make sure that, as part of the legacy of cultural designation, we think about all sorts of other ways that we have to continuously bring back to the place, the city where people live, where people move, opportunities to make those connections.
Yeah. Yes, all of that. Tiny question. So, Shanaz, I wanted to just loop it back and start again back with the city. So you talked about it being local, Bradford 2025, local, regional, national and global by design from the start. Was that a decision that you made as Bradford, or was that part of the cultural designation? Was that a policy shift, and how did that decision come?
That was actually a decision that the bidding team at the time that we were bidding to be UK City of Culture, because I was chair, and then when we won, I resigned as chair and applied to be the creative director, because I wanted to see it from start to finish, and it was the first time actually that a City of Culture's managed to do that. So I also wanted to experiment and see what would happen, and we as an organisation wanted to give that a try that. So we made the decision from the very beginning that we were going to be international, but that international will be very much rooted within our local and our local stories. So it goes to, what Marta was saying about diaspora communities. We've been gifted with brilliant diaspora communities. We have a great Ghanaian community. We have a brilliant Pakistani community, a fantastic Bangladeshi community, Indian. And these communities, Polish, Ukrainian, one of the biggest Ukrainian communities post-World War II was in Leeds and Bradford. Wow. So there's quite a huge kind of connection globally. So how do you build on that? So when you win a designation, you start thinking about the ideas. And you know, when I talk about our sector and culture, and Marta's just brilliantly illustrated it as well, as the power of the cultural sector to innovate, and it's the opportunity, it's that kind of seed, isn't it? That kind of helps to kind of build the ideas and build the innovation and how to kind of create projects that create more opportunity. We've often talked about a program a bit like Russian dolls, you know, where you take one and there's another one, you take one out and there's another one, another one out. And they also see it as a Venn diagram, that if you think outwards, everything starts coming back inwards too. And our communities have been very much at the heart of our program. Artists have been absolutely at the heart of our program. It can be really easy going to that question that you put, which is the halo just stays on the city.
Yeah.
One of the ways to kind of, that we've tried to push that is from the very beginning saying to our sector, this is an invite and an invite and a kind of to the rest of the sector to come to Bradford, celebrate this year with us. But it's also about giving you connections and opportunities to build bridges. And our international program, less is more, deeper, more impactful, creates lasting and longer relationships. We've had a brilliant partnership with the British Council, and we did it very deliberately from the very, very beginning to ensure that our stories, our artists, was a reason that those partnerships existed. For instance, I'm going to also talk about Accra a little bit. Bronte Parsonage, known really, really well for the Brontes, for its history, has tourists coming from all over the world to it, but looking externally, not done that much. We come in as a designation, we have a brilliant conversation with the fantastic Rebecca York, who's director there, and we explore the idea of the Brontes' history, but their childhood stories. So 2 young women, 2 female writers from Bradford, 2 young writers, one from Northern Ghana and one from Accra, come together to write science fiction inspired by the Bronte sisters' stories as children. And then that partnership with Pagia Literature Festival in Accra and Bronte Parsonage hopefully will now continue. And I say hopefully because I think we've got funding for that to be a stage 2.
Yeah.
But 4 short stories have been created. One of these young women is a real talent. She's from Northern Ghana. But this would not have happened. This partnership wouldn't have happened. Pagia and Bronte Parsonage wouldn't have happened if we hadn't been the instigator of it, if we hadn't been that seed.
Yeah, it's really interesting. When we were speaking in advance of this session, we used the word catalyst a lot. I looked back through my notes, and catalyst was in every other paragraph, and there is something in there. And I wonder, Marta, thinking about it from a policy perspective, how can what be catalyzed? What would your recommendations, or what is your experience of how these catalysts can then be taken forward so that the chemical reaction continues, I suppose, to extend the metaphor?
That's actually a really good way to think about it, sort of catalyst as a way almost to, what are the forces to avoid some of those challenges, particularly the legacy, almost the catalyst, the drivers that allow things to continue and to grow. And I think a lot of it is also on us to think a little bit differently about what we've got and we can do differently. So let me give you a couple of very concrete examples. The first is that when it comes to cities and ways of cities to collaborate across borders, we tend to have fairly standard models of doing that, right? There is Global Cities Network. We can think of numbers in different sectors, including in culture, or the bilateral partnerships like cities, like, I can't think of the English word now, but I can think of the Italian one, where cities have like the partnership, like bilateral partnerships. I think there is a lot more that we can do in the space of city diplomacy and actually creating connection. One interesting one that I just began to spot in practice, because I wasn't personally aware of, is how, for example, traditional diplomacy actors, i.e. embassies and national level actors, can be activated and be active in this space. So, I mentioned to you a little bit this work on Accra and London. That has as a driving force somebody that works at the embassy in Ghana from the UK, actually spotted the idea that rather than anchoring everything on UK-Ghana relations, that was something to be leveraged if you think about the two global cities that London and Accra are, and really sort of support from almost like from using traditional diplomatic tools, that connection. The other one I just heard, for example, that now the Dutch embassy in Accra is thinking about bringing to the city of Accra a design festival that normally happens in Amsterdam. So that's one idea. How do we activate international actors and national actors? So not always rely on cities being, themselves showing up and making the case for cities, but how other actors in the international space can do that. And the other one actually is a very recent example. You mentioned I'm the chair of the Global Creative Economy Council. There are a number of members in the room today and a number of colleagues that we actually met in Jakarta a couple of months ago, where we gathered together as the Global Creative Economy Council and with the British Council locally, sort of in Indonesia, but also regionally, had a number of exchanges with actors in Indonesia, from the city of Jakarta, Indonesia, then with ASEAN and with the incoming chairmanship of ASEAN, which is the Philippines, that are in the room today, to really create a conversation that starts, where the creative economy is part of, let's call it a broader cultural diplomacy, international diplomacy effort. So I guess there is a real potential to think a little bit outside the box of all the, the toolbox, the tools that we have in the box, to activate cross-border collaboration within cities, that, between cities and other actors, all those stakeholders that otherwise risk crowding out the spaces at the beginning if they stay all in Bradford. But think about how much further they can travel in northern Ghana and in Accra and beyond. And so I genuinely think this is an area where, I don't know if for those of you who follow a little bit, international relations matters, everybody's coming out of the G20 and COP saying, multilateralism is still alive, just about. This sector has a lot to offer to rethink the way we create connections across borders. And I genuinely think that cities and places, not just cities, regions, places, can be a real driving force of some of that in the future.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. We have had a whirlwind splash in the pool of this conversation. That was a terrible mixed metaphor. We are out of time, so I would really love to thank you both, Shanaz and Marta. Thank you so much. That was fascinating. There's always more to talk about, so please do come and speak to us in the lunch break and coffee breaks later on today if you'd like to continue the conversation. Thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, it is time for lunch. Just before you go, though, something very important to say. Zara Beth, who you heard from this morning, is going to be doing a book signing for her recently published book, Enemy for a Brain, a debut memoir navigating Tourette, autism, and life after becoming disabled. That will be in the Quays Bar from 2:15 to 3:15. Now, go eat. See you this afternoon.
I just need something there. I just need something there.
have the power to darken a room. Isn't that good? Isn't that powerful? It's a powerful thing. Can't get my kids to do what they want, but I can darken a room full of strangers. Brilliant. How is everyone? Lunch good? Yeah? You enjoy that box of goodies? Yes? Bread was a tad dry, I thought. Nice dessert. The mushroom thing was interesting. It's like the wokest lunch you could possibly have. I quite felt. Anyway, we are going to do something a bit different to what we did early on, because we like to change things up here at Beyond, because it's brilliant. And we're going to look at the convergence of creativity and technology. We're going to have 4 guests that will come on individually and present to you. Now, how many of you got up this morning and thought to yourselves, God, I hope Beyond does something about fighting robots? Yeah, I see. I know, right? It's the only reason I'm here. It's just to make sure at some point there would be fighting robots. And that prayer has been answered in the shape of the engineering director at REC, multi-award-winning creative technologist, 3-time BAFTA nominee. So he's perfected the art of smiling when someone else won it, which is annoying. I've had to do that many times as well. Now, and he is here to talk to us about fighting robots. So for you two, you have literally just won the lottery. This is going to be amazing for you two. The rest of you, you'll be into it by the end of it, trust me. Ladies and gentlemen, Richard England, everyone.
Hello, I'm Richard England, and I'm from Reflex Arc, but I'm going to be representing REC today to talk about this robot project that I've been building with them. So, this is the story of how a small team with initially no robotics background went from this, the complete unknown, to this, a working and entertaining setup for VR piloted fighting robots. So, the first rule of Robot Fight Club is that I'm absolutely going to talk about Robot Fight Club. But first, a little bit of background as to how this came to be. So here's a quick flavour of a few things that I've been working on in recent years, from helping David Hockney create his immersive art at scale on his iPad, to VR scouting for virtual production on a Marvel film, amongst other things, to games with purpose, to corporate training and immersive accessibility consultancy, to shared immersive theatrical spaces. So the common thread is solving problems for non-gaming sectors with games technology. So last year, we did this R&D piece using an iPhone's camera to make Kinect-like fitness games. And it was actually this last project that led into this current work, after my client decided to pivot into robots, humanoid robots, no less. And he set up this new company, REC, to pursue it. So, in January this year, this story really begins with a unitary H1 robot turning up in its box at my client's place in LA. So it had minimal documentation, mostly in Chinese, and a massive price tag. So goal 1 was quite simply to get it out of the box and turned on without breaking it. So from there, we set about understanding the base modes and terminology. So out of the box, it had some inbuilt functionality for very basic moving, getting it standing, getting it walking, and so on. So we had to learn the order of safely doing things. So even getting here involved lots of humility, going back and forth, and plenty of hard work. And teamwork and communication was very important, as I personally was working on this 100% remotely from here in the UK, with the robots being 5,000 miles away, so no pressure. So in order to make the robots move in a suitable way, we had to delve into the various ways of making custom movements and of controlling them and of programming them. So long story short, we tried teleoperation to make a robot version of Fruit Ninja. Enough said. So looking back, this one's particularly terrifying, knowing what could have gone wrong. As we found out later, I'll get to that in a few slides. So we tried importing elements of robot sim files into mixed reality, so we could show a virtual robot alongside the real robot and have it copy your motions. We also did quite a lot of work trying to use teleop to get the robots to copy punches, which turned out to be very challenging in many ways that I don't have the time to get into now. And we also did some edgy experiments in the name of theatre with the larger robot, and this robot is nearly 6 foot tall, so it can be particularly terrifying, even from 5,000 miles away. So, yeah, we had a moment when we tried running a trained policy and a robot went berserk. So this one in particular illustrates the need for how a lot of safety measures and how badly things can go wrong. Top comedy though. So thankfully nothing was broken, believe it or not, and no one hurt. So here's where we got it working. So this was ultimately a hybrid approach of the various techniques, and this tends to work best for this particular use. So in this case, this person is triggering different pre-trained punch policies rather than the robot copying her teleop style. So doing it this way, we found that the move looks a lot better and more entertaining than we could achieve with pure teleop. And the robot retains balance. And this is just a quick video to show what the fighters see in a mixed reality headset. So it's a mixed reality view with a UI to trigger motion. And we've found that the biggest issues so far have been to the end-to-end latency, that is, the time it takes from throwing a punch to the robot punching it. So we've done quite a lot of work to improve that, even since this video. And this is where it landed with the first actual event back in September. So 2 robots, a live crowd, VR pilots, essentially, and it seemed to garner a lot of interest, and we got great crowd engagement. So lots of improvements on the list from doing these events. And this, well, there's loads of things we've learned, but in a nutshell, we're effectively 11 months into Robot University, so I didn't know anything about robots going into this project. So definitely not an expert, but we've explored, and we've tested, and we've worked things out, and one thing's becoming very apparent is that it's very entertaining, and that safety is also paramount with these things, especially the larger one. So what's next? Well, currently the USA team are touring America, and with each show, we're trying to show a new feature or improvement, and that's where I'm going to leave it. Thank you very much.
Now, I'll just say, because I was watching you two while that was going on, and all I would say is, find someone in life that looks at you like those two were looking at that video when that was going on. Dora, I'm not going to, it's not a Coldplay concert, I'm not going to put you up on a screen there. Well done for knowing the reference to that. Okay, now we've dealt with fighting robots, which was everything I wanted it to be. That was so good. Okay, now, Sona is the world's first truly personalized AI-powered, wow, a nerve stimulator. That's fascinating. Okay, so Jane Ollis is the founder of Sona. Ladies and gentlemen, Jane Ollis.
Good afternoon, everybody. Wonderful to be here. I'm normally at health conferences talking in sort of deep clinical life science speak, so it's fantastic to be here to experience a creative audience. So first of all, to start off, who thinks stress, so the question is stress good or bad? So hands up if you think stress is good. There are a few hands there. Hands up if you think it's bad. That's interesting, because most of you in the room think that stress is bad. I actually think stress gets a bit of a bad rap. Stress is actually a human superpower. It allows us to perform. It allows us to be creative. It allows us to problem solve. We actually all need and thrive off stress, but the problem is that our brains haven't really had an upgrade for 10,000 years, and what that means is our stress response was designed to come on once, twice a day maybe, in order to hunt down food, run away from something that was going to kill you, and then, importantly, you always had time to recover. And what's happened now is that, of course, we don't get that recovery time, and our stress response gets kicked in too often. So what the problem that I'm interested in solving is how do we actually get more headroom to stress? How do we use it in a way that's really powerful, but also how do we make sure we get that recovery quickly? Because the challenge of too much stress means that your brain actually changes. The amygdala, that little bit of your brain that processes stress, is actually physically gets bigger, and it affects how different brain networks are performing. So that's the problem I decided I wanted to solve, and the reason I thought it was interesting to solve that. Oh, this is actually not my slide deck, by the way. This is for tomorrow, I think, but I'm going to have to use it anyway. Oh no. This is my co-founder's deck, and he's speaking to this tomorrow. But I'm going to just see what he's put in it. That is a lot more technical than I was going to go today, I have to say, about brain networks. I'm just going to see if actually he's put some. No, he's put on a lot. You can tell he's the real scientist in the team, can't you? He's got. Oh well, I'm going to go with this slide. The problem that I wanted to solve then was how do you decode your stress, because your brain and your nervous system is unique to you. And so what we've built is a device called Sonar that sits on your ear. It's super easy, comfortable to wear. I'm upstairs in the Compass room all today. Tony, my co-founder, will be here tomorrow if you want the deep science. And what we're doing is we're taking real-time physiology and then stimulating this nerve called the vagus nerve. It's the longest nerve in your body. It's the wandering nerve. And its main route is to actually take a lot of information about what's happening in the body and communicate it back to the brain. But it also forms most of your parasympathetic nervous system. That's the part of your nervous system that calms you down, or activates system for calm, if you want to be accurate. So we've built Sonar in order to improve your nervous system balance and improve how you deal with stress in the brain. And the interesting bit that you can see in the bottom right of this screen is actually pairing it then with different immersive experiences. So we've started with some immersive audio, but also, and tomorrow we'll have a demo of actually pairing it with some virtual reality. And the reason we want to do that is a bit of neuroscience. When you're activating this beautiful nerve called the vagus nerve, you're actually not only de-stressing, you're opening the brain up to learning new things. So I think this is a fascinating area for us to explore, because it's a bit of uncharted territory about, well, if you want the brain to relearn new things, either fix things, but actually from a creative experience, could you speed up the rate of learning, as an example? And clinically, that's been done at the moment, looking at how you can improve the rehabilitation for people who've suffered a stroke. So there's actually a massive study throughout the UK at the moment pairing vagus nerve stimulation with physiotherapy to see if you can speed up the rate in which you can relearn motor skills if you've lost that as a result of suffering from a stroke. So I think this is an exciting chapter ahead of us about how we use really simple, non-invasive ways that are cheap, safe, effective in order to de-stress, but also to see if we can improve the rate at which the brain learns and has creative experiences. So that's it from me with my weird slide deck. I'm just going to tease you with his final slide if you wanted a little bit more and thank you for the chance to come and share this today.
Brilliant. Well done. Well done. Now, congratulations to Jane for doing an immersive presentation. She talked about stress. She decided to immerse herself in her own stress, which I thought was a very good way of getting across just how debilitating stress can be. But another round of applause how she just went through that. I mean, that is, yeah, absolutely. For anyone here who's done a presentation before, that's pretty much our worst nightmare, isn't it? Just clicking on it and it's someone else's presentation. Wow, amazing. Imagine if it had been a holiday snaps or something like that. It would have been even more awkward. Okay, now, next up, we have the co-founder and creative director of Meaning Machine, who believe in the power of authored AI. To explain what that means, ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for Tom Keane.
Hello, everybody. I'll assume these are the right slides at this point. But so I'm Tom Keane. I'm the creative director and co-founder of Meaning Machine. At Meaning Machine, we're an experimental game and technology studio that essentially explores author-directed AI characters and quests. And it's that blend of the author, the human author, and the emergent AI properties that tries to reach what we call authored AI. And we think it's a transcendent, new type of experience that we're reaching towards. But it kind of goes much deeper than AI. I mean, I always hate saying AI on a stage like this because everyone's like, oh, for fuck's sake, another AI person always hyping on the AI train. Yes, we know it's a big deal. Our obsession with AI has actually come from a different obsession. It's come from a decade-long exploration into how do you turn free-form conversation into meaningful gameplay. And it's something that my co-founder, Ben, and I have both been really focused on, and it's taken us on a very strange journey. It's taken us on a journey from voice control at a time where, I'm sure you remember, when voice control didn't really work. It's taken us through conversational AI, which is the kind of the precursor to LLMs that you know today. And of course, finally, it's taken us to generative AI and to developing a technology that fundamentally allows human authors to bully AI into delivering something meaningful, to put it into a stranglehold and say, do this when I want it to create something I care about. But for me personally, it really was, it started in this very scrappy space of making voice-controlled experiences that were games, but they were first and foremost sort of systematic experiments in what happens when you turn voice into the primary input. What happens when you make conversation the primary way to play? And this led more recently to a game called Dead Meat. And Dead Meat is a murder mystery interrogation game where, thanks to our authored AI technology, players can ask the suspect absolutely anything and get a really meaningful authored response. And it's been making waves. It's really gone down as a positive and potential future model for how games might look. And as a result, it's kind of led to three things. One, we've been vindicated. People really like talking to games. The search was correct. Two, it's led to a collaboration with NVIDIA and with the University of Bristol to create a new experience called Blood Will Out that is going to be the subject of the world's largest ever study into AI characters in games and how players respond to them. But it also led to this, which is the thing I'm really here to talk about, which is Lander 23. It's a collaboration with Punch Drunk that doesn't use AI, but does use all of our conversation as gameplay learnings and frameworks. Now, it's opening in London tomorrow, and as an experience, what it does is it takes 80 audience members and dumps them in a hostile alien world. And it puts half of those audience members in spaceships and half of them in the wasteland. And it asks the people in the spaceships to guide those in the wasteland to help them survive, to help them thrive, to help them evade the hostilities. As an experience, it's one part multiplayer stealth game, it's one part LARP, and it's one part sort of post-apocalyptic call center simulation. But to give you what I mean, here's a short trailer to give you the gist. So yeah, I mean, I've never met a company that loves dubstep and drum and bass quite as much as Punch Drunk, but there you go. But for us, really, in the 24 seconds I have left, this is just the beginning. We really see that there is a very bold and exciting future where we take the game mechanics and the gamification techniques that we've all been honing over the past 40 years of gaming, and we collide them with immersive worlds in new ways. And we really do feel that the third pillar is this authored AI character space. And together, we think that there is the potential to create a bold new form of storytelling. And we're really excited where this is going, and thank you for listening.
never knew I needed until I heard it. Call centre simulations. Ladies and gentlemen, who wouldn't want to have a part of that? But that was brilliant. Thank you very much. Tom Keane there. Okay, now let's move on. Next up, we have one of the leading experts in immersive theatre. That is James Simpson from Copper Candle. So please, a whole lot of noise for James.
Good afternoon, everybody. So, quick question. Anybody here play Fortnite? I can't actually see you. I'm just going to assume some hands went up. So I'm going to be talking to you a bit about how we put music into Fortnite. What we've been doing at Copper Candle recently is trying to develop an immersive experience inside the game, which allows emerging musicians to be able to perform their own music inside a campus to music. So you've got a bit of gamification, you've got a bit of storytelling. The idea is it's meant to be a place where you can discover your fans and the fans can discover the musicians. But rather than being, the Travis Scotts with 27 million people coming to see you, we're working with emerging artists, people who cannot find that voice. So I'm actually talking to you about the project we've just done with the CoStar Live Lab at Production Park. It's a fantastic project. I'm really glad to be able to tell you about it, even though it only finished a few weeks ago and we're still trying to bring all the data together. This is Michael Aldag. Has anyone ever heard of Michael Aldag? A couple of people have actually said that to me, and I was actually introduced to him by Peter Woodbridge with Music Futures at this conference last year. And he became our main artist for this really exciting project. The concept was, we need to be able to capture our musicians in potentially one of three of these environments. There's the people that are performing at home. We just need a little video that we can turn around, put into Fortnite as motion captured data. There's the controlled studio environment, but at a cost point much lower than the traditional motion capture studio. And the one that all of the companies that we work with told us we couldn't do is, can we capture a live gig? So that's going to a gig on a stage like this and trying to use motion capture equipment to capture them while they're doing their performance. We had a multi-stack approach. We had about 9 different mocap systems. They were all markerless. We used a traditional Vicon optical system, which is the Vero camera at the bottom here. That was our ground truth. After that, we were kind of assuming that the quality would be lower, but everything was markerless. We did a lot of facial capture data that we captured separately. The idea was that we had all these systems running at once. We hit record on all of them, and then we shouted take or action, in fact. I'm not from the studio world, I'm from theatre. And then Michael would do his performance, and we'll get one version on all the different systems, and we can compare them to work out which was the best, which had the lowest latency, and we're also considering, which ones were easiest to set up, which ones were cheapest, which ones were most reliable. We also did a lot of facial capture animation sort of studies. We were looking mainly at Unreal versus Unreal, but in the context of whether it's a head rig or was it a camera that's a long way away. And the results we're still processing, but I can give you the subjective version, and this is a slide that everyone likes to take photos of. So before you do, I'll just let you know, number 1 means best, because it's an order, right? And also these are subjective, these are opinion. But just to sort of give you an idea, we know that in the case of cost, Radical Motion is by far the cheapest, whereas Vicon was the most expensive. So I've rated it that way rather than giving you actual numbers. And we're still collating this. We're trying to get into the point of knowing the milliseconds of difference between the real person and the capture. The great thing about a white slide is I can now see you all because it's glowing. So this was our sort of conclusions that we came to. For the home use case, people working from home, so you've got little Johnny on his guitar in his bedroom. We like Radical Motion. It's about $20 a month. We can have 10 cameras at once from anywhere in the world. And it does a really good job of face capture, fingers and body. And we can actually watch that being done live through their web interface and then take the data later and process it. For our sort of low-end studio environment, which is actually our preferred solution of all the 3 of these, we like Moverse. In fact, we liked it so much that we bought it. We have it here. I can show you a bit about it upstairs in the Compass room. Please come up. It's very quiet up there today. And using a sort of a head rig as well for the face capture. And then the system that we were told couldn't be done, a live gig, we threw everything at those cameras. We literally put all the lights on. They were flashing. They were going completely crazy, and we still couldn't break them. We were able to capture the musicians performing in full flashing lights. I'm a lighting designer. I can say things more intelligent about lighting, but I'm running out of time. So what's next? Well, Michael's done. He's done his bit. We're going to get him in Fortnite very soon. We have Holly New from Studio New upstairs in the Compass Room, talking about how she designs the costumes. I really recommend coming and talking to her about that. She's got a VR headset. She'll demonstrate her process. And we'll have our virtual concerts published very soon in Fortnite. We're going to open source everything, so you can come and see it. You can get the data yourself. We'll have all of the papers and things will be coming out soon from the University of York. So you can see what we've seen and learn from us. And that's the team. Thank you very much.
Thanks, James. Brilliant. So a round of applause for all four of those brilliant speakers, actually. For Richard, Jane, Tom and James. That was just super fascinating. Let's carry on this conversation about creative technology because we have a really exciting speaker for you now. Rishi Coupland is Director of Research and Innovation at the British Film Institute. At BFI, leads the Research and Statistics Unit and is Director of Insight at the CoStar Foresight Lab. Ladies and gentlemen, Rishi Coupland.
Hi everyone, thank you. So, why am I here? I think what I can do is give you not the last word in creative technology and the final word never where it's going, but I can talk to you about how we, as the lead body for film, TV, video games and immersive in the UK, see it from our viewpoint, and hopefully that will give a bit of an interesting and a unique perspective on the structure of the sector, what it is, where's the technology taking us next, and the next bit is, of course, where you can make a fool out of yourself when people look back at this in a year's time, but how we think we can support positive impacts. The key point, the first point to make is that creative technology in the screen sector has been around for a very long time, and whether it was scenic artists combining with camera crews and directors in really interesting ways to fool the viewer and bring them into the universe, or whether it's the same thing really, but just updated just a little bit for the modern world. The UK is rife and rampant with brilliant creative technology that brings stories to life, and it's continually kind of regenerating. This shot is from the highly impressive virtual production volume in Studio Ulster, which is still pretty new actually, and what you can't see from this, or looks very impressive, is all those LED screens at the back are mobile and can be driven by joystick and can be detached from each other and driven into new configurations. And some of those configurations, as much as Studio Ulster is home to a very large number of Hollywood sized productions, they can also be reconfigured very quickly into a configuration that's usable for independent film as well. Speaking of independent film, the promise of creative technology in the screen sector has always been that it can permeate down, and we've seen some great examples of kind of human-sized creative technology from the people who've been speaking before me. But of course, we can look at the example of Monsters from probably about 15 years ago now, which brought to life a story that nobody thought just a very low-budget filmmaker would be able to do. And it's a continuing story as well. This is a piece of storytelling. That's probably the best way to describe it, by Karen Palmer, that the BFI funded recently, Consensus Gentium, and you can download the app on iPad and iPhone, and it's a story that brings together human fears about technology but delivers them through a technology interface, and as it says, a series of emotionally responsive films that watch you back. So the first question said is what, and what, as you guessed from our name, British Film Institute, we're very interested in film and TV, and creative technology is everywhere in film and TV and has been for many years, many decades. But of course, the other question of what is going beyond the conventions of film and TV, and here of course you have Aber Voyage, which I'm sure many of you have known and visited, and again making that true to life, true to the our independent spirit and our support for independent creators. The BFI funds both the production of and increasing the distribution of immersive content. In Pursuit of Repetitive Beats has a very human story grown out of the kind of vision of Darren Emerson, and from that singular vision, delivered into a whole series of venues in a way that allows people to be within a VR experience, but also sharing a space with one another, and delivered at a scale that makes economic sense as well. So it was developed to be a tour that would be more financially sustainable. So TV, video games, TV, film, and immersive covered, and of course, video games, which is creative technology. Does anyone know what this is a sketch of? See if there's any video games. No, no one. All right, there's someone. What do you think it is?
It's a sketch of the whole map.
Of? A map. Yeah, it's a map, yeah. It's GTA 3, Grand Theft Auto 3. So I'm trying to keep, there's a very strong UK, I started with a picture of modern times, of course, which is not British, but everything else being British. So there's a very UK story, and a fascinating story that I encourage anyone to look up who's interested in creative technology. But Grand Theft Auto 3 had to break many kind of creative technology barriers when it was envisaged and then delivered in the 90s. And of course, the UK remains a hotbed for innovation in video games as well. This is 1001 Nights, an AI-powered, enabled, integrated video game that allows the user to play the part of Scheherazade and tell stories with the help of AI to keep themselves alive in the game and win the game. And then crossing boundaries, again, is something that we see as a unique strength of the UK. And Humane Studios based in Northern Ireland are a great example of that. They do work across film, TV, video games, and immersive. And you may not know of them directly, but you certainly will have encountered their work because they power many of the NPCs, the computer characters in video games and also in music videos and the like. And they do that with really innovative uses of AI. And one of the things that's their unique selling points is they create their own character meshes. And because they create their own character meshes, they're able to deliver much more diverse characters. For example, this character here is diverse by being from the netherworld, but they also do humans who are very diverse. I think they're a really unique British success story that we should be celebrating. And the what is it? Well, this time last year, DCMS published the Coronation Challenge report into CreaTech, and that actually started to give a sense of the scale that the CreaTech companies might be a relatively small in number slice of the pie of the whole creative industries, but they're a vital slice of the pie, and that even taking them as not being smaller than the creative industries as a whole, you're still talking about 14,000 CreaTech companies, including software, and 2,000 really vital CreaTech innovator firms as well. So that's the what. That's everything we're trying to deal with at the BFI, everything we're trying to encompass in our vision. And that vision comes close to home as well with our own BFI archive. We're the home of the nation's film and TV archive, and as well as painstaking manual restoration work that you can see here. Machine learning is a really big part of what that team does. They have a GPU, their own GPU cluster, and they use machine learning and AI on open source models to both meta-tag parts of the archive that would not be able to do by humans, and also to subtitle a piece of television, for example, that have never had subtitling before. So there we go. That's everything we try and take into our scope. What are the when we look at potential futures, what do we see? Well, we kind of try and take several views of potential futures. And a lot of this, we've been assisted by the fact that we're a partner in the CoStar Foresight Lab, who you should probably bump into. There's several of us here, so if you bump into any of us, then do say hello and find out how we can work with you. So first of all, is the future one where I talked about film, TV, video games, immersive quite separately in the presentation to date? I brought it a little bit together when I talked about Humane, but is the future one in which actually there's a much more merged experience economy? And we do that kind of mapping. Oh, am I out of time? And so we have to kind of map a future where actually there's far fewer silos between what we call art forms. And we worked with Neutral Human as part of the Foresight Lab to kind of do some of that mapping out and try and think about what that might mean for everybody in the sector. What does it mean for jobs? What does it mean for skills, investment, etc.? Is another view of the future, one where actually AI and machine learning tools become far more dominant. And we look at that, for example, here in this slide in 3 strands: generative AI, machine learning, and process AI. And that's something that we track as well. And one can instantly see lots of positive applications of AI. But is this another view of the future, actually? Is this our future? We work in a creative sector, but is all our creativity going to be somehow bundled up in this kind of data center type structure? And when I just pull down from our internal database the news about AI, some of it can be quite concerning. This is all news about AI in the last month. Maria Schrader, the director, puts it very well when she asks the question, is AI still the pen in our hand, or is AI the hand that guides the pen? And Maria is a very interesting thinker, actually, and a director who is prepared to embrace new technology but still has these questions. And so we have to have these questions as well. So the future could be many things. What are we doing about it? What does the BFI do in terms of support? Well, I mentioned the partnership with the CoStar Foresight Lab and our part in it. We published back in May our report, AI in the Screen Sector: Perspective and Path Forward, which we think is the most comprehensive, overarching report into AI in the screen sector. There's many, many other good reports into AI on particular topics, but ours was overarching. And in doing that report, we actually got, following that report rather, we did some work exploring with Martin Adams, who's a kind of AI literate entrepreneur. And one of the things we talked about in terms of what's the role of a lead body, what's the role of a government, what's the role in the sector, in rather than being a passenger for AI, but being in the driving seat, or at least next to the driving seat. And Martin kind of kept this model, and he said that, everything we produce it goes through production, goes through distribution, and then if it hits unmet needs, then it's successful, and that finances more production. Boom, 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 boom. Very, very simple. But as you replace every level of human input in that triangle, you end up with something quite strange, maybe dystopian, in that you can have distribution can be automated through the internet and delivered by algorithm. Unmet needs can be perceived by algorithm, and if you use TikTok or YouTube Shorts, that's what's happening. And now if we make production also influenced by algorithm, then you have a whole triangle where content can be created, distributed, optimized, created again, redistributed, optimized, and you don't actually have to have a single human being in that cycle at all. And it can be very, very successful. Is that the future we want? And then Martin, working with us, posited this kind of making it square. What's missing from that? And he talked about storytelling as the part that's missing for that, the intrinsic human element that's missing from it, and that's where cultural leadership comes in. So cultural leadership is in bringing storytelling to the picture. What else is the BFI doing? We've this year funded Artificial Intelligence in Screen Archive, £200,000 investment with King's College London, which is pulling together a test bed and national cohort of archives to learn about AI and co-develop, which is really promising, super exciting. Equitable Futures for Screen Technology is a fund that we have developed and has had a lot of impact from the CoStar Foresight Lab, and there'll be more on that in the future, but it does what it says on the tin, really. It's all about what is an equitable future and how do we actually use the power of research and the power of tools to kind of actually make that equitable future more likely to happen. And we have an upcoming call, I hope, fingers crossed, called In Our Hands, which will be a £400,000 call focused on removing barriers to technology for independent creators, and this can be supporting pilot schemes which put emerging technologies directly in the hands of creators. And then what's the next steps? Well, we have in our CoStar Foresight Lab report, we outlined like the 9 steps we think are necessary towards positive vision of AI in the country. And then these are the things we'll be following up on: copyright issues, continuing work on growth, new work on EDI and sustainability, and building relationships and partnerships. So that's me, really. That's just a glimpse into the world of the British Film Institute and how we're engaging with new technology. Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to head east and look at K-Wave and new creative archipelagos. So our next partnership is with the British Council. Can we have a round of applause for the British Council, please? Love the British Council. And it's going to explore how the UK's digital and creative industries are increasingly looking eastwards, in fact, where Korea's global K-Wave, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, are considered diverse cultural archipelagos and new opportunities for growth. So it's a pleasure to welcome the Vice Minister of the Creative Economy, which is Irene Umar, and Professor Taejun Lee, chaired by Senior Research Tom Fleming Creative Consultancy, Nana Lee. Welcome to the stage.
Everyone, and thank you all for staying behind and staying until now. So it's really great to be here. I am Nana Lee, Senior Researcher from Tom Fleming Creative Consultancy, TFCC, and I just want to do a shout out to all the delegates from ASEAN and also Northeast Asia, because British Council has brought together about 10 senior policy makers, researchers, and creative leaders. So that's quite impressive. So let's give a round of applause here. Okay, so what we will discuss today is in terms of how the digital innovation ecosystem is realigning around a eastward shift in terms of content demand. And we'll also explore some of the opportunities in terms of collaboration for UK partners and particularly small creators. We'll keep it really casual. So I'll just start with some background information to give us a bit of a context to situate today's conversation. So big data points here. First of all, the global content market is projected to become a $3.5 trillion business in 2026, according to Architect. And we're now witnessing how from Squid Game to the latest global hit of K-pop, Demon Hunter, I'm sure some of you with kids, you will have heard that before, to webtoons, animations, immersive games, you name it. Really, K-content now defines global youth culture in a way, including right here in the UK. So I would like to first start with Professor Lee in terms of, can you give us a bit of a state of play in terms of the innovation landscape in Korea and what makes your content industry so competitive? So perhaps name a few of the latest trends there.
Okay, thank you for the questions. South Korea is maintaining and continuing its very vibrant and very active and even effective ecosystem tailored to the culture and creative industries. And recently, the Korean government is participating in private sector-driven entrepreneurship and the creativity in terms of making the public-private partnership. Recently, the public institutions tailored at demands and expectations and requested by the private sector. The public institutions serve as an intermediary between the government and the private sector, the leaders, and the more the precise speaking, and the individual creator, the creative professionals, and even startup and the SMEs, as well as large companies. So this ecosystem is very much democratic as well as effective market system to support the many the creative artists and the enterprises that are working together to produce the sustainable value and creative value chains, and even the jobs and earnings and industries, the many opportunities in terms of inclusivity. And the private sector, I would like to mention the large companies that try to make the shared platform in strategic partnership with the government. For example, the data platforms and the digital platforms and open government data, and the AI, the labs and institutions, very much widely open to the participant interested in making and the values and effects and even the economic, the impact upon society. So I think that these, the vibrant the participation and the collaborations, very striking in South Korea. So the government policy, the private sector leadership, and one more thing, in the higher institutions and education institutions, very much important, the making a bridge between the government and the enterprise by making accomplishment, the research and development and expertise and knowledge and human capital that is very suitable to the entrepreneurial the ecosystem for cultural and creative industries.
Amazing. So that ecosystem approach that is really strong and coming together quite well. So we will now shift slightly to ASEAN. So I would like to first again give a bit of an overview in terms of ASEAN. So it is one of the third largest population bloc, only behind China and India. And 50% of that is Indonesia. So it's great to have Irene here with us that can comment a bit in terms of the role of how ASEAN is now playing in this increasingly globalized innovation and CreaTech ecosystem. And particularly, I think ASEAN's collective commitment to how the role of the creative economy can contribute to sustainable development has been reaffirmed by a new framework called the ASEAN Creative Economy Sustainability Framework that was adopted in May this year, so quite recently. And in the framework, it has identified particularly gaming, animation, film, and digital content are those key drivers that will be able to transform local industries and also empower creative communities from a grassroots level. So can you also give us a bit of a state of play, an overview of what are the trends happening in the space of innovation in the content industry and how Indonesia play a role in this increasingly regionalized and globalized trade flow of content industry?
Sure. I think I'll start by giving a bit of context about Indonesia, right? Because a lot of people think that Indonesia is essentially Bali and that's it. So Indonesia is one of the largest countries. It's an archipelago. We have more than 17,000 islands and 280 million people. So if you think about ASEAN has around 600 million population. And so almost 50% of them would be Indonesian. And in Indonesia itself, there are almost 1,000 languages spoken there. And so in the industry, right, in the whole world right now, as we see that the whole world is getting smaller. And one of the things that we want to avoid is that it becomes a monoculture world. And what Indonesia have is actually, we have too many cultures that even me as Indonesians continue to learn every single day. And you could imagine this will be the USP, or this will be like the dreamland, the la-la land for anyone who's creative, who's looking to seek for something that's authentic, that's been there for centuries. And this is not only unique to Indonesia, it's just that we have a vast landscape. In ASEAN, people like to think that ASEAN is one chunk of a region of the same thing, right? But if you go to different countries, not only you'll have different cultures, but you would also have different landscape in different spaces. You'll be surprised that if you think about Indonesia, right, or ASEAN, you'll think that it's probably a tropical country that only have 1 or 2 seasons. And you would only have to wear shorts and t-shirts and that's it. But there are places in Indonesia that I just found out as well, that's how big the country is, that's up in the mountain where you could have a bit of snow on top. So you need a bit of jackets. Now, think of that as a culture, as your playground, as your lab. And then you bring it to the creative side, right? So what we are doing right now in Indonesia is we are cataloging the cultural elements that we have as the USP or foundations of what Indonesia creatives will be in the future, and making that relevant not only to the international crowd, but also to the youth of Indonesians. Because right now, I think in this panel, not in this panel, the previous panel, we talk about the crisis of continuation of culture to make sure that the humans, the future humans, will still remember what the culture is. So the key to that is to make sure it's relevant to the younger crowd. So that's what we are doing right now in the 4 areas that you mentioned, gaming, animations, and so on and so forth. The challenge that we have is that I don't know how many phone calls you guys get, but I got a lot of calls from parents worried that their kids are playing too much games. And so one of the things that the government is doing right now, at least in my ministry, is to tell and educate people how gaming could be relevant and could be a productive avenue for the kids, and not only in the form of playing, but also in the form of earning, because there are a lot of jobs being created in the digital space. And just on the digital landscape itself, right? Indonesia, I think, is number 1 when it comes to adoption rates for social media, because we are always on our phones all the time. And I'm an introvert, but the majority of Indonesians are extroverted and they like to put their social lives out there. So for content creators, because I know content creations was a part of panels this morning, most content creators, they love going to Indonesia to see what is available there, because at the same time, they would also garner millions of followers through the one trip. So there are a couple of content creators that have come to Indonesia, and they've actually done that, and they've increased their viewership, and they've also increased their engagements and followers ultimately. So for the UK audience, I really would like to invite anyone who would like to come to Indonesia to see what's available there, because depends on what your streams are. There are lots of things that we could do on the creative space. And it's not only digital, on the physical side, because I see that the trends right now, when we talk about e-commerce, right, everyone needs to go digital. But right now, the way we see the trend is that we need to have phygital, which is physical and digital presence on the same avenues.
Yeah, we cover a lot of grounds there in terms of youth culture and also what Indonesia is currently doing and how its USP and try to attract creators from different parts of the world. And I would like to bring the conversation back to the UK in terms of thinking about some of the ways that UK partners can also play a role in this emerging, or realigning, let's put it that way, ecosystem that's in the East. Particularly, I'm interested, I know many of you also share the same interest in terms of inclusive innovation. So this is a burning issue right now as we have come through that initial hype of digital breakthrough. How do we make innovation in its process and this whole journey more sustainable, more ethical, fair, greener, more equitable, by designing a global architecture of partnership that would bake in some of the ethos in terms of, say, sharing of know-how, interoperable tools, sustainable financing and business model, and also, say, ethical and right-based data collection practices. How do we make sure that these are actually in the architecture when we talk about partnership between Asia and Korea and the UK? So my first question, this might be the million-dollar question. We're not going to solve global digital equity on stage in 20 minutes, but I would like to invite both of you to comment on what are some of the low-hanging fruits, what are the actionable ideas you have in terms of partnership for all 3 sides when it comes to multilateral intersectoral partnership. Maybe just say like one thing on the top of your head in terms of then how do we make this more equitable. And if I may also offer one avenue. I know the British Council recently published a report that is on the perception pool of creative economy in Asian countries. It's a part of the UK-Asian Creative Economy Cooperation Program. The report has identified digital readiness as a potential priority for policy collaboration. I will argue in today's context in terms of conversation, digital readiness, in fact, define the very affordance and also the R&D capacity of any nation in terms of its innovation capacity as a creative economy. So perhaps we could start there a little bit in terms of then what can we do in terms of like one big idea of program partnership for all 3 sides to come together.
Okay. This question is very timely as an input to all of us thinking about the hues and creative collaborations between ASEAN member states and South Korea and even the UK. One of the best ways, let me say that the Korea is very much active in nurturing and caring and even cultivating the citizenship, the widely open to the media and the digital and the technologies and the data and the AI. So we are being transformed to be a better person and more eligible and a person. That as the person is more eligible to deal with the problems by using the culture, creativity, and the digital technologies and more. So I would say that the one thing is that we need a kind of common language and thinking frame and philosophical ideologies, and as well as the practical tool to be shared with each other to understand better ourselves and the counterpart. And also sometimes South Korea is adopting very much rapidly the Western society's skills and techniques, the technologies and mentalities and the human capitals, a way of workings. But there were the problems in translating the Western society experiences and expertise into Korean context and a Korean culture and a Korean citizenship. So I would like to recommend that we need to have common understanding and a common knowledge and a common infrastructure so that we can better understand and do more jobs and even do better jobs in the context of a culture and creative in the ecosystem.
Yeah, absolutely. So.
I know we're speeding through 3.5 minutes. I totally agree with what Taejun is saying, is that we did a common language. For us to get to the common language, what's important is for us to know each other better. And so conferences like today, Beyond, it's really important for us to meet people, different people, so that we can get to know each other. And it will be ideal if this could be followed up with in-depth discussions. Now, the upcoming one is that I would like to have you guys in Asia as well. We have a couple of events happening in Asia. One will be with the ASEAN Symposium. Where are the Filipinos crowd? All right, they are the ones over there. You can find out more information about that. But what we're doing with ASEAN Symposium in Manila is that we'll be doing real-life collaborations that everyone would be able to see, so it's practical. The world is moving at a very fast pace. We could have discussions, we could have brainstorming, but what's important, I feel, is to transform those ideas into something practical that is sustainable. Sustainable meaning B2B, business-wise, it makes sense, right? So that's one thing that we're doing with the Philippines on the ASEAN Symposium. And Indonesia will be having our World Conference on Creative Economy in Jakarta next year. This is an event that happens every 2 years. The last one was in Uzbekistan? No.
Yes.
Was it Uzbekistan?
It was.
So usually it's 2 years in a foreign country, and then every 4 years it comes back to the host country, which is Indonesia. That should be happening at around October. One of the things that we'll be talking about is how collaborations could happen practically and fast so that it makes sense to everyone. And I think on the creative side, right, we are all creative people here. One thing that's extremely important, it has to start with ourselves before we get to know each other, is we have to know ourselves first. That's one thing. Be the authentic person that we are. Go back to the very basics of economics, which is specialization of labor. I'm sure that people in the UK, people in the Korea, and different parts of the world, each of us has our own uniqueness. Each of us carry our own culture and genes and genetics, right? When I say genetics, I don't mean biology. I mean the creative genes that each of us have. In the Media City, when I visited this place yesterday and was walking around the tour, I see that there's a huge technological advancement that the human capital have right here in Media City, and hence you're able to attract the worldwide medias to do co-production, to do post-productions here. What Korea have is totally different. What Indonesia have is different. Now, when we gather together and we know what our strength is, then collaborations could happen, and that's what I really look forward to the collaborative approach. Now, on the database itself, I believe that each country is right now cataloging in terms of what they're good at in terms of cultures, which is the USP. And for Indonesia perspective, we'd like to share that with people so that they'll be able to bring it beyond and translate it. So for example, if Indonesia have some sort of cloth that's relevant to us, right, it might not be relevant to the UK audience, but it's something that's indigenous, that's unique. It's a unique content that might be interesting. But how do you use the UK context to address it or to share it with the UK audience. I think that sort of exchanges will be good not only for the creative industry, but will be very good for humanity so that all of us can get to know each other. One biggest concern that I have is that the world might turn into a monoculture, that the world will we have innovations, right? ChatGPT, AIs and all that is garbage in, garbage out. If we do not start cataloging and putting or digitizing the culture and the heritage that we have, imagine the future generations when they go and speak to Gemini, when they speak to ChatGPT, what will be spit out? It will be the monoculture of what the world is. So it's really critical for all of us to do that. I know time's up, sorry.
No, we're spot on. And also, I love the ending to be on this cultural literacy and also for us to reflect on what next generation of humanity for us creative people are very good at is. So let's leave it at that positive note. Thank you all for your time. Thank you.
Okay, we're just about to take a little break. You're going to come back in here at 3:45. We've got some incredible sessions coming up this afternoon that I would very much like you to get involved in. Human in the Loop, Why Technology Needs Artists, again presented with the British Council. Who needs artists? Civic, Creative and Cultural University Collaboration, that's happening as well. Disappearing Acts, The Art of the Temporary. So that's all happening. We'll reconvene here 3:45, so go off and have 20 minutes break, coffee and relax. Okay? See you in a bit. Take a seat, sir. Take a seat. Oh, you're back there. Okay. Right, I'm just going to wait for him specifically to sit down because he's a good guy. I can tell. He's got a lovely smile, and I want him to be comfortable. Are you comfortable? Yeah? Okay, good. Everyone else good? Had a coffee, tea? Yes? Comfort break, all of that? Brilliant. I won't go further than that. All right. Now, we're going to now be talking about human in the loop. And we have some incredible minds, actually, to talk about the human in the loop. Piotr Mirowski is from Google DeepMind. We have Sugwen Chung, who is from Studio Silicet. And the chair from the British Council, who you already know I'm a fan of, is Aurora Holcroft.
Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us this afternoon. I'm personally very excited about this conversation. We've heard a little bit earlier today from a range of fantastic panels how artists and creatives, cultural organizations are using technology, things to be wary about with technology. And today, what we're going to focus on in this session is how artists and creatives are shaping technology. And I don't just mean technology usually associated with the arts. I mean really frontier tech, so obviously AI, but also quantum, robotics, which we'll focus on today. I couldn't think of two better people to speak about this topic. I have Sugwen here, who is an artist and researcher and pioneer in human-machine collaboration. Sugwen's work spans installation, sculpture, drawing, and performance in dialogue with really advanced technologies like, as I said, machine learning, biosensing, and robotics. But what I love about you, Sugwen, is you've had so many accolades in the arts, but also in the tech world, including being named Time's 100 most influential people in AI recently. So really loving that cross-pollination. And Piotr, you as well.
Hello.
As Nihal said, Piotr is a staff research scientist at Google DeepMind, has released over 75 papers and patents in the idea of exploring the idea of AI in the real world, including in human-machine collaboration as well. But not just in the tech world, Piotr is also a trained actor and is the founder and director of a theatre company called Improbiotics. Improbiotics or Improbotics?
The second one.
Okay, there we go. Not probiotics, everyone. So we're so excited to have you here as well. Before we start, I just wanted to start with a little provocation from a recent report we just did at the British Council. I've got the hard copy here, which is my prop. And that is why technology needs artists, which is kind of what we'll be touching on today. I hope you've scanned the QR code. Find me after if you do want a hard copy. And where we started with this report, me and my co-editor Hannah Andrews, was in these forums we were seeing over and over again this exact question: what is the impact of technology on the arts? And there's so many really valid questions there, but what we wanted to do was flip that narrative to something a lot more active, to look at the impact of the arts and artists on technology. And so we invited 56 leaders in arts and technology across the world, across 24 countries, and you will see Piotr and Sugwen's names there. So lucky to have you both. And really what came from this research is 4 main insights advocating for this idea of artist-led innovation. You'll see them on screen. Please do delve into them further. But really it's looking at artists as catalyzing technological advancement, delivering socio and economic value mutually while doing that. And then from a global perspective, through education and public engagement, creating more resilient global networks, more sustainable technology. And number 4, which I think is the most kind of intangible, but also the most exciting, proposing hopeful futures, which I think is something really inspiring, often in a world where technology at the moment can be polarizing or disenfranchising. So, let's get into the meat of it. I think Sugwen and Piotr can describe all of these insights much better than me. Sugwen, I wanted to start really at the base, which is this idea of research and development. And I've seen your work be described as art as robotics research. I'm wondering, through your practice, how do you unveil things? Do you unveil things that are different to maybe a traditional engineer would unveil? I'll pass this over to you as well.
Thank you. I'm so honored to be here. Can you hear me all right? Yeah? Okay, great. So my practice, I've been really thinking about the evolution of the human hand and how technology can really contribute to that evolution. I think there's so many really interesting questions that technology raises to the expansion of the human subject, how we relate to each other and communicate. So it's really been at the heart of what I really care about. I have a background as an engineer and an artist. I started kind of with both languages at a really young age. You'll see here a new installation that we released last year called Spectral, in which 2 custom robotic systems are linked to my own brainwave data. And we can get a little bit more into the details of that later. But I really kind of resist this idea that art and technology are so separate. I find, and by kind of blurring those lines, by having that kind of willful ignorance into these kind of categories that I feel like we're so fully placed in a lot of these times. I've developed 10 years of drawing operations, which is kind of what you see back there. Drawing operations unit generation 1, and now we're in our 6th generation. Traces, curiosities and questions I have about how technology is shaping us, but how also we can think about artistic practice as shaping technology. So each generation is a provocation around a certain topic: mimicry, memory, collectivity, spectrality, assembly. And I get to explore and kind of reinvent certain systems of sensing, of data collection, of machine learning through the lens of my own gesture and my own personal data. And it's been a really kind of fascinating space to play, but also to collaborate with different institutions and engineers. You'll see here a little bit, just a really quick outline of how each system is built and some of the questions that are really at the central sort of space of each movement. And what I love about it is because it takes something like an emerging technology at the time and creates an archive of its use, which kind of plays with this idea of modernity and futurity through embodied collaboration. I love that in this work I've evolved alongside the system. I think this process of coevolution is also really integral in my own artistic sentiment and my own desires as an engineer. So I think that's been a way, and I'm so honored to be here talking about this with you. It's been a way to really think about how we can shape the technology that shapes us. I really believe strongly that artists have a really significant role to play, and I think we're just at the beginning of this type of collaboration.
Thanks, Sugwen. I love that idea of co-evolution. I think I've been co-evolving with my phone and having no idea even what that even means. So I think, you know, at the peak of that, I'm so excited that you're really having in-depth thought and research around this kind of idea of how we engage with technology. I wanted to ask you a similar question, Piotr. When you work with artists, particularly comedians, musicians, theatre makers, and what I love about your work is that you really engaged them at the start of this R&D process. And so I'm wondering, what outcomes have you seen change in your work when you do this? And how do you kind of scale this at a research organization?
Thank you. Well, first of all, I'm very honored to be here. So thank you, Aurora. Thank you, Sugwen. Thank you all. I would say that essentially what I'm trying to do is dialogue, which has two different versions of it. One is confrontation, and the other is negotiation. And there is a meeting of different perspectives that always happens. So my general background is actually computer science. I did a PhD in computer science 15 years ago at New York University with one of the so-called godfathers of deep learning, Professor Yann LeCun, at the time when the word artificial intelligence was a dirty word. I think it's a dirty word today again, but for different reasons. How times change. So I joined 11 years ago Google DeepMind to do reinforcement learning, navigation, weather forecasting, working on algorithms. But at the same time, I really love theater. Passionately, I went to drama school part-time. And also, if this works, we can see some pictures of what I did 10 years ago, which was bring robots on stage to do improv comedy and improvised theater with, alongside another large cast of human beings who were interacting with technology, with augmented reality glasses, with chatbots, with robots, with different forms of generative AI. Trying to essentially get the audience suggestions and to build narratives together. And it wasn't always easy. As one of our reviewers put it in 2017, 2 stars, chaotic, never work with robots. Did we listen? Absolutely not. We persevered. And we have been touring internationally and bringing the show to Edinburgh Fringe for 4 times, 3 times in a row already. So alongside that interaction with robots and actors on stage, so the AI is being trained. So I've been training AI models to do improv comedy, and we've been training as actors to interact with that strange stage partner. So alongside, we essentially developed some sort of theater lab where we practice with the affordances of the technology. And that gave me ideas back to my day job at Google DeepMind. So with my Improbotics co-founder, Corey Matthewson, we wrote in 2022 a paper co-writing screenplays and theater scripts of language models and evaluation by industry professionals. Ooh, we are getting into language models territory here, and it's literally into the meat of the big controversy. So this is something that we did in 2022, before ChatGPT, before it was even in the general consciousness. And we interrogated, we ran workshops with playwrights and screenwriters, trying the tool that we had developed and collecting candid feedback on all the ethical issues, starting from the cannibalization of creative economies to the copyright violations, and simply to the problems of bias, but also the limitations of large language models in storytelling because they just produce derivative slop. But also some interesting feedback about the fact that it could potentially be useful in getting ideas. And even something I really loved, one of the playwrights who tried the model said, I want ideas that a human couldn't possibly have. And I think that this is a lost opportunity we haven't really explored with AI. How can it actually help us go beyond the human frame if we really use it in the right way instead of just replacing ourselves? So the paper was published, presented in 2023, and we had all this evaluation with playwrights, and we continued the work a few years later, and we released a tool called Fabula. It's released on request, and this tool is essentially a narratology tool that allows the writer to structure the storytelling into different bits, scenes, beats, motivations of a character, etc. And in the development process of that, we have involved playwrights and screenwriters getting the feedback as early as possible to understand what they actually wanted and what they didn't want in the tool. That's how we understood that we needn't do a generator, and instead it was preferable to have something that analyzes stories and gives feedback. And I can show some video, perhaps, visuals of how it looks like. Oh, this is actually still Dramatron. Okay, so that's how it looked like, and we had evaluated it on stage with actors. The image is coming up. Okay, but then this is Fabula. Is the video going to play? Perhaps.
Fabula can help us write high-quality stories by producing a detailed story plan. We use ideas from narratology to inform the structure of that story plan. And we base our system on a book called The Classical Plot and the Invention of Western Narrative by Nick Lowe. This book describes the cognitive updates of the reader's mental model as they consume the text.
Okay, we have a stop-motion animation of the video, which is great because I'm now going to show a stop-motion animation of Natalia Korczakowska, director of the Polish National Theatre Studio, who was writing a play about AI, about AlphaGo actually, and who evaluated the tool and who gave us some feedback. So maybe I can just finish this question with her words. If it plays.
So change the perspective in the way in which you see theater. And I hope for that. I refuse to be a victim of artificial intelligence. That's not interesting for me. I prefer to play with this tool and look for the way that it can enrich theater.
All right, that was my answer to the question.
Thank you, thank you.
Fantastic.
And I'm seeing so many kind of, I think you hold on to that, Sugwen.
I will.
I'm seeing so many through lines here between your work from a kind of primarily tech perspective and a primarily arts perspective, especially around human in the loop, which is obviously why we're here today. Sugwen, you talk about human gesture, Piotr around human storytelling, and I know often that's in improvisation and comedy, so, humor and things like that, which, are essentially human. Sugwen, really, how have you seen in your artistic practice bringing these kinds of robots or AI technologies more aligned with kind of what it means to be human, and then maybe take it a step further and break that and explore what it could be what it could mean in collaboration with a machine?
Sure. I wanted to note, I feel like I'm really fascinated by improv, actually. And one thing I really love about it, because you said that Piotr's working more in like language and text, I actually find the physical cues of improv one of the most kind of captivating aspects of that kind of improvisational collaboration. I feel like that resonates a lot with how I've thought about building my drawing operations unit. And I love that there's an uncertainty principle in there. I love that it is about what's unspoken and what's not necessarily kind of really spelled out. I think there's this idea that we can control creativity, control technology, and I find performance really turns that idea on its head, and I've been thinking about that. You asked about kind of the human in the loop in the work. Oftentimes that is myself. I think I try to be the human in the loop in my drawing collaborations, but I'll give you an example of one of the, I wouldn't call them use cases, but I'll call them use cases here. I read a paper that cited that when a human being is in an elevated state of creative flow, their alpha waves are heightened. And I realized that this was a really rife area for artistic research, but also sensor development, and sort of expanding my own ability to work with EEG data. So I created in, you're nodding like you've read a little bit about this kind of research. It's really, really fascinating. But I love that technology became a catalyst and art practice became a catalyst for entering into a different state of creative flow. My fifth generation of Doug, centered on spectrality, really brought that into the fore. In the configuration, I meditate with a brainwave headset, and then I draw alongside the robotic system when I'm in a heightened state of a kind of creative immersion. And what I love about that is I've been able to bring back this idea that mark making and performance have something at risk. Here I am performing this configuration, I think last year at the V&A, and it's a very meditative performance in general, but it's really reliant on my own proprioception, my own ability to learn and adapt my own system to the environment with which I'm in. And by sharing that as a performance, we create a microcosm for the community to speak about how these systems are built, whether what kind of emotional experience that evokes, and sort of opens up, I think, a dialogue into the possibility of using robotics beyond automation, of art making beyond drawing, and for me, it's been a way to explore how we actually fit in this loop or grid, and to really have an embodied sense of thinking about this configuration and the balance of it, and sort of really reestablishing a sense of agency within the tools of the day. It moves into a lot of other spaces around sensor development, obviously, but also new types of materiality for machinic systems. Through this work, it's been exciting because it's really expanded my idea of what a robotic system is and can be, and we're moving into a new kind of phase of robotics, machine learning, and bioengineering, really thinking about the bedrock of technology and turning that on its head. So it's been a very catalytic time for thinking about not just how humans operate in this loop of human and machine collaboration, but how we really instigate our environment and new researches, new advances in different fields beyond AI and machine learning in the space.
Thanks, Sugwen. And Piotr, I know that you've written around, especially in this Why Technology Needs report, what needs artist report. When we talk about human in the loop, you bring up this idea of cultural diversity and cultural specificity. And I know you've done research around how, humans inherently diverse, that when we engage artists or different cultures in tech development, again, at an early stage or in the process of research and development, we could potentially make more culturally diverse technologies. Could you touch on that a little bit?
Yes. Well, first of all, I just want to say this is super cool, the slides I just seen. But to answer to the question, what we did was to actually increase the scope of our dialogue. So before, we only had a dialogue between the technologist and the artist. But that's not enough sometimes. So because the artist typically is accountable to the art world, to what psychologist Howard Becker defined as the extended art world, which is all the network of art curators, museum curators, gallery owners, people involved in the distribution of art, and the audiences. And so we increased the scope of the dialogue to encompass the art world as well. And that actually allowed the artist to talk more freely and deeply about the questions of representation and whether the AI tool that we tried to integrate in the practice was actually doing the right job. So the way our approach worked was that we had those sessions, dialogue with the art world and dialogue with the machine, interleaved, where the artists were discussing with the curators, who were challenging and prompting them with some tasks to accomplish using the tools and trying to relate to specific image archives. The artists in question were 3 established artists, visual artists from the Iranian diaspora, and the 3 art curators were from the V&A and other art institutions specialized in Persian art. And we, the researchers, so Rida Kadri and I, were simply fly-on-the-wall observers, facilitators of the dialogue and the exchange, taking notes for everything that we had to fix as technologists. We also engaged in sessions of speculative design of what potentially could be done to make the system work better. And what was interesting was how the artists actually hacked the systems. So for instance, one of the artists, Arusia Gabrielan, who is a designer and an architect, was trying, and that was 2 years ago, to get various image generators to generate images of vases and rugs with the expression, motto, women like freedom. And it was extremely complicated to actually get those image generators to do that. And all she managed to do was something that looked like Orientalist squibbles from Orientalist representations. And so she highlighted the various biases in those tools that were very Western-centric and not taking into account non-Western perspectives. Another artist was discussing about the fact that the data sets and even the methods prevented cultural institutions in various countries from having the sovereignty over their own cultural archives. And so they tried to speculate how we could establish AI models, build AI models that preserve the cultural sovereignty of each location. And finally, another artist, Farbod Mer, tried to do some reparative AI. So what he did, in order to counteract the lack of representation of Persian art and also Persian women simply in what was generated, he trained specific versions of Stable Diffusion with, alternatively, photos from the Qajar era Persia, as well as Qajar art and finally, images sent by his followers on Instagram for modern day, which was interesting. And he would make different versions of this and iterate and refine and sculpt these outputs, trying to essentially subvert the original limitations of a tool.
I think that's so striking. Those images are incredibly powerful, and this is something that we've definitely been focusing on at the British Council, looking at how we kind of move away from Western ideas of technology. I would love to end on an improv session between you two, but I don't think we have time. Instead, I want to turn really... Instead, I really want to turn to maybe a more practical response into how we sustain your work from an ecosystem perspective. I think so many brilliant minds are working in this way, often with tech and artistic skills within their own background. Obviously, collaborations are happening as well, but how do we sustain this? And if you had one piece of advice to kind of an AI team or an artist studio or even a bigger institution, how would you think we can bring tech more in alignment with human values and really invest in this kind of work? Piotr, I might turn to you first.
Yes. There is a push towards building very generalistic models, but of course, as some comedians told us when we did a participatory study in Edinburgh, if you try to make something that is funny to everyone, it ends up being nobody's favorite thing. And there is essentially a lack of agency sometimes in the artists who engage with those AI tools over how those systems are built. So they often face the fact that those tools can be even doing censorship inadvertently and cultural erasure by trying to be safe. And those tools forget the context in which the artists use them, which is in itself a safe space for experimentation. So an advice to tech companies would be to actually try to take into account the agencies of the users, especially in the artistic field, to explore and to push against the tools in their creative practice.
So Gwen, maybe you have advice for tech companies as well.
I've got advice all day for tech companies. I think there's so many different directions, right? I do fundamentally believe that artists are really good at exploring, but artists are also really good at breaking things. Artists are really good at making meaning. Artists are, and I sort of would counter this division between artists here and technologists here. I think we have kind of more in common when it comes to our interest in exploring the human subject, exploring our own agency, exploring tool making. Artists have been making tools for as long as there have been artists. I think tech companies and technologists, tech companies are just made up of people who are technologists. So I think there's a lot of really generative dialogue to be had there. I've explored a lot of interesting ideas through residencies. I love this idea of kind of collaborative immersion, but not at kind of the shallow level of like testing a product. I don't think that's as interesting as really getting on the ground level and having conversations about what we build and why, understanding that kind of bias is always inherent to any system, but actually, to loop back into what you said, Piotr, really working with the specificity of artistic language and artistic practice in building more equitable systems.
Fantastic. I think it's so clear why we need artists in the development of technology. And I think looking at this idea of human in the loop, maybe moving a little bit forward to think about artist in the loop, really for these advanced technologies. I know that's something that many of our peers are exploring. So thank you so much for joining me today, and please join us after as well if you have questions in the cafe. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Wow. Okay. Right. Oof. We've got. I don't think we need the fourth one at this point. Yeah. I mean, I can I mean, I could just lounge if you want me to, but it's a bit rude. So, no, but you can keep on. That's fine. It's fine. I'm not precious like that. All right. OK. Now, fascinating. This is the penultimate session of the day, and I'm sitting here because I'm going to chair it. Oh, don't go. So what did I... Really? Are you not into seismic shifts, creators, corporations, and culture? Are you into that? Yeah. I mean, look at it. Seismic shifts we're talking about here. You're scared about the title. Don't worry, it's fine. I mean, it's quite performative, the word seismic. It's doing a lot of heavy lifting in that sentence. But it will be super interesting. Yeah, I mean, look, it's creators, corporations, and culture. Are you a creator? I'm not leaving her. I'm having a conversation with her. I'm not bullying her. I just really like people to stay for a bit. Don't worry, listen, give it 2 minutes, right? So a friend of mine used to work for a company called thread.com, and they had this rule in meetings, which I think is a brilliant one, which is at the moment when it's no longer relevant to you, the meeting, get up and walk out, which is great. How many of us, put your hands up, how many of you sit in meetings which have nothing to do with you, and you have to sit there for ages listening to people that, quite frankly, you cross the street to avoid in any other context? Right, so there you go, it's a good idea. So, listen, I won't take it personally if, like, in 2 minutes you just go, this was fun, and then walk out, all right? Don't worry. I'm going to try and make it, God, now to put the pressure on myself to try and keep her here. All right. Now, as I said, seismic shifts, creators, corporations, and culture. And we have 2 very special guests. We have Janine Smith, who is the Managing Director of Force Studio, and Jen Topping, who's a writer at Business of TV. Welcome them both onto the stage. Thank you. Janine. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, we're only going to look at you now. We're going to present this purely to you, right? To make sure that this happens. This is very good. Okay, so Janine co-founded Force Studio to build a digital centre of excellence at Force Studio, and Channel 4 was recently appointed as CEO or co-managing director of Force Studio. CEO or managing director?
Definitely not CEO.
No, but
I mean that role is vacant right now.
Oh, it is
I don't think I'm in the running.
Oh, right. Okay, go for it. Go for it. Also, as well, Jen is a consultant and commentator, works in TV, film, and digital content producers. Clients include more than 100 independent production companies, including Channel 4's emerging indie fund. Very, very good.
5 years in a row.
Yeah. Oh, wow, nice. 7 years at Channel 4. Did your paths cross?
Yes, they did.
Brilliant.
We'd had a brilliant catch-up.
We're bringing the band back together again. I love that. Okay. And that was across 4OD as well, and previously worked at Microsoft's interactive TV studio for Xbox. Brilliant. Again, round of applause for these 2 wonderful individuals that we have here. Okay, let's start with talking about from broadcaster to adaptive digital studio. And, okay, is that the case? From broadcaster to, or is it about 2 distinct organisations trying to exist uncomfortably together?
That's quite a lot. That's quite a massive question. I mean, Force Studio was generated to support Channel 4's digital transformation and to build this digital centre of excellence mainly based in Leeds, but we are across Manchester, Glasgow, Bristol and London. It was to support Channel 4's strategy to become a public service streamer and their fast forward strategy in the main. So we work in parallel with the rest of the broadcast division in 3 kind of main areas. The biggest area and the sort of one that has the most people behind it is how loosely we call it marketing. But that is what we do around our programming, our talent that are based on our linear shows, and all the things that we do around that across all of the digital platforms. So how we support all of our social media channels. We run about 140 different social media accounts. We publish around 30,000 pieces of content every year to both market and talk about our programs, but also across social media monetization, across the clips and the full episodes that we are now putting out across social media platforms. The second area that we work in is branded entertainment, what we do with our brand partners, our sponsors, our advertisers. That is a mixture of sponsorships on existing content or completely original commissions that live in a branded space. And then the third is our completely original digital content. So that is commissions that are solely made for digital platforms. So when we think about some of our things that you might have heard of, like Channel 4.0, which is our youth-focused YouTube channel, our new food product for Served, which runs across TikTok and Instagram. That is pure digital play content made for digital audiences, doesn't have anything to do with anything that's on TV.
Have you had to reassure the old school part of Channel 4 that you're not there to take their jobs?
I'm laughing because we were talking about this earlier. I worked at Channel 4 when I was much younger, so from like 2000 to 2006, when we were having discussions about websites and trying to make websites that went along with TV shows, things like when Big Brother started, it was on Channel 4 and we had a big digital presence. And we had those discussions then. Is it going to change TV? Is it going to cannibalize everything? And now we're having similar conversations, but about different things. So as I mentioned earlier, one of our biggest growth areas this year has been putting full episodes of programs on YouTube. And you can imagine in a traditional broadcaster saying, we want to put all the programs on YouTube, was a difficult conversation to have, absolutely, in some areas. But what we found is we trialed it, we started slow, and we've really ramped up. But what we found is that audience is incremental, as opposed to cannibalistic.
Explain what those two things mean in this context.
In this context, what that means is the people that are watching our shows on YouTube probably would never have come to our player or our TV channel. If we think about when you're my age, Channel 4 is a lot more of a familiar brand to you. When we were young, it was the only kind of place you could watch cool late night TV where people swore and all of those things. And so, but younger people today have an infinite amount of choice and don't have that brand affinity. Therefore, we have to take our content to the places that those audiences are if we want to build a pipeline of viewing from young people right through the age groups. Right. So they would never have watched maybe a unique documentary by turning on Channel 4 at 8 o'clock on a Wednesday, but they might watch it if they find it on their YouTube feed. And so that audience that we're building on YouTube, younger audiences, more diverse audiences, is not people that we would ever have got to if we hadn't put our programming on the YouTube channel.
So does a traditional media brand have to give up the idea that it's about reinforcing their brand? That essentially you have to give your content to the platforms that reach those audiences, and the idea that somehow that will then come back to you, that it will form a kind of bridge between YouTube and Channel 4. You kind of have to let go of that idea.
I mean, I don't think they're mutually exclusive, I think, but if you look at the kind of what's happening now, Channel 4 were the first UK broadcaster to start doing that. Now we've got BBC are starting to do it. We've got large indie groups starting to think about this. It's a way of reaching new audiences. It's not the be-all and end-all, but you have to work much harder to get the audience to come to you than for you to give them the content where they already are.
So I sat in the summer before I left the BBC with someone quite senior there, who said to me, you know, the strategy is to get our stuff clipped up on YouTube to bring people back to iPlayer. And I said to him, are you fucking joking? That horse has left.
That's not a strategy.
That is not a strategy.
I mean, I'm sure that was a while ago, because I think the thinking...
It was 3 months ago.
Oh, really? Because I think the thinking has moved on. And also,
I hope it has
when we have to think about, we don't control those platforms. The mystery of the algorithm, the mystery of the way, you know, YouTube aren't going to sit and tell us exactly how to pull all the levers to make our content appear in people's feeds. But what you find is that if you're trying to take people away from their platform, they're not going to like that. So if you're trying to use it as an opportunity to springboard people into your owned and operated channels, that isn't a favorable position in the algorithm, because they want you to stay within that environment. So what's important is to create a really solid environment that's well branded, has good attribution to your brand, because your brand is still important. And you know, the 4 is still important, even though you're watching the content on YouTube. And it is a challenge, you know, all the way through every broadcaster that I've worked in. The attribution of programs to the brand, the attribution of channels to the brand is a struggle sometimes. So it's even more important that you think about everything that sits around the content, the copy, the thumbnails, the branding, to make sure that the whole environment is still attributed to Channel 4, even though the content consumption is happening, in this case, on YouTube.
Jen, why would a successful content creator need a Channel 4 or a BBC? For what purpose?
Well, content creators make money in lots of different ways. In general, 70% of creators have at least 3 revenue streams to their business. So it's very hard to monetize the spaces that we're talking about. And that's the reality of why BBC people are saying, are we really sure we want to put all our eggs in the YouTube basket? A company owned by Google, headquartered not in this country, et cetera, et cetera. So I can understand people's reticence, and I also think it's an important conversation that we have. We make sure that we're aware of what we're doing here in terms of how important our cultural institutions are in this country. For creators themselves, it's really hard to monetize these platforms. The economics are completely different. So, for broadcasters, it's the broadcaster gives the money to the producer takes the risk in terms of making the show, but they don't take the financial risk. The broadcaster broadcasts it, and then the producer gets the rights back to go and monetize it. For a creator, they shoulder all that risk themselves. They're usually targeting a smaller niche, that they then build up that audience in that smaller niche, and it could be, I don't know, gardening, or they're a comedian, or it could be anything, it could be anything. And then they usually are running lots of other complementary streams alongside of it. So maybe they've got podcasts or merch or live events or a whole host of things going on. Even then, when you talk to a whole host of creators, it was interesting that we had YouTube here today. When you look up the detail, they're talking about SMEs, they're talking about very small companies. Yes, we've got the big super guys, the Sidemen and Mr. Beast and all of that sort of stuff, but in general, these are very small, often single-person operators or a couple of people. So you can understand if they have, the right attitude, charisma, the right packaging, the right audience, you can see why they would want to get towards the bigger bucks. That it does still sit with television in terms of production values, in terms of production costs.
Not payment. You're not going to go to the BBC to get paid.
No, but if you have the idea and the IP and you own the IP, then you end up with something stacked up that you can then sell. And so you can see that's for a lot of creators, whether it's Miss Rachel, Alan Chinkin-Chow with Alan's Universe, they're packaging up their content to sell it on because it's television-like in its format. So they can sell it to Roku, they can sell it to various fast or streaming services. So if you can get someone to help fund your creative ambition at a higher scale, which is what ultimately TV is really good at, then you can see why they would want to climb that ladder. The other thing is also about loneliness. If you talk to a lot of creators, I was talking to one the other day, she's a comedian, and she just said, I just really want to be part of a writer's room or be part of something where I'm not having to do every job myself, because it can be a little bit, dare I say, lonely. And part of the joy of television is it's a really collaborative industry where lots of different people come together. It's very sociable. Everyone marries each other or shags each other. That's why people get into telly, isn't it? I've gone in a very story.
That is why people get into television, ladies and gentlemen. A revelation at Beyond 2025. Yeah, who knew?
But for creators, that's why collectives are really important in creator land. That's why partnerships are important, because they are often actually working on their own.
Interestingly, when you mentioned Sidemen, for instance, people trying to repeat that, how much of what Sidemen have achieved was down to timing? Is actually when they came and what they managed to harness at the beginning of this?
I think especially for some of those really big super creators, mega creators, whatever you want to call them,
KSI.
Yeah, Mr. Beast, there's a handful of them in a particular list. I think timing was really important. Equally, all of them, if you really stand back, not all of them, that's not fair, a chunk of them, what is the dominant target audience is young, often male skewing, often in sort of stunt-based formats. And if you look around them, there's tons and tons of copycat channels all trying to be a little bit like them. So if you look outside of that genre and look to, say, older audiences, particular niches, there's a guy, I'm obsessed by this guy, Dusty Lumber Company. He's in Canada. He just uses power tools, and he's made like 25 million in advertising in the past 3 years alone. Power tools of the future. But if you find that niche, you find something outside, if you're going to try and compete head-to-head with the Sidemen, you might struggle. I certainly would. But for people outside of that targeting another niche, because there's an infinitesimal amount of niches, think about how many interests we all have. Finding a different audience, I still think there's quite a lot of scope to target different types of audiences. So it's not a timing issue. It's not like the boat has sailed, I guess is my point.
Right.
I think that niche thing is actually a really important point, even for people like Channel 4. When we started 4 Studio at the beginning of 2020, we had maybe 4 different sort of accounts: Channel 4, E4, More 4, Film 4. And as we've developed and our strategy has developed and we've understood more about audiences and audience behavior, we have diversified into hundreds of niche channels. So for example, we don't just have Channel 4 documentaries, we've got crime, blue light, all of those things, and it's because that's the way that people respond. When you get people who have found a niche and they're into, they'll sit and watch 15 of those documentaries about crime or gangsters or whatever the channel is that we've created that's specifically for them. And so niches are super important, no matter if you're a single creator in a bedroom or a large broadcaster.
So I have a lot of conversations at a very high level in the music industry, which is what I consult to. And one of the things they say is often that you'll have an artist like Central C, and Central C will make a huge amount of money on his own. He doesn't need a label. Going back to this question about the economics of it, TV versus YouTube versus Instagram versus TikTok, is it a similar conversation when you go as Channel 4, as 4 Studio, and say, we can help you? They'll say, well, tell me the economics of this.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. We work with creators in quite a lot of different ways at Channel 4. From right at the beginning of the journey, we have a thing that I don't know if any of you were at recently, because we held it in Manchester, called Create Your Legacy. And that is for us reaching out to smaller, newer creators and helping them through the world of expanding their universe, like what Jem was just saying. So we give them a development grant, we partner them up with a production team who will work with them, educate them on things like duty of care, legal and compliance, the things that they will need to be across if they want to be working as part of a broadcaster's universe or a Netflix or whoever that is that they might be working with in the future. So that's been a really interesting journey for us, and we've done that in London, we've done it in Manchester, and we learn a lot from them, they learn a lot from us, in the hope that that makes a more kind of holistic approach for them if they want to be expanding into new platforms. And then we have creators as cast within formats, programs. That's something which is very dependent on the creator. 4.0 is our new channel, newish, it's a couple of years old now. Just recently hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube, and that is almost exclusively creator-fronted programming. So we have a whole range of creators that we work with on multiple different formats, 3 or 4 different productions going out every week. But that is purely building relationships with creators at all levels and working with them on formats that they are the stars of. They also have their own channels. They don't need to do that with us, but what we've created there is greater than the sum of its parts, because we've created this world of Channel 4.0, which is a new audience for Channel 4. It's a very different, much younger, and much more kind of an young urban audience, very much UK based. And that's been a really interesting journey, building those relationships, but building them over years. So not just using them for one series and then stopping, but building a relationship ongoing. And they become advocates for 4.0 and advocates for working with Channel 4. We don't stop them doing their own thing. And then we have our newest channel, which is 4 Served, which is our food channel. And for that, we have partnered with food creators based all across the UK, Bradford, Birmingham, and they are almost on a retainer with us. So they come and shoot with us every single week, and we have an ongoing relationship with them. They work on essentially part of the team, being involved in the creative development, being involved in the future of that channel, and that's our relationship with them.
And does that have to be unique content to Channel 4 or 4 Studio, separate completely from the content that they're creating on their own channels?
It is, yeah. I mean, we do collaborations with them, right. And they sometimes will, on their channels, feature like a day in the life of being at Channel 4 served, you know, and we are fairly loose about that kind of stuff. It's beneficial to both of us to let them do that and use the Channel 4 IP in some ways from being part of that team and using it for their channels. But they are essentially part of the team, part of Channel 4, because we have a year-long relationship with them, or multi-year. We've only been going 6 months, so we haven't got to a year yet.
Right.
But on that.
Right. So, say, Jen, you have to be a counsellor to people that run traditional media organisations who are terrified and see essentially what's happening here as an existential threat to their futures. How do you help them sleep at night by telling them it's not an existential threat?
I think it is. The reality is that YouTube wants to eat television. They want to eat they are really clear about that. So there's people went, oh, we went to MIPCOM and YouTube's everywhere, and it's like, and that's because they want the premium TV ad market. They want the ad dollars that sit with Channel 4 and ITV and Sky, because that's the high value advertising. What YouTube has is the low value advertising.
But at scale, right?
Yeah. At scale, but it's hard for those big advertisers which will make it. YouTube's ad growth in terms of its revenues is only marginally above its ad sales growth. So it's not like, although the audience may be going up, the ad sales numbers are not going up like a big hockey stick. They're only marginally above where they have been for AdSense, which is why they're looking to the high value ad money, which sits with the TV broadcasters, the Unilevers, the car companies, et cetera, et cetera.
Yeah.
That's what they want to grab hold of. But the challenge they've got, and it's a funny challenge that they're in, is they need to stack up lots and lots of eyeballs to attract that type of advertising, and those eyeballs have to be watching content that is safe and premium and of value. That content definitely exists on YouTube, but it just doesn't gather together at the same campaign level impact that television has in its bucket loads. So to circle back to your question, I think for dare I give anyone advice? It's more.
You're literally a consultant.
I'm literally a consultant. Oh yeah, I forgot that bit.
That's definitely in the job description, I think.
I think it's basically saying that there's a danger in saying we should just embrace YouTube and just go for it. Yeah. Oh dear, we're all a bit screwed over here in Teleland. But actually, television is a hugely powerful force, and it's about becoming pretty much a lot of what Channel 4 has been doing, this hybridized, multi-platform beast that can go into lots of different markets. Television, video on demand, streaming. I mean, Channel 4 first launched its streaming services back in 2006.
Wow.
So we listen a lot to the noise out of the America, cord cutting, television's old, it's dying, look at them. But actually, in this country, we've had comprehensive video on demand services for 19 years. It's really been quite an advanced process that TV has gone through. That doesn't change the fact that when Netflix arrived, it disrupted everything. It doesn't change the fact that these are large incumbents coming into our market. So I think probably pushing what they're doing with the Channel 4 strategy, don't throw the baby out with the bathwater, being really clear that YouTube, yes, has chunky audience, but it's a hyper-served, very concentrated number of super users on the platform that are skewing young. So that means there's growth to be had on YouTube, but we've just got to remember who these people are, is that they're overwhelmingly very young, skewing audiences. I think it's like 25% of the audience delivers 90% of the views on YouTube in the UK. Compared to television, it's like 68%. So it's just a much more concentrated audience. I don't think this is at all a disastrous situation for television, but I certainly don't think that you could ever, that anyone thinks that you're just going to stick in this linear with a bit of odd play. I think everyone is making this same shift to sort of a hybrid model. Indeed, all the super indies, indies of all different shapes and sizes, production companies are all moving to this hybrid model where they are working across digital, across podcasting. It's when they get to the world of having brands that are big enough that they can fill this place doing a live event, that they're recording a podcast. I think that's what you'll see in the next 2 years.
How is that revolutionising the commissioning process, Ginny? Because anyone who's tried to get anything commissioned at any point, especially at the BBC, layers and layers of people, no one wants to make a decision, it lasts 6 months. These people who are creating content are used to thinking of an idea in the morning, by mid-morning it's out, right? And it's happening, and they're counting the views by lunchtime.
Yeah, so we're somewhere in between.
Yeah.
We were at a conference the other week where one of the business managers and the sidemen were on, and they said that they filmed their last series for Netflix in 7 days, edited it in 9, and delivered it.
I mean, that's unheard
you know,
of, right?
that's unheard of in a traditional television model.
Yeah.
But what we have at Channel 4 is dedicated people working to a digital time frame and digital commissioners. And a lot of what they're doing is working with niche indies, small indies, first-time indies, diverse indies, geographically and in every other way. And that is giving opportunity to people with digital sensibilities and digital production skills who understand that you don't just need the brand safe and high quality product, you also need all the stuff that sits around it. So like the deliverables don't just include the video, they include the reversions and the thumbnails and the photography, and so that we can create this whole universe that's driving people to watch that. But those people are coming from with digital sensibilities, not the traditional commissioner models. We are working now with some of the linear commissioners on some of the content that sits adjacent to their TV shows. So that there's a learning process for some of them as well. But the bulk of our unique digital content is commissioned by digital specialists.
Right. As linear television audiences get older, is there any point in a pipeline that takes content creators and then uses them and then says, actually, now we're going to put you on terrestrial television? Is there any point in that anymore, do you think?
I think that, well, I think creators as talent, and we've seen that going back 20 years, you know, Joe Sugg on Strictly or whatever, it's almost like a new way of just finding the next glorious Davina McCall or happens to be. You know, these are talented, personality-driven people. So I think, what did you call it, creators as casting?
Yeah.
Which is slightly different from creators as production units or production companies of their own making their shows. I can imagine them, if it's a great idea, then it can translate. I think where it really struggles, where that model has struggled, is the idea of portability of these audiences, because in general, so we talk about Sidemen for Netflix, well, it didn't rate particularly well, got 2.4 million viewers on Netflix, so it didn't do particularly well on the platform. Mr. Beast, it's okay, you know, and none of these shows have actually really seismically shot through, considering some of the budget sizes. So Mr. Beast's show, Beast Games, was like 100 million. It certainly didn't do those numbers. I mean, I think it was sort of spectacle as it was a big part of the budget was, hey, look how much I've spent. But it didn't translate. So in TV terms, and if you talk to the people involved, in TV terms it didn't, or streaming terms, in both of those cases it didn't really translate. That doesn't mean it can't. And the more you see, you look at a company like The Rest is History, well, they've signed a TV deal to explore TV formats off the back of the portfolio of content that they've developed. So you're going to see a lot more of these types of hybrid businesses. And really, are they creators? I think they're direct-to-consumer production studios, and one of the platforms that they can go to is streaming and TV, as well as potentially movies and live events and experiences and You know, it's not just this TV vertical silo or movie vertical silo that we used to have evolved.
It's not a given that because they're a great YouTuber, they're suddenly going to be a great Saturday night TV host. It's not necessarily translated like that. There's a temptation in a lot of circles that you see to think that, well, if I get that creator who's got 3 million followers, that suddenly all those people are going to watch that TV show. That's not the way it works. And they're not always the right people for the right format, and I think that's the bit that we have to explore, and that's why we do quite a lot of these development schemes with creators, so that they can understand and try and find their niche and how we can help them do that, and potentially bring them into a TV world if that's something that they want to explore, but with all the difficulties around that they might see as someone who's been in charge of their own destiny. Then they have to work with a commissioner and a legal team and a finance team and all of those things. We're happy to help them do that, but it's not a given that every single one of them will translate into a traditional TV world.
So back in the days, if an artist made a track, you know, it was mixed and mastered, the first test would be you put it on in your car and you would drive around because you wanted to hear how it would listen out on radio, right? Similarly, do you have to look at this content first on your phone and see how does this work on a tiny screen, and how does it translate? Can't make these grandiose things because ultimately they're going to be watching it here, and it's a waste. It's intimate. It's much more intimate.
I mean, there is a lot of that, definitely, in terms of production values, production narratives, and the kind of arc of a show. Like, we need things to land. We call it minus 5 seconds, I think we say now. You have to be pulled into that piece of content before you've even pressed play, from the picture, from the way it's presented to you.
Okay.
I mean, everyone used to talk about the first 10 seconds. That's too late. Like, we are minus 3 seconds, minus 5 seconds now. It's about how you get them in. You've got to be straight into the action. You're giving away the end before you even begin. And that is a difficult thing for people who are used to a tease and a narrative arc.
Yeah.
That's the difference. People...
-5, wow.
You've got to get them to stop scrolling past before they've even pressed play.
Whereas before, as if you look in the listings, the title has to jump out, right?
And you have a beautiful opening scene, and like, sit back. It's like this, not that. No.
I used to get told that Channel 4 documentaries, you came up with the title first.
Oh, so many TV shows come out of coming up with a good pun.
Yeah, right. Yeah, exactly.
Completely.
Yeah. All right, let's just get into the last kind of 20 seconds or so, but we'll go a little bit over that. Treat creator platforms as core, not peripheral. What do you think of that, Jen? That's a statement.
Well, I think that they all are a core part of your business. That's, I guess, the argument that I'm making is it doesn't mean you have to be on all these platforms all the time for all of these shows. So not every show needs a podcast, dare I suggest. But...
Oh, come on.
Come on.
There are not enough podcasts in the world.
You know what? I feel that there's not enough podcasts.
No.
But equally, it's not about being platform agnostic, treating them all as the same. It's more about thinking about that audience, that idea, that particular thing that would make that concept work, as well as the other massive mindset shift is to running all these platforms as mini businesses. And that's the real cultural shift within TV, but in all media, because like newspapers are always on, TV broadcasters, once the TV show's over, well, then you forget about it, don't you? Whereas that can't work that way within a TV environment. You have to keep these as permanent on businesses, looking after this community, growing this audience. Otherwise, the algorithms and the audience thinks, well, where have you gone? I'm in between seasons, so now you've just forgotten about me. So there's a completely different maintenance way of dealing it with, as well as a strategic way of actually considering all these platforms, but always remembering where are you driving people to, where is the start and end destination, and where do you make the most of your money?
Janine?
Well, I mean, it is about that portfolio. I don't think one is core and one is peripheral. I think it's too late for that now. I think, yes, 70%, I think, of Channel 4's revenue still comes from traditional advertising. So it's still hugely important in terms of that. But
until
what
YouTube get it all from you,
I mean, 30% of our revenue comes from other non-traditional methods, and that's growing and is growing every year. But the reason that it is core, and what Jen was just saying about always on and being there when people expect it, that's how you get to 30,000 pieces of content produced a year by 4 Studio. It's a volume game, because you need that, because that is what's driving your revenues. And then you can use that money, dare I say, to create the niche content, the 4.0s, the food channels, the things that will give you long-term revenue, because we will be able to have exploitation, run a podcast or an event, or do you know what I mean? And those things which will bring us more full circle in the future.
Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, Jen and Janine, thank you very much.
Thank you for staying.
Yes, I was going to say thank you. Was it good? Okay, thank you. There you go. A round of applause for her for staying, please. Please, thank you so much. Thank you. I hope you're just not being polite. Okay, good. Brilliant. Thank you. God, how insecure am I? All right, now, a bit desperate, aren't I, really? Okay, good. Thank you. All right. Okay, now let's welcome Josie Durant, who is project manager at Beyond Studio. And with Josie is Emanuela Morsi, a creative artist, and also Noel Nurdin. Come on, everyone, round of applause for Emanuela. There's Josie. Josie, come and sit here. Noel, I know you somehow. Hey, Emanuela, how are you? All right, cool. All right, now, wow, so we're into our last session of the day. We've saved some serious people for the end of this. Right, let's start. Josie, okay. What is the Emerging Innovators Programme? Tell us what that is.
Great. Well, I would just like to say that I've got 2 emerging innovators next to me as well. So this is part of our 2025 cohort. So
amazing.
they're great.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
So the Emerging Innovators programme it came out of Beyond wanting to broaden its network and its reach to under 30s. Because looking at sort of our data and everything, it felt like there was a little bit of a gap there. So we did quite a bit of research, very fast-paced research, and trying to reach out to our networks that we had. And we decided to have people nominating people that they're aware of that are under 30 and work across the creative sector to recognise sort of innovation within creativity and research and, yeah, the broad spectrum of it.
Well, Emanuela, let's start with you. Just tell us about the Emerging Innovator Programme to you, how it's helped you.
I mean, it's incredible. we were talking about it a little bit earlier, but I really think a lot of times when you talk about innovation or where the industry's at, there's a lot of work, conversation on like pathways for early career, but very rarely do you get like intentional opportunities to really elevate how someone can go from someone who might be mid-career or kind of re-established in their work. And I think this really speaks to the place I'm in now. I think having been here for, doing the work that I've done for about 12, 13 years, I've also found myself in a way in a space where I'm really kind of taking it to a level where I'm trying to, I'll talk about it a bit more tomorrow for those who come to the takeover. Yeah. But I really think there's something really important about being able to give a chance to explore what those new, I can say innovations, what those new kind of like systems looks like. What does it mean to really build in community? What does it really look to be really intentional, but also what are those unknowns? And I think for me, I feel really honoured, like the matchmaking as part of the programme, we get matchmaked with like a mentor, and that's just been like absolutely spot on. I've got like Nema Hart, and like just from the start, just energy-wise, it's been really perfect in terms of someone who really understands your work, but also values kind of how it fits into some of the challenges we have been faced in our industry and what the future could look like when we give people opportunity to really kind of take stuff to the next step.
Noel, what did you need from it? Because it's quite interesting, sometimes you're given that support and they'll present you things that maybe you didn't even know you needed, that you weren't even thinking about. But what were the things that you thought, yeah, I need help in this area?
I think for me it's sort of connection. The interesting thing with the Emerging Innovators is that we're networking both with our mentors and the mentees at the same time. And having been a part of Beyond Conference last year, I think the major difference between the 2 years has been being able to be in a room full of people similar to my age, but also having that industry access of meeting people that are 20, 30 years along that sort of pathway. And it's made me realise that I'm able to connect with creatives from such different industries in such innovative ways, I guess. And I really appreciated that community this year so much. It's great.
Brilliant. Emanuela, what were the questions you asked?
I mean, I think the questions that I am currently still asking is like, what does it mean to, like, what is the role of the creative sector and culture and storytelling in a world that has exceeding kind of climate and structural challenges it's facing? Like, what does it mean to build resources and tangible toolkits that can really leverage a future that needs to think differently and needs to kind of embrace risk differently? I think we have a lot of systems that are very, been established and kind of we do things the way they are because they've just been that way. And I think actually a lot of what I'm seeing with a lot of my peers, but also people who are kind of given space for people to actually think differently, what's really exciting is seeing the level of like ambition and also level of like change making, looking at really like the critical role of the arts for experimentation, the critical role in which technology can really expand, innovation as a leverage to really address, more than just our inconveniences. What does it mean to really start to address the immediate needs that we're feeling in terms of existing in an echo chamber that we know is burning and we know is not working for us and not serving us? And like, I'm really excited with some of the conversations we've been having today, but also really excited and kind of for those who are in decision-making power, like, end of the day, like, what is the legacy we're building towards and what does it mean to kind of take the work and the impact that you have and the influence that you have to make change that is meaningful in the long term and also addresses immediate needs that we're experiencing too.
Sometimes, I guess it's quite difficult to understand what the legacy will look like when you're in it. right? Like, because you need distance to understand that.
I think that's why having people like these are things is important, having people like fresh voices in these spaces, having opportunity to kind of bring new talent, I say new, people who from different levels of, I guess, experience, but having people's varied perspectives is what's so important, because I think absolutely you're right. It's really hard when you're in it to really see that, and that's why there's so much value when you give people opportunities who are thinking differently, who are oftentimes in a space that they're not being platformed, so they're actually doing lots of like building already by themselves, lots of DIY, and that's actually where a lot of the innovation lies, like kind of when you're like in the outskirts. But then we need that also to find a way to be leveraged and like invested into too.
Noelle, what's the best advice you've been given during this process? It may have been lots. You know.
I mean, for me, where I'm at in my career, working with Tupac, my mentor, the most important advice has mostly been sort of understanding how my work can look on an international level, and being able to speak to someone that, you know, I haven't had the opportunity to go to different countries and work with partners in the way that he has with his studio, and like working on this much bigger scale. And it's just been really interesting, not necessarily like asking questions, but just having conversations and understanding like, oh, this is how this works, this is how this structure is, this is how your shows function and your role in those shows. If that, yeah.
Yeah. Just to be clear, every time I see you, I'm going to annoy you by asking you when your song Crush is going to be released. Because Noelle played it last night over the road at the Beyond Fringe event, and it's just one of the most beautiful things you'll ever hear. It was simply a stunning piece of music. And yeah, I'm just going to harass you until your lawyers say, stop asking about Crush. Okay, Josie, for those people kind of taking part or want to access the programme, how do you access this programme?
Well, there's what's going on at Beyond.
Yes.
So tomorrow we've got our Emerging Innovators Takeover, which is in Studio 3 throughout the afternoon. That's going to be a really interesting setup. So we've got a handful of presentations. Manuela's one of them, which is going to lead on to a roundtable discussion talking about, it's talking about innovation and sort of you're broadening that description of innovation, because I think actually people that are newer in the industry are taking things a lot more broadly. So we'll be discussing that, and we'll be discussing early career experiences. That's going to roll over into a reverse mentoring workshop, which I'm really excited about. This is an opportunity for our young creatives that will be arriving and emerging innovators to feedback and say what they want to be heard, and also what changes they want, which is really important, I think. We're also inviting any industry leads that come to that. They can pledge an action if they'd like as well. Beyond as well. So this programme will still be running as well. People can get involved in lots of ways. There'll be nominations again, there'll be mentoring opportunities again, and also just anyone who is interested in partnering up, or if you've got a cohort of young people that you think you would work for this programme, just, find me. I'm easy to spot, so, yeah.
That's incredible. It's incredible work, and it's great to hear how you, because quite often people will use young people's voices in order to be performative about that they're doing something, right? Mm-hmm. And then more than one occasion I've spoke to young people afterwards who felt that at the point at which it stopped, they were just let go, and they were just ignored. From your perspectives, Noelle and Emanuela, how do you make sure that that doesn't happen? I'll start with you, Emanuela, to make sure that when someone offers you a program and says this, that they're not just talking a good game.
To be honest, I feel like from the moment we had our first intro call last week with Nema, we kind of just hit it off so much that she was like, well, we've got like 5 sessions that we're going to do together, but then she's like, but there's also like X, Y, and Z I need to also like link you up with. And I think it's just like that network building, like really being and I don't mean that in a very like throwaway way, because I feel like you always feel the pressure of building your networks, but like really kind of like what does that mean in terms of building in community and being really intentional about what those partnerships could allow in terms of like collaboration, in terms of like exploring, new initiatives, new ventures. And I think for me, it's about trying to really understand how to nurture that and to not take for granted actually like the role we play and also kind of being active in, I guess, the opportunity. You can only do so much, really, to be honest. Like, Beyond's kind of set up a really intentional framework. And so it's really about trying to, like, make the most of that whilst also being fortunate to have such an amazing mentor as well who's really invested, which feels really like a blessing.
Mentors are so important. But also mentors who listen.
Yeah, definitely.
Mentors that actually don't know it all, and that you have as much wisdom to give them.
And I think even that, I think sustaining it as well. Like, I think what I'm particularly looking at is like it's for building something that can then be self-sustaining. So it's about understanding the long-term vision of what you're actually working to. So it's about kind of being interjected at a key stage that allows for that kind of, additional growth, but additional kind of strategic intention long-term as well. I think that's the value as well that I really feel like Beyond is trying to capitalise for us.
Yeah. And just to pick up quickly on the mentor, I think it's really important to note that I think the mentors are getting a lot from it as well. I think there's really important knowledge sharing that's happening in this programme, and I think we've had that built into it from the start, that it's a two-way thing, and it's an important part. I mean, what Beyond can offer, a big thing that we can offer, is this incredible network that we've got. And so that it gains both ways. I think, inviting these incredibly talented and ambitious people into the conversations and in the room, and there's so much that can be learnt on both sides.
Emanuela, how can people find out more about what you're doing?
You can follow me at manuela.morsey, and then you can have access to my website, which is emmablakemorsi.co.uk, and that just has some of my projects as well.
And Noelle?
You can find me on all socials at Noelle, and yeah, that's me.
Perfect. Ladies and gentlemen, thank this amazing panel, Josie, Noelle, and Manuela. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Okay, that's it for the kind of formal part. The informal part will become soon, I think, as you go there, and then you go upstairs. And there is a social mixer going on, so we want you to kind of exchange things. Ignore what Jen said earlier on about TV is all about trying to get shagged or get married. It's not that type of, there's no giant fishbowl that you put your keys in where you go. It's about, networking in a professional sense, just to be very clear. But also, I would like to say a big thank you to each and every one of you for coming here today, because without you, I wouldn't get paid. So thank you for paying me to be here. And how many people are coming tomorrow? Yeah, good, very good. And please take advantage of this. This is extraordinary to have so many people, so many ideas, so many creatives in one space. I have been and shall continue to be, after I leave here, Nihal Arthur-Naika. Thank you so much for today, and have a great evening. Thank you.
Thank you.